Hallo zusammen! In this compilation video, you'll definitely learn more about Germany, life in Germany, the German culture, traditions, daily things such as signs, traffic rules, Christmas celebrations, the meaning and origin of German names, vlogs, and more. Since the early days of this channel back in April of 2015, when it was still called Vlog Dave, I've produced almost 800 videos that belong to almost 60 different playlists or video series. This long-form video is an example of one of those video series, meaning me, a German native speaker, explaining Germany. You will see quite a few hints of the old channel name in these videos, Vlog Dave. However, you can find my current updated links to social media and support options in the video description. The separate videos that belong to this compilation have been produced over 7 years, and you can definitely see and also hear that, because my spoken English has really advanced ever since the early days of this channel, and that may also be a motivational factor for you guys, learning German, being interested in the German language, or learning something in general. Because if you keep going and you steadily use that, if you steadily speak a foreign language or try to speak it, and you basically immerse yourself with it, whether it's books or series or music or whatever, chances are you may improve your skills. And now enjoy this compilation of videos about Germany being explained by a German. I have to admit it, I want, I need, I must do so. I love it. Ich bin stolz. I'm proud. Finally, German directors, script writers and actors and whoever is part of that team have gathered in order to make a high-quality German TV series that is broadcasted internationally, that is critically acclaimed internationally, that is just awesome. And ironically, it has an English title, Dark. And honestly, I'd say, being German myself, I think that I and fellow Germans watch this series with slightly different eyes, with like a different perspective than, let's say, Americans or other foreigners would do. And because that is, I thought, you know what, you could actually talk about Dark from a rather German perspective. What is quite German about Dark? Okay, just take the fact that it's a German production with a German director duo, with German actors playing in a fictitious German town as a bonus. Or not? That actually is one of the first things that came to my mind when I thought, you know, what could I talk about and what kind of makes sense and might be interesting for you guys to learn about, to find out about. Well, let's talk about that fictitious town. The fictitious German city in which everything takes place is called Winden. According to a political poster we can see in one of the episodes when the teens actually travel back to 1986, this town seems to be located in West Germany. There was West and East Germany, two Germanys pretty much, that just reunited in 1990, so not too long ago. But coming back to little sleepy Winden. There are 1 or 2 towns that are called Winden in Germany, by the way, but this one doesn't exist in reality. And honestly, as strange as it may sound, if there were a couple of different rules or basics on how to name pretty much every third German city, letting them end in the suffixes en or hausen would definitely be 2 of them. Of course, this doesn't apply to all cities, just think of Berlin for instance, but to many of them, both small and big ones, by the way. For instance, you have Oberhausen, which is a quite big and well-known German city in Germany. Well, otherwise it wouldn't be a German city, great Dave. And you also have Echthausen, which is a very, very small, almost unknown little town in my area. So a town called Winden fits right in among cities like Dresden, München, which you know as Munich in English, Bremen and the like. Linguistically speaking, the term winden also exists as a rather self-reflexive verb, sich winden, to wind oneself around, implying sich drehen, to turn oneself around, so to speak. Windet und dreht sich nachts in seinem Bett. At night he winds and turns around in his bed. Twisting and turning back and forth in and between different time periods by various time travelers caught in a seemingly never-ending time and space spiral with lots of things happening. Yes, true, but at the end of the day, all of that takes place in an incarnation of Winden. The term itself could also be linked to an older, rather outdated German verb, which basically means it's windy, only as a verb. Basically something like the hypothetical phrase, it's winding, the wind is blowing, so to speak. Es windet sehr, it's very windy. In a way, that also applies to the mysterious portal area deep within the Windener Höhlen, the Winden Caves. For instance, each time Jonas or another traveler opens the Sic Mundus Creatus Est door. On an arguably quite abstract note, still wanted to mention it though, many characters need, have or want to überwinden, to bring oneself to do something at some point in the plot. Even if it's just talking to another specific person they didn't expect appearing or revealing secrets. Aspect number 2. Having just talked about those caves, they are located in the forest of Winden. And the forest is der Wald, singular, die Wälder, plural in German. Now you might be thinking, okay, why do you mention the forest? I mean, what does that have to do with Germans in Germany? Well, I'd honestly say that it wouldn't be a believable German town, or little city in this case, if it wasn't connected or located nearby a forest of sorts. In fact, the Wald has been and still is a major part of Germany in many ways. Even though some of you might not have expected this, but geographically speaking, almost 1/3 of Germany exists as forest areas, making us the European country with the highest share in forest areas and subsequently also the one with the highest amount of wood. Jonas's home pretty much is an old German house with a high amount of wood and wooden walls as well. The whole Forstwirtschaft, the forestry or forest industry, really plays a major role in Germany and has done so for many decades. Many, especially medium-sized or smaller German cities or towns are surrounded by forest areas, and I personally can also relate to Winden in the sense of it basically being surrounded by a big forest. My hometown Arnsberg in the Sauerland area is pretty much surrounded by a huge historic forest, the Arnsberger Wald too. Fun fact or trivia by the way, also sort of coming full circle here, Stefan Kampwirt, the actor playing Peter Doppler, is from Arnsberg. Conspiracy or not, I don't know. Forests can also be found in many old German Märchen, fairy tales and Mythen, myths as well. And to me, this series somehow is like a very modern, complex approach to a fairy tale, which is rooted in reality but expands way beyond. Located right at the forest's border, the town's hotel is called Waldhotel Winden, which translates to Forest Hotel Winden. Last but not least, one of the main families in the series. The first episode begins with the suicide of Michael, Jonas's dad, carries the family name Kahnwald, which also includes the noun Wald. It's not a fictitious German surname, but an extremely rare one, by the way. Only about 65 out of more than 80 million citizens in Germany have this family name. So yeah, as you can see, Germans really love their forests, their nature, and they like to preserve it, to spend time in it as often as they can, pretty much, and it plays a big role in our lives. However, all of this sort of leads us in a contrary way to aspect number 3, das AKW. Almost cynically, the big nuclear power station that seems to be a major location in the series is located right in the middle of the Winden forest, pretty much being surrounded by it from all sides. Many of Winden's citizens work there, including key figures like Helge Doppler, a very fascinating character if I may say so, or in literally a land before this time, Claudia Tiedemann, who later finds out about the secrets of the AKW and eventually the whole time travel thing. Now, I guess you're still wondering what that strange abbreviation is all about. AKW is the common German short form for das Atomkraftwerk, singular, die Atomkraftwerke, plural, the nuclear power station. To me, when I think about it, it really means something bilateral, like it's a bilateral thing. On the one hand, it's part of the town. Many people, many citizens of Winden work there. And, well, it's located in the forest of Winden that belongs to Winden, but on the other hand, it's sort of hidden in there. Like, it's in the middle of the forest, not really central, of course. It's sort of part of the town, but then again, not really, in a way. Really strange and interesting. After the horrendous Fukushima incident in 2011, the German government shut down 8 of these nuclear power stations in Germany permanently, and also has decided to permanently shut down all other German AKWs up until the last one will end being active in late December of 2022. There has been and still is a huge debate about green, meaning sustainable and less damaging energy production going on, especially focusing on how to achieve it without risking to have way less electricity without the AKWs. So all of that is 200% the opposite of something fictitious. It's a real situation Germans are faced with these days. I personally really love this realistic and very present scenario that's woven into an elaborate time travel story, and I believe this mixture of reality and reliability of sorts, together with imagination and fiction, is something that makes Dark really stand out to me and other Germans in particular. The erection of that AKW took place in 1953, just a few years after World War II had ended. At that post-World War II point in time, Germany had achieved great and to some degree unexpected success in rebuilding and restructuring itself, which culminated in the so-called Wirtschaftswunderzeit, the economical wonder times from the early 1950s onwards. The AKW in Winden is also supposed to be shut down in 2020, and that scenario also plays an important role in the multi-layered plot. And aspect number 4, 33 years later, we're in the year 1986, a quite fatal year of sorts. Culturally speaking though, during the 1980s, we Germans had our own massive German musical genre, if you will, the NDW. Yeah, another abbreviation. I'm quite sorry, but only quite sorry. We're talking about Die Neue Deutsche Welle, the new German wave, meaning the new German wave of hip, new music that is sort of synth-oriented, synth-pop, new wave kind of music with German lyrics. And, well, also dealing with German topics in a way. However, some massive NDW hits are more general in terms of their lyricism and what the lyrics are about. Throughout the show, we're mainly confronted with one particular German 80s pop classic, Irgendwie, Irgendwo, Irgendwann by Nena. I swear to you guys, this song is the absolute perfect fit for the major concept of this series. The song title translates to any place, anywhere, anytime, and it contains almost frighteningly fitting lines such as Im Sturz durch Zeit und Raum, erwacht aus einem Traum, falling through time and space, awakened from a dream, which directly references a couple of scenes we see throughout the series, especially regarding a few episodes that begin with Jonas dreaming and then waking up from that nightmarish dream. The song can also be heard in the bluish children's room cell where the music video plays on TV. It's almost used to indoctrinate to prepare Erik Obendorfer, the red-haired boy who's missing, and others like young Helge Doppler for their respective futures and journeys. I also talked and analyzed her smash hit 99 Luftballons, 99 Red Balloons in English, which was very successful internationally. And the chosen song, which also was a hit, simply is a natural fit. Almost as if it was composed for this series. On a side note, of course, Dark shares this at least partial 80s appeal with Stranger Things. But honestly, and I don't mean that in any way, shape or form bad or against Stranger Things, there is so much more going on and happening in Dark with all the multi-layered plots, entwined and interwoven relationships and whatnot. It's just different approaches which meet in certain singular aspects, I'd say. Very last but not very least, the whole concept of gaining and producing electrical power through the use of Atomenergie, atom energy, actually stems from Hans Geitel, who coined this term in 1899. In terms of the basic concept of die Zeitreise, the time travel, many ideas and thoughts about this theoretical scenario are based on the allgemeine Relativitätstheorie and maybe even more so the spezielle Relativitätstheorie, both created and thought out by the famous Albert Einstein. He published the special relativity theory in 1905 and the general theory of relativity in 1916. This might, to some little degree maybe, also explain, at least to my knowledge, why the whole time travel situation in the series basically seems to have emerged in the early 1920s, yet not before this time period. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I did making it, because honestly, I also wanted to do this as sort of like an homage or a tribute to the series. And well, if you've noticed more things like that, yeah, just go ahead and let me know in the comments down below. Also, make sure to check out my social media links and my support options in the video description down below. When foreign people think of Germany as a country, they tend to associate it with the German Autobahn, yeah, the German highway system. So let's talk about 10 surprising facts about the German highway system. Sorry, not sorry to disappoint a few guys, I guess, but no, Adolf Hitler didn't invent or even build the first German Autobahn. It's a propaganda lie. In fact, the first track of the complex German highway system we know today was opened in Cologne in 1932, which was around 1 year before Hitler even began his reign. It's today's Autobahn A555, connecting Cologne and Bonn. And on a side note, it was opened by Konrad Adenauer, who was Cologne's mayor at the time and who later became Germany's first chancellor after the Third Reich. The actual term Autobahn was already coined by Professor Robert Otzen 3 years prior, in 1929. Before this, people referred to a little single-segment road, predecessors of the Autobahn if you like. Only motorized vehicles were allowed to drive on as die nur Automobilstraße, the only automobile street. Germany's highway system is one of the longest and most complex international highway systems. Whereas in 1949 its total length was 2,100 kilometers, it's around 13,000 kilometers long at the moment. Regarding prototypes of the German Autobahn, you can even go way more back in time. The training route Berliner Avus was built from 1913 to 1921. It's only 10 kilometers long. It was designed for testing fast motorized vehicles. One misconception many foreign people have regarding the German Autobahn is that there's no speed limit. Yes, it's true that there's no general speed limit for the German Autobahn. But no, there are actually quite a lot of sections on different German Autobahnen where you're only allowed to drive at a maximum allowed speed, for instance up to 130 kilometers per hour. You can rest at over 700 so-called Rastplätze, der Rastplatz, the lay-by or rest area. The German Autobahn section with the most steady traffic is a part of the A100 in Berlin, with over 186,000 cars per day. Wow! Although you might not assume it at first, the German Autobahn is in fact a safer place for driving than rural roads are regarding deaths. Statistics say that around 60% of all deaths that are occurring while driving in Germany are happening on rural roads rather than on the German Autobahn. The Autobahn is only responsible for around 12% of all those deaths. At the moment, there is only one Autobahn section that prohibits trucks from driving there. It's a part of the A1 near Cologne that runs over a bridge section. The reason for this is the bad condition of this part of the Autobahn, so only trucks with a maximum weight of 3.5 tons are allowed to pass the bridge. And number 10, relating to this, many parts of the German Autobahn system are under construction, quite often. Well, it's not the same parts all the time, but you know. Often this only affects one lane, but sometimes a whole part of the Autobahn is blocked for a certain period of time. However, the regularly happening maintenance for many different parts of the Autobahn as a whole also leads to a comparatively safe place for driving. Around every 15 years or so, the respective upper parts of the tarmac, der Asphalt, are being renewed. Today I want to talk about 5 more road signs you can come across in Germany. So, let's begin. So, as you might have figured already, this isn't the first episode in this series. So if you're interested in more German road signs, feel free to click the thumbnail that's gonna appear at the end of this video. Number 1. Der Fußgängerüberweg. This sign appears in front of a Fußgängerüberweg. To be quite honest though, no German actually calls it that, like, ever. People usually call it der Zebrastreifen because it kinda resembles, you guessed it, a zebra's stripes. And drivers actually have to wait when someone wants to cross a Zebrastreifen. Sometimes drivers tend to forget about this, but that's actually how it goes. That's how it's supposed to be. You're neither allowed to park on a Zebrastreifen, nor up to 5 meters next to it. No. Don't do that. Number 2. Die Sackgasse. Yeah, another blue road sign. So this sign refers to a Sackgasse, die Sackgasse, a dead-end street. And, well, the sign can be found at the beginning of that particular street, which is a wise decision. You might be able to turn at the end of that street, but just because the sign's there doesn't mean that you are able to do that, so don't rely on that. Number 3. Der Wegweiser zur Autobahn. Yeah, Dave mentioned the Autobahn again. Awesome. Yes, I just did. And if you're interested in getting to know more about the Autobahn, like facts on it and other stuff, well, feel free to check out my other videos. Click the thumbnail at the end of this video. However, this particular road sign also has to do with the German Autobahn, but it can't be found on the Autobahn itself. No, it basically tells that a street that leads to the Autobahn that lets you enter the Autobahn is nearby. So, yeah, I'm talking about a so-called slip road. In British English, that is, I think. Die Auffahrt or die Autobahnauffahrt. So this sign's basically telling you a couple of things all at once. First, there's an Autobahn nearby that you can enter. Great! It also shows the direction you need to head for when you want to enter the Autobahn. Moreover, it shows which city or which final destination you're heading for on that particular Autobahn. In this case, it's Berlin, Germany's capital city. And last but not least, it also shows the number of that Autobahn. In this case, it's the German A2. Number 4. Die Bake or die Ankündigungsbake. Alright, let's stick to the Autobahn context for another brief moment, because this sign also has to do with the German highway system. And you can find some variations of this depending on the number of the stripes you can see. Die Ankündigungsbake shows the current distance to the next Abfahrt, die Abfahrt, so you can prepare to enter the right lane early enough. Each stripe represents a distance of 100 meters, so when you see this particular road sign on the right side of the Autobahn, you know the next exit is 300 meters ahead. 2 stripes mean 200 meters, and 1 stripe, you guessed it, the next exit is just 100 meters away from you at this point. Yay! And last but not least, number 5. Die Parkscheibe ist erforderlich. So this is a rather special sign I want to talk about, because it correlates and it's linked to something all Germans need to have in their respective cars. I'm talking about die Parkscheibe, the parking disc. You're only allowed to drive with this particular Parkscheibe, meaning you're not allowed to alter it in any way, shape or form. It has to have the same size all the time. Well, it has to have that certain type of blue even, yes. You're not allowed to have an altered Parkscheibe in your car, because otherwise it wouldn't count, you know, and you might get a ticket. So when you want to park in an area, you need to use the Parkscheibe. You have to adjust it properly. It needs to show die Ankunftszeit, the time of arrival, meaning the time of day you've parked there. When you arrive there at 9:37 AM, you have to adjust it to 10 AM. And when you arrive there at, well, let's say 3:12 PM, you have to adjust it to 3:30 PM. So what you have to do here is to adjust the time that's shown on the Parkscheibe to the next half an hour that's gonna begin after your time of arrival. Might sound a bit tricky, but it's really simple. Hallo zusammen! First of all, thank you all so very much for watching my Rammstein Deutschland lyrics explanation, translation and whatnot video. I highly appreciate that, and I feel very humbled, honestly. Thank you so very much. If you've watched that video, you will know that I've already tackled a couple of scenes in the music video, especially in reference to the lyrics. However, this video right here is strictly about the music video, not about the lyrics. It's about what's happening in the music video, the historic scenes that are shown, and I'm gonna explain those, well, as best as I can, I guess. Fasten your seatbelts if you're ready for a little, but still quite intense German history lesson. I've shortly addressed the introductory scene taking place in Germania Magna around the year 16 AD before. Here we can see the band roaming around as Roman soldiers. This territory called Germania Magna, meaning Great Germania, which consisted of many different tribes and not just one single group of people, was supposed to be made a Roman province under the reign of Emperor Augustus through his Germanenkriege, the Germanic Wars between 12 and 16 AD, but that didn't really went according to his plan. It was later retried by Nero Claudius Germanicus, and that's probably the context to this particular scene. Well, he didn't manage to conquer this territory either, and even though these Feldzüge are well known too, most Germans probably have heard of the infamous Varusschlacht, also known as die Schlacht vom Teutoburger Wald, in English the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest, which took place in the year 9 AD, meaning a few years prior to the events shown in the intro. The different tribes basically joined forces and fought against Rome. And they won! By today, this whole event is widely considered as the inception of pretty much any kind of Germany as we refer to it back in the day. This scene also marks the first time we see the beheaded Till, which probably is an imagery for acting headlessly, meaning without a successful plan or idea, and, well, being defeated. This time by Germania herself, which resembles what I just said about the failed campaigns. After having watched the video several times by now, I think the red lasers are supposed to be what we call a roter Faden in German, a red string, meaning a common thread that runs through basically all historic German events mentioned in this video. They are more or less directly related to and almost always resulted in some kind of violence or riots. So in other words, these red lasers tie the time periods together. They are a linking element in a way, I'd say, but I could be totally wrong about that. The next scene I'd like to talk about might be one of the most enigmatic ones, because it seems to play in a potential future scenario. We see a few astronauts who are investigating old Roman statues and figures, and also historic relics such as carved writings in German, in stone, which remind of historic plates and commemorative plaques, for instance. In combination with Germania, who sort of is a personified figure who represents Germany as a whole, this could be a hint to, well, a future Germania who doesn't have a lot in common with Germany anymore, up to the point of a sort of killed German identity, hence the coffin in space maybe. It might very well also be a political imagery regarding the handling of the refugee crisis and how some people feel that the German soul has gone lost because of increased immigration. That's not to say this is all my personal opinions from start to finish, by the way. I just like thinking about what this scenario could be potentially referring to. The next scene I'd like to talk about shows a battleground with lots of corpses and defeated dead Ritter, knights, der Ritter, singular, die Ritter, plural. I reckon these German knights could be so-called Ordensritter, der Ordensritter, singular, die Ordensritter, plural, the knight of an order. Both during and also after medieval times, there were quite a few German orders back then, often founded and led by der Kurfürst, singular, die Kurfürsten, plural, the Elector, as it was the case for Preußen, Prussia, with Kurfürst Friedrich III. Von Brandenburg. Just a few seconds later, we can see the Germania as such a royal battle knight of sorts, standing triumphant against the enemies of one of the, if you will, past incarnations of Germans. In Germany, these days, der Adel, the nobility or nobleness, complex nobility structures, and royalty either aren't existing anymore or they don't have any big, specific social importance to them anymore. The what I call fancy fighting because of the atmosphere as a whole, and also because it's used for accentuating the initial drum beat after the synth intro that leads into the steady groove at around 1 minute and 52 seconds in, probably dates back to later years in the Industrial Revolution in Germany, which began in the 19th century and lasted until the early 20th century. Well, judging from the clothing and those honorable gentlemen witnessing the fight between those two men, being singer Till and guitarist Richard, this might take place in the early years of the 20th century. That would be my guess. I reckon their fight is a graphic reference to the shifting balance between the relatively poor working class, the workers, and the rich bürgerliche Klasse, the bourgeoisie, not only appearing in quality clothing but also with bills in their hands and simply, well, portrayed by a wealthy-looking Germania. This scene implies that the rich elite was basically playing workers and their interests and ideals off against each other back then. Here we can see the band members walking away from a famous German catastrophe that took place on May 6th in 1937, when the, back then, biggest Zeppelin, in German das Luftschiff, meaning the airship literally, which started in Frankfurt am Main, crashed at the destination airfield in Lakehurst. 36 of the 97 people on board died while trying to either jump out of the descending and burning Zeppelin or dying from the flames. To my knowledge, it's not exactly clear why it crashed. There are a couple of more or less plausible theories as to how this could happen. Either way, I'm talking about the famous Hindenburg Luftschiff, as it was called. It was named after Paul von Hindenburg, the former German Reichspräsident. The Zeppelin was built from 1931 to 1936, and back then it was also the biggest Zeppelin on Earth and therefore a prestigious project. If we look closely, we can see parts of the remaining letters on the outer shell. These office-like scenes not only show members of the Stasi, the secret police in the GDR, but also leading personnel of the Sozialistische Einheitspartei, the SED, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany. Since various regulations, in 1968 this party in fact was the only allowed governing party in the GDR until the end. It was a Marxist-Leninist party which governed under a strict communist regime in the former GDR, also known as East Germany. In later scenes we can even see a massive Karl Marx head in the background. Till's look also reminds of the longtime leader of the GDR, Erich Honecker. At first I thought the following scene would refer to the life and times of the German monk Martin Luther, the famous Protestant rebel who nailed his 95 Theses onto the church door in Wittenberg, which was, I think, in 1517 AD, if I'm not mistaken, which subsequently led to the separation of the dominant Roman Catholic Church into various confessions. Anyway, coming to what I think is mainly referenced here. Yeah, another sad part of not only German history, but also German history. Die Hexenverfolgung and die Hexenverbrennungen, the witch hunts and the witch burnings. They took place in medieval and during late medieval times, especially between 1550 and 1650 AD. A particularly long and famous war took place during this time period as well. I'm talking about the 30 Years' War, der Dreißigjährige Krieg. It lasted from 1618 to 1648 and it's roughly about Catholics fighting Protestants. So once again we have a religious background, a religious theme here. This reference becomes even more obvious when the band, now dressed as monks, have a little feast and, well, basically celebrate their victory over the seemingly evil witch and witchery by eating Sauerkraut, or as you might call it, sauerkraut. The more present-day-ish or futuristic red fetish box underneath the table might indicate some recent criticism about certain priests and people in the Catholic and other Christian churches regarding them seeming very ordinary on the surface, but some of them having problems with, well, how should I put it? Having problems controlling their sexual desires up to the point of sexual harassments in church-driven institutions for children, and even up to some rape cases. Could also be about something completely else though. Anyway, the prison scene refers to another time period in Germany's comparably recent history, naming the Weimar Republic, die Weimarer Republik, which lasted from 1918 to 1933. Especially in the 20s, the early 20s, die Hyperinflation, the hyperinflation, led to many Germans becoming poor, which also resulted in increased riots and insecurity. People neither could trust in the economy, their finances or savings anymore. The money was worth pretty much nothing. That's also why the inmates throw bills around. This hefty Wirtschaftskrise, the economic crisis, also led to the end of the Weimar Republic later on. Now to the most divisive and debated scenes in the whole entire 9 minutes and 22 seconds, the Third Reich and KZ scenes. There is a lot that could be said about these scenes and this one in particular. For instance, the rockets you see in the background refer to Hitler's so-called V2 rocket, V2. The V in that term stands for die Vergeltungswaffe, the revenge weapon, a term coined by the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. The around 3,200 rockets the Nazi regime launched attacked several cities, including London, which got attacked with about 1,358 V2 rockets alone. In the foreground, we see the execution of 4 Jewish men by hanging. Another inmate is cleaning the shoes of the Nazi general standing next to the gallows. We can clearly see das Hakenkreuz, literally translated the hook cross, meaning the swastika, and also die Judensterne, the yellow stars. Talking about the English term, which includes a color. As we can see, the guys have to wear different stars, which express different things. Oliver's pinkish star means he is gay. Paul's star is the common yellow star we all know from history books. Til's red and yellow star means he is a political Jewish inmate. The sign to his right says Fotografieren verboten, which translates to no photos, taking photos is prohibited. Interestingly enough, we see the Germania with die Augenklappe, the eye patch. This surely was done on purpose, because this refers to the still current German expression auf dem linken or auf dem rechten Auge blind sein, to have a blind left, respectively a blind right eye, which is a common criticism brought forward by some people here and there. The criticism implies that the respective country or government doesn't want either Nazi-motivated right-wing extremists or left-wing motivated violence and crimes to be true or happen, and therefore doesn't do much to prevent them from happening, or if they happened, the state seemingly doesn't do everything they can to examine facts and to solve these crime cases. In short and cynical, the things that I don't see or don't want to know don't happen. A sort of related scene is the burning of books by the Nazis in 1933. That year, Hitler came into power, and several Nazi groups consisting of university professors, right-wing students, and party members of the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, burned books that were either written by Jews or that included critical things that wouldn't line up with their strict ideology, for instance, Marxist, pacifist, or generally opposing works. Visually, it also reminds me of the aforementioned witch burnings, and we can even see a monk there, which might very well be a subtle hint on the highly inglorious role of the Catholic Church during the Third Reich. In a later scene, leading Nazi generals get shot, which might indicate the end of the Nazi regime. And one more thing regarding the question whether it's allowed to show some of these provocative scenes in a music video. Yes, for multiple reasons actually, and that's not just subject to my individual opinion, which is that it's better to show and tackle historic events like these even in a creative history themed video like this, or especially in a situation like this. That is better than not to include certain parts at all. In addition to my personal opinion, we have a judicial principle in Germany called die Kunstfreiheit, the freedom of art, which can be found in paragraph 5, passage 3 in the Grundgesetz. It allows art to raise awareness of things and to be thought-provoking, which to me is the whole purpose of this video at the end of the day. In other scenes we see a modern version of Germania, basically a fashion victim, going out for a walk with her German Shepherds, der deutsche Schäferhund, singular, die deutschen Schäferhunde, plural. I guess this could be criticizing people who are very materialistic and superficial and also maybe living a wasteful lifestyle without caring too much about their surroundings, the nature or the environment. The last scene I'd like to address in this video refers to the RAF terrorists, which were a left-wing group of terrorists in former West Germany, which killed 33 people within the course of over 20 years from the 70s to the early 90s. One of their motivations was to get related inmates free through taking hostages, through kidnapping and through murdering politicians, soldiers or cops, in any case influential people. The letters RAF stand for Rote Armee Fraktion, the Red Army fraction or group. Okay, last but not least, the Molotov scenes might relate to more recent times because some refugee houses were burned in Germany both in the early 90s and in recent years, and there are many people that don't agree with the way the current German government has handled the whole refugee crisis at all. You might have noticed that I've left out one scenario here, which is the birth of the 5 wolves or whatever they are. I have 2 very slight guesses, to be honest. One of them could be that the wolves are indeed coming back to Germany these days and in the recent months and years. And the second one would be a bit more, well, distant in a way. It could refer to Romulus and Remus and the story of building Rome. I think that's related to that. Maybe that is somewhat meant as a metaphor for giving birth to a new Germany, in a way, to the future. Maybe those really interesting scenes are related to that because I think Germania is the one who's giving birth here. So, And also I'd like to know what you make of the Holy Germania figure with angel feathers, like her being an angel, pretty much a saint. Maybe that is related to the Deutschland über allen line, that during certain days certain Germans have thought to be superior to others. Maybe that's related to that, but I might be quite off here. Hallo zusammen! So the other day my mother and I helped my good friend Nina moving out of her flat in Lichtenau in North Rhine-Westphalia. And on the way back, I decided to film our ride on the German Autobahn a little bit. I know that many of you guys are interested in and fascinated by the German highway system, how it works, what's the deal with speed limits and the like. This video does not only show us driving on the Autobahn, but I also explain common road signs and traffic rules. Every Fahrt, meaning every ride on the Autobahn, begins before actually being on the Autobahn, of course. And no, I wasn't talking about farts, although it sounds very similar to die Fahrt, I gotta admit that. And, well, apparently Lichtenau is quite a village in a way, because why not? Everyone should drive to the local supermarket in a golf cart. Anyway, right now we're driving on a Landstraße, a country road so to speak. Take me home. Well, we're taking ourselves home, so don't worry. There are loads of Landstraßen in all parts of Germany, and they usually connect cities and regions. They don't belong to a city though, so you're usually allowed to drive faster than 50 km per hour. On a Landstraße, the maximum allowed speed is 100 km per hour, as long as it's not limited otherwise, for instance to 70 km per hour, which is another very common allowed speed limit on Landstraßen. The next Autobahn entrance, die Autobahnauffahrt, is indicated on several signs as well. Blue is a typical color for Autobahn-related information. Now, we're right in front of the Auffahrt onto the Autobahn 44, the A44, die Autobahn 44, or as a short form, the A44. Because technically, there's not only one Autobahn in Germany, but a lot of them. We refer to them by saying A and an additional number. In order not to become a Geisterfahrer, a ghost rider so to speak, these things can really save lives. So make sure to stay on this lane, therefore. And talking about it, the lane you're driving on when you're right about to enter the actual part of the Autobahn is called der Einfädelungsstreifen. It's important to increase your speed on this lane before entering the actual Autobahn. The Verkehr, the traffic that's already driving on the Autobahn, has die Vorfahrt, by the way, the right of way or priority. This orange pillar you're seeing here can come in quite handy in an emergency case in which your own phone might not work, for instance. This is called a Notrufsäule, an emergency call pillar. That's the literal translation. It's basically a public emergency phone. These orange phones are spread every 2 kilometers across the Autobahn, and in total there are over 17,000 emergency phones on over 13,000 kilometers on the German Autobahn. When you're suffering a Panne, a breakdown, or an Unfall, an accident on the Autobahn, it's important to wear your Warnweste, your high visibility vest, and also to set up your Warndreieck, your breakdown triangle, 150 to 400 meters away in front of your breakdown location. It's mandatory to always have such a vest and triangle in your car, by the way. These little blue signs often get overlooked, and in normal traffic they aren't that important to drivers anyway. The number they show is the respective length of the Autobahn up until this point, pretty much. And this information could come in very handy when you're actually having a Panne, a car breakdown, and in order to get help from a Pannenservice, a car breakdown service, so to speak, you might have to explain where you are on the Autobahn. On the German Autobahn, there's a Richtgeschwindigkeit, a recommended or target speed of 130 km per hour. Yes, it's also true though that there are certain parts of the Autobahn without a speed limit, but this isn't the case for the Autobahn as a whole. In fact, there are many parts with a speed limit. Changing lanes is only allowed when there's a gestrichelte Linie, a broken or dashed line, by the way. Otherwise, you have to remain on your respective lane. Rhyme. For the most part, this Autobahn, the A44, features 2 Fahrbahnen, 2 lanes. You're only allowed to überholen, to overtake cars on the left lane though. From the A44, which we're driving on right now, we could also decide to change onto the A33 to Bielefeld. That would mean we had to exit this Autobahn and enter the A33. We're gonna stay on the A44 to Dortmund though. And it's actually pretty difficult to pronounce things in an English way when there are German words in between. The green E331 refers to an Europastraße. There are many European roads that often lead through and connect many different European countries. In this case though, the E331 only leads through Germany, and it bridges the distances between the towns of Dortmund and Kassel. Parts of the E331 are identical with the A44, by the way. Yeah, it's really showing a deer. Das Reh. This icon represents German game and beasts, meaning wild animals. This is a Gefahrenzeichen, a danger sign, which is not only indicated by the color combination, but also by the triangular shape. It warns of something. In this case, you have to be extra careful because there is a chance that deer or other wild animals might cross the road here. Yes, even though it's an Autobahn. There are lots of woods and forest regions in many parts of Germany, and some of them are also close to the Autobahn. These white signs are changing signs, and they don't show anything as long as the Verkehr, the traffic, is normal. But when there's a Stau, a traffic jam, or other obstacles which require additional rules for a certain period of time, signs like this one can turn around and show additional rules or information, for instance speed limits or a warning of a traffic jam coming up ahead. This sign tells us that there is a Parkplatz in 500 meters, a parking area. These parking areas are useful for taking a break, for going to a toilet, etc. As you can see, these parking areas are often used by LKW-Fahrern, by truck drivers, but normal drivers can use them as well, of course. Another bigger variant of a spot like this is called a Raststätte. They usually feature a store for buying food or beverages and a Tankstelle, a gas station. On the German Autobahn, trucks are driving on the right lane, as long as they don't want to overtake another truck or vehicle, which, to be honest with you, can be quite a pain in the ass for other drivers. We even have an own term for a situation like that. So when a truck overtakes another truck, it's called das Elefantenrennen, the elephant race. In Germany, we have a Rechtsverkehr, a right-hand traffic system. And in addition to that, we also have a Rechtsfahrgebot, an obligation to drive on the right side or on the right lane whenever there's normal traffic or enough space to do so, which means you shouldn't be driving on the left lane all the time. When you're on an Autobahn with 3 lanes, meaning with an additional middle lane, it's technically not forbidden to also remain on the middle lane as long as there's only a couple of cars driving on the right lane. The usual maximum speed for an LKW on the German Autobahn is 80 km per hour. This blue sign tells us that the A44 to Dortmund also leads to the airport Paderborn-Lippstadt. Specific places or spots of interest like this one are usually shown in white and black. Now, if we wanted to drive to Bad Wünnenberg, we would have to change to the right lane in 1000 meters from here, which equals 1 kilometer. The 480 in the orange box indicates that we won't be driving to Bad Wünnenberg on an Autobahn though, but on a Bundesstraße, the B480. A Bundesstraße can but doesn't have to look similar to an Autobahn, and in contrast to a usual Autobahn, a Bundesstraße doesn't necessarily just have to be about rapid or fast traffic with vehicles. Grey signs like this one indicate that certain traffic rules are cancelled from here on. In this case, the Überholverbot, the ban on passing or the no passing zone for vehicles with a higher total weight than 3.5 tons is cancelled. From here on, they are allowed to overtake another vehicle again. The initial road sign that initiated the ban looks like this, by the way. We'll see it in a few minutes as well. These signs indicate that an Ausfahrt, an Autobahn exit, is coming up. Each stripe represents 100 meters, and there are always 3 of these signs. In other words, in front of every Ausfahrt you'll always have 3 of these signs with 3, 2 and 1 stripe. In Germany, every Ausfahrt has a specific number. In this case, the very next Ausfahrt is the Ausfahrt 61. An Anschlussstelle, an interchange or connection point like this one, is indicated by a round white circle with a respective number in it. This almost inconspicuous sign with a U and a number refers to an Umleitungsstrecke, a detour track, which, in case of a traffic jam, leads you across a different track, which later ends in the actual Autobahn you were driving on before. Of course, when you're leaving the Autobahn, you have to drive much slower than before, and in this case the maximum allowed speed on the exit lane is 60 km per hour. A little trivia fact. The white and black pillars you're seeing on the right side are placed every 50 meters, which might also help to keep a certain distance to other vehicles in certain situations. Obviously, and just to have stated this, these aren't all possible road signs you'll find on the German Autobahn. Of course not. There are quite a few more signs that might appear in general or even more often in certain regions. One of the newest signs most Germans might not even have seen yet is this. It's a new sign that was specifically added for self-driving cars. They are able to determine their exact position with these signs a bit better. This sign warns us of a potentially windy part of the Autobahn. As you will have noticed by now, there are many bushes and trees on each side of the Autobahn, and they also help to reduce the amount of wind. Now, before I had my own driver's license, I always wondered what this strange and really simplistic sign means. It actually points to a recommended alternative route. You don't have to drive according to this recommendation, it just points out another possibility. Signs like these are called Hinweisschilder, guide signs. This sign warns of nearby air traffic. Be especially careful and brace yourselves for suddenly appearing planes above you, or so. A little funny anecdote. Mike Portnoy, the former drummer of the American progressive metal band Dream Theater, has stated that when they were touring in Germany many years ago, he actually thought that Ausfahrt referred to a town, and it would be a pretty massive town therefore, because it appears every few kilometers.
So the first time we toured Germany, I kept seeing this the sign on the highway that said Ausfahrt, and I thought it was the name of a city. And I would see it like every couple miles. I was like, holy shit, this city is huge. How big is Ausfahrt? And then I found out that it means exit.
So where are you from? Well, I'm from a town called Ausfahrt, said nobody ever. And here we have it, a speed limit on the Autobahn. This sign warns of so-called Rollsplit, loose gravel or chippings, which is one of the reasons for this speed limit. Whenever there's a traffic jam, you need to leave a Rettungsgasse, a corridor for emergency vehicle access. You always have to leave space between the very left and the other lanes to the right, and it doesn't matter how many lanes there are. And not only are the Foo Fighters a great band to listen to when you're cruising on the Autobahn, but they also know what's not allowed on it as well. Because there's no way back other than leaving the Autobahn via an official exit lane ahead of you, because turning around, wenden, is not allowed. These digital signs might also appear here and there. The prohibitions and information they show can vary and change according to the current traffic situation. Every now and then, you'll also see brownish signs like this one. No, they don't lead you to Nazis, but they rather inform you about a certain region, a sightseeing spot or an interesting location. This one says Nature Resort Arnsberger Wald, for der Wald meaning forest, and Bilsteintal, the Bilstein Valley. At the moment it's barely possible to keep your Windschutzscheibe, your front shield or your windshield clean while driving on the Autobahn, because many mosquitoes are flying around and yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Germany is associated with good cars, the Autobahn, but also with many rules and laws. But no matter whether you're driving a BMW, a Volkswagen, or an American Chrysler on German roads, you should definitely know about some parking rules in Germany. Let's talk about 3 of them today. Just a little helpful information before the video is gonna start. Have you activated the YouTube bell already? You will get helpful notifications each time a new video is uploaded. Or for instance when a VlogDave YouTube livestream is starting. By activating this, you'll be one of the first people to watch my videos. Thanks for doing that in advance. And now enjoy the video. Before we're gonna talk about 3 specific situations, let's define what parking actually means in Germany. It's defined in the StVO, the StVO, meaning die Straßenverkehrsordnung, the street rulings, in paragraph 12. You're considered parking when you're either leaving your vehicle or when you stop or stand for more than 3 minutes. This neither counts for active loading or unloading activities nor for boarding or discarding passengers. In German, the verb to park is parken. It can also be a noun, das Parken. Alright, let's begin with the first situation. Parking in a German one-way street. The German term for a one-way street is die Einbahnstraße, and this sign, number 220, tells you that this is an Einbahnstraße. It's blue with white font on it, and the direction in which the arrow is facing shows the one way, the chosen path so to speak, meaning the only allowed Fahrtrichtung, the driving direction. So if you want to park in such an Einbahnstraße, which by the way would rather translate to something like one-lane street literally, you're allowed to park in the same direction on both sides of the street, which isn't the usual case on ordinary streets. But there still has to be enough Durchfahrtsbreite or der Abstand. You need to have at least 3 meters and 5 centimeters of free space in between. And if this isn't possible, it might not be possible to park on both sides of the one-way street. On some German one-way streets you might also find a Straßenbahn or any other kind of Schienenfahrzeug. In other words, sometimes you will see Schienen or Gleise on such a street. In this case you can neither stop or park on both sides of the street, obviously. Generally speaking, regarding on-street parking in Germany, you're supposed to park in Fahrtrichtung, meaning on the right side, which might refer to the right lane itself, but maybe also to this. Because in case there's this sign, sign number 315, you're also allowed to park like this, meaning partially on the sidewalk. Der Bürgersteig Singular, die Bürgersteige Plural. Find a clickable link to the online version of the StVO in the video description. In the Straßenverkehrsordnung, paragraph 12 features general parking rules in Germany. And this also includes the following scenario. Number 2. Street corners and the 5-meter zone. In Germany, you're not allowed to park within 5 meters at corners of street crossings and intersections. Die Einmündung Singular, die Einmündungen Plural. Die Kreuzung Singular, die Kreuzungen Plural. This is due to keeping the view free for all drivers, and of course to prevent obstructions therefore. And of course, a relating question is, what will happen if you do this and it gets noticed by the police? Information on possible German Bußgelder, das Bußgeld Singular, die Bußgelder Plural, meaning monetary fines, can be found in the Bußgeldkatalog, the schedule of fines, which itself can be found online as well. In general, German fines for wrong parking can vary from 10 up to 70 euros. However, parking in this 5-meter zone I just talked about would lead to a fine of 10 euros. And number 3. Parking with a Parkscheibe. Some public German parking lots, der Parkplatz Singular, die Parkplätze Plural, can only be used for a certain amount of time. In this case, you might have to pay for a Parkschein, der Parkschein Singular, die Parkscheine Plural, a pay and display ticket at an Automat, der Automat Singular, die Automaten Plural, or you might be supposed to use a Parkscheibe. You will find this sign inside German towns and cities. It's usually accompanied by other additional signs, for instance, this one. This combination of road signs means you're only allowed to park here for 2 hours at a max, basically. The blue thingy you're seeing here is a so-called Parkscheibe, the parking disc. You can get these at German gas stations, for instance. Die Tankstelle Singular, die Tankstellen Plural. It's actually very important that you use a proper Parkscheibe, because there are distinct rules regarding the size and the look of such a disc. The term die Ankunftszeit means the time of arrival, and this is the time the disc is supposed to show. If you'd like to learn more about how to use this parking disc properly, and also about other road signs and rules in Germany, check out my other videos about these topics. I don't know about you guys, but when I think of ghost towns, I think of 2 places in the world. The USA and the Ukraine. Yeah, the Ukraine. In the US, there are numerous lost places, empty towns that were still inhabited or even specifically built during the busy times of gold digging. And as a result of the famous yet horrendous Chernobyl incident in 1986, a whole workers' town like Pripyat got evacuated. Truly late, but the government did so eventually. But what about potential ghost towns in Germany, though? I mean, are there any in the first place? Why should there be ghost towns in Germany? But there are some. Let's begin with Lopau. Lopau once was an ordinary German village with a long history to it. It was first mentioned in 1293 AD, and it basically was an intact town until the early 1980s, back when the last residents left the town, or, well, to be more precise, had to leave the town. The village is located in the German state of Niedersachsen, Lower Saxony, in the Lüneburger Heide region. Many of the nowadays abandoned buildings are quite old. This house was built in 1844, and it was the main house of a former Bauernhof, a farm. Now, you might ask yourself, why was it abandoned? It might sound strange, but it was pretty much consumed by the Bundeswehr, the German army. Because in the early 80s, the Truppenübungsplatz Munster Nord, the military training ground Munster Nord, intended to create and build a Schießbahn, a shooting range which was eventually erected on former agricultural fields. Now, as you can imagine, many former residents didn't want this to happen, and they neither wanted to move away from their village, so they founded the action group Rettet das Lopautal, Save the Lopau Valley, which actually led to a construction delay of around 10 years, but declaring the valley a Naturschutzgebiet, a nature reserve or a protected area, wasn't possible due to a veto of the Bundeswehr. In the end, the Bundeswehr built the shooting range and Lopau became a ghost town. There are slightly positive aspects to the current situation though, because Panzer, tanks, are only allowed to drive on solid ways and streets there, so that they don't pollute the water of the nearby Lopau source, because both the town and the valley were named after that river. Lopau is a restricted area for the most part nowadays. When we talk about abandoned villages and towns in Germany, there are some recurring terms that already tell a lot about some reasons as to why some of these places are abandoned nowadays. Some towns pretty much fell victim to the process of an Umsiedlung or an Absiedlung, a resettlement or relocation. For instance, if the military required certain lands and places, and towns fell victim to erected training grounds. Often the former residents can move to other or even newly built towns. This might also happen for other reasons, for instance in the case of Immerath. Immerath was a town located in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, Nordrhein-Westfalen, about 120 kilometers away from Cologne. The area is part of the Ruhrgebiet, which is Germany's biggest coal mining territory and the major industrial region of Germany. Since 2006 until now, the town has been abandoned because of the erection and expansion of the Braunkohletagebau, the open brown coal pit Garzweiler. Brown coal mining and coal pits in general were, and to some extent are, a huge and important part of the German industry. They have been for many decades and, well, centuries even. Huge parts of the town Immerrad are already torn down nowadays, yet as of the end of 2016 there were still 67 residents registered. This particular town in this particular scenario is exemplary for many similar Umsiedlungen, because the residents were pretty much moved to the new town Immerrad Neu. And as far as I know, the old town Immerrad is completely abandoned nowadays, and in time it will be erased completely in favor of the Braunkohletagebau Garzweiler. Let's also talk about Kursdorf. Kursdorf is a very special case, because as of November the 1st of 2017, it is the youngest ghost town we have in Germany. It is located in the state of Sachsen, Saxony, near Leipzig. In 2015, 10 people were still living there, and in April of 2017 the last people have moved away. Now, the two main reasons for having abandoned this town is the high amount of Luftverschmutzung, air pollution, and the loud and constant Lärm, noise, caused by a Frachtflughafen, a cargo airport that basically surrounds the town. In other words, the airport was pretty much built around the town. Like many other German villages, Kursdorf has had a long history as well. It was first mentioned as Kunstorf in 1497 AD. To conclude this video though, I also want to talk about a very fascinating phenomenon and a third, very specific and historic reason for some ghost towns in Germany. Yeah, this is it. This is all that's left of Badowik nowadays. Badowik was a town in the state of Mecklenburg, West Pomerania, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in the northeast of Germany. And sadly, its particular location was also the reason for its vanishing. You could also describe this as a good example of how regimes can destroy and erase history for really stupid reasons. Badowik was first mentioned in 1292, so it was a pretty old German town. However, in the late years of the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, also known as the former state East Germany, which existed from 1949 to 1990, a couple of towns that were located right at the border to West Germany were destroyed, because by having them destroyed, there was a wider and bigger no-go area between West and East Germany. This happened because East Germany became more aware and hence also increasingly concerned about many residents of East Germany emigrating and fleeing to West Germany. There was an attempt to rebuild and to reconstruct some of these areas and towns after East and West Germany reunited to the modern Federal Republic of Germany in 1990, but because of certain legal disputes, this wasn't possible. Today I'd like to talk about something that is not limited to Germany, but it's somehow associated with, well, certain regions of Germany, and one in particular. What could that be? Well, I'm talking about Carnival. Wait, no, not really, because we don't celebrate Carnival, wir feiern Karneval, der Karneval or der Fasching. Both terms are masculine nouns. Peace, by the way. Well, I'd still say that der Karneval is used more frequently. And the celebration of Karneval in Deutschland is mostly associated with one particular German city you've all heard of, I think. It's called Köln. Well, you might not have heard of Köln, but you might have heard of Cologne. If Germany has a capital city for the celebration of Karneval, it's most definitely Köln. Yes. Now, have a clever guess. How many people are celebrating Karneval in Köln annually? It's around 1 million people each year, and this makes the Kölner Karneval, Cologne Carnival, one of the biggest public carnival parties in the world. The Carnival season, as a whole, starts on November 11th at 11:11 AM. And yes, I actually used the term season on purpose here, since many Germans that are into Carnival actually refer to it as the 5th season, die 5. Jahreszeit. And although this date also belongs to the celebration of Carnival as a whole, many people refer to German Carnival by mentioning a time span of around a week in each February. This time span includes the days between the so-called Weiberfastnacht, the Thursday before Aschermittwoch, Ash Wednesday, which itself marks the end of the carnival season. and some people even focus on one specific day when they mention the term Karneval, and this is the so-called Rosenmontag, Rose Monday. Because, like, roses are awesome and we're, like, really romantic people in Germany. Well, kinda, but, you know, yeah. And to be quite honest about this, I do that as well personally, because I tend to associate Karneval with the Rosenmontag, and more specifically with a Rosenmontagszug or a Rosenmontagsumzug. But what is that again? Yes, this word includes the term Zug, but it doesn't refer to trains, not really. It's a parade, die Parade, with many people in various fancy dresses and costumes. Das Kostüm Singular, die Kostüme Plural, or die Verkleidung Singular, die Verkleidungen Plural. They sing or even dance to certain carnival songs, and you might also see huge decorated, creatively designed vehicles, meaning parade floats. This might also depend on the size of the Rosenmontagszug. Because, although I was talking about Cologne first and foremost, this isn't limited to Cologne itself, but you can also find Rosenmontagszüge in many different German towns, cities and even German villages. Rosenmontag is pretty much the climax of the whole event, of the whole Carnival celebration, oh yeah. Today I'm gonna tell you about 3 more German road signs and what they mean. This first road sign is titled Dem Gegenverkehr Vorrang gewähren. What does that mean? Der Gegenverkehr is quite literally the opposite of der Verkehr, which is the traffic. So der Gegenverkehr is the opposite traffic. Traffic coming from the opposite driving direction. Der Vorrang means priority or precedence, and in the context of traffic rules it basically refers to the right of way, which is die Vorfahrt in German. The verb gewähren means to grant something, so here you have to grant the opposite traffic the right of way. They are allowed to drive first, and drivers on your lane and your driving direction have to wait. And yes, that also includes you. This road sign can especially be found near construction sites on normal streets or on the Autobahn, the German highway system. It's usually drivers driving on the narrowed lane that have to wait. The complementary sign to this one can be found at the opposite lane. It refers to the respective situation the other way around, meaning that drivers on this lane have the right of way. They are allowed to drive first. As you can see, this one is a blue square with a white and a red arrow. Road signs like this one are called das Richtzeichen, the guide sign or directive sign. I couldn't really find a proper translation for that, to be honest. And they showcase how you should behave in a certain traffic situation. So it's not a prohibition sign, therefore, and some of them might also have a different shape or a different form. When the view is rather limited for some reason, there are additional Ampeln, traffic lights, on both sides that regulate the traffic too. It's die Ampel Singular, die Ampeln Plural. And this example actually leads us to road sign number 2, which is sort of related to this one. Einseitig verengte Fahrbahn. Often this sign accompanies the previous one since, well, it refers to one lane being narrowed. There's a systematic difference between this and the previous sign though. Whereas the previous sign is a so-called Vorschriftszeichen, a provision, ruling or regulation sign, this one is a so-called allgemeines Gefahrenzeichen, a general danger or warning sign. In the context of German road signs, Gefahrenzeichen are typically triangular, and they warn of directly upcoming, specific and potentially dangerous situations you should be aware of. Vorschriftszeichen, however, are typically circular, and they give strict rules and orders in order to regulate a certain traffic situation. Here, this sign warns of an upcoming narrowed lane. The lane is die Fahrbahn, einseitig means one-sided, and verengt is the second adjective meaning narrowed or constricted. And of course, this sign also exists for the oppositional situation. This version warns of a road that gets narrow on both lanes. In all these variants, this sign means you should drive rather slowly and more carefully, because of the different situation that requires a higher amount of concentration. So I'm talking quite a lot about the German language, and many of you are more or less familiar with it, but do you know much about the institutional and systematic side of Germany? I mean, how Germany basically works on different government levels? Today I want to give you a short overview of this side of Deutschland. Alright, just a quick disclaimer before I'm even going to start talking. Since this whole topic is a very complex and multi-layered one, I think it's better to not show myself in the video primarily, but rather trying to express and demonstrate things visually. It might not be perfect, but well, at least I'm trying. The following information are just a short overview of how Germany is organized in an institutional and political way, you could say. Rhyme rhyme. I'm not going to talk about specific persons, since this is a general talk about general systematic structures. I'm neither mentioning every single aspect that belongs to this large topic, so don't expect this to be a 100% complete and fully detailed description of things. Alright? Alright, thanks for your concern. Also, this can take quite some time and be quite technical, so take that time, get yourself a tea, a beer, liquor or just carbonated water like real Germans would do. No, just kidding. First of all, let me ask you a simple question. What is the Staatsform, the general form of government in Germany? Do you know? It's a parlamentarische Bundesrepublik, a parliamentary federal republic. The official international title is Federal Republic of Germany, and the German title is Bundesrepublik Deutschland. No matter which of those terms you are looking at, you basically get the same message out of all. Both institutionally and culturally, Germany is not a single, unseparated unit. Germany consists of 16 single states, the so-called Bundesländer, die Bundesländer plural, das Bundesland singular. They are interlinked both with each other and with the Bund, der Bund, the federation with the superordinate administrative level on a federal basis, hence our country's official title. To give you a really basic idea of how the adjective federal can be interpreted here, some of the 16 states have and make more money than others, so there's a process of redistribution, die Umverteilung, from one state to another. Pretty much the same system also applies between the Bund and the single states. Of course, this is a very simplified explanation, but in the end, that's how our federal system works in the literal sense of the word. Another example is der Bundesrat, which is an important political institution next to the Bundestag, our parliament. It's actually meant to be a place for all the ministers of the 16 states to come together in order to discuss laws and general matters of the Federation and the EU. The type of regime, das Regierungssystem of Germany, is called Parliamentary Democracy, die parlamentarische Demokratie. People also refer to Germany as being a repräsentative Demokratie, a representative democracy, because in elections you vote for people that are supposed to bring your own interests into a parliament and basically be your voice by representing them for you. Before talking more about the overall German government, let's mention two very important topics. I think it's very important to point out that in Germany there's a division or a separation of the three main political powers. The first one is die Legislative, the legislative power, the process of making laws, basically. The second one is die Exekutive, the executive authority, which is the police to practical realizing those laws. And the third one is die Judikative, the judiciary, meaning the justice system including judges, der Richter singular, die Richter plural, and different courts, das Gericht Singular, die Gerichte Plural. The second very important foundation of our society is das Grundgesetz, which is our constitution. It declares basic human values, such as a general dignity for all humans that can't be touched or harmed, no matter which religion, race or whatever you have or are. Those basic laws count for everyone in Germany all the time. And yes, although it's called Gesetz, it is still our constitution, and nope, it's not a debatable subject at all. This is the first and prior thing that also stands above any other ideological or religious beliefs, general rules, opinions, viewpoints or whatever in Germany. The German national government is called die Bundesregierung. Next to different ministers, der Minister Singular, die Minister Plural, and the Chancellor, der Bundeskanzler, the Parliament, das Parlament, or as it's called in Germany, der Bundestag, consists of round about 630 elected parliament members. People also refer to a member of the German Bundestag as MdB, which is a short form for Mitglied des Deutschen Bundestages. The overall number of elected parliament members can change from election to election. Now, there are a few general rules regarding political elections in Germany, and those rules are: political elections in Germany are universally possible, so to speak, which means it doesn't matter how rich you are or which social status you have or things like to be allowed to vote. Some people might be excluded from the right to vote though, because they committed certain crimes and they were punished and penalized for them. Political German elections are directly. This is quite different to the US election system, because in Germany you are supposed to vote directly for both a candidate and a party without any second person coming in and taking over, so to speak. You, yes, you are supposed to go to a local polling booth yourself and to also vote directly. You cannot ask a family member or anybody else to vote in your place. No, that's not possible. Political German elections are secretive elections. Nobody can force you to tell whom or which party you've voted for. All in all, it's supposed to be a solely private matter. And all political German elections are treated equally regarding votes. Each person that's allowed to vote has the same amount of votes, and all votes do count the same, no matter which person voted. This also counts for parties, because all parties have the same chances to be voted for, as long as they are not forbidden parties, of course. Certain handicapped people are granted special regulations for being able to vote through the help of a second person. Because, some people might not be able to read, or some people might not be able to be there physically in a Wahlkabine, die Wahlkabine, a polling booth. So there are some possible help options for those people. There's also the general possibility to vote by letter, the so-called Briefwahl, die Briefwahl. This is especially interesting to both rather, lazy people that don't want to go to a public polling booth, or that might be in another country while still wanting to vote. Regarding both national elections and subnational elections for each of the 16 states' parliaments, all parties that were able to get at least 5% of all delivered votes in a Wahl, die Wahl, the election, are allowed to be part of and to work as members of the respective parliaments. The election for the national German parliament, the Bundestag, is called die Bundestagswahl. The election for a parliament in one of the 16 states is called die Landtagswahl, for der Landtag being the title of each one of those parliaments. Often Germans refer to this rule as the 5%-Hürde, the 5% barrier. The official term is die Sperrklausel, the bearing clause. There is none in communal elections, by the way. Its main purpose is to prevent any kind of extreme fragmentation and extremely splintered parliaments with many, like maybe hundreds of big and little parties in it. In both national elections and elections in the 16 states, the party, die Partei singular, die Parteien plural, that got the most votes is likely to nominate parliament members as both ministers for a certain department, das Ministerium singular, die Ministerien plural, and also to nominate a candidate for the next chancellor, respectively a state's prime minister, the Ministerpräsident. The election for a parliament in one of the 16 states is called die Landtagswahl, for der Landtag being the title of each one of those parliaments. Both the chancellor and the prime ministers are elected and voted for solely by members of the respective parliaments, by the way. It's common that the 1, 2 or maybe 3 strongest parties suggest possible new chancellor or prime minister candidates. Members of other parties that made it into the parliament and that are not part of the government are the so-called Opposition, die Opposition, the opposition. And, by the way, as a difference to the US system, for instance, we don't have a time limit for chancellors to be, well, chancellors of Germany, basically. So as long as the same chancellor candidate gets voted for and wins the elections every 4 years anew, which is the standard length of a chancellorship and a legislative period, die Legislaturperiode, that person keeps being the old and the new chancellor. Take Helmut Kohl as an example of this. He was Germany's 6th chancellor from 1982 until 1998, so for 16 years that is. That is a long freaking time. In national German political elections, German citizens, meaning people that got the German citizenship and that are at least 18 years old, which means they are considered adults in Germany, and that are having their main residence for at least 3 months in Germany, are allowed to vote for both one representative in particular and for one single party in general. So they are basically expected to give 2 votes at the same time. One for the party itself and one for a single candidate who wants to be a representative in the respective parliament. German ballot papers are called Wahlzettel, der Wahlzettel singular, die Wahlzettel plural. Regarding German Landtagswahlen, it's also possible to vote at 16 in some of the 16 states. In most of the 16 states, the age limit is still 18 though. And again, there's way more to this whole process. For instance, there is an active right to vote and a passive one. Well, but this should do as a short insight into this topic for now. However, once the new parliament and government is finally constituted and determined, the representatives can elect the new chancellor, respectively the new prime minister, discuss political topics, come up with and maybe also pass laws. Now you might think that the Kanzler, a short form of Bundeskanzler, or the Bundespräsident, Germany's federal president, might be the actual leader of the parliament. But nope. In fact, it's the Bundestagspräsident, the president of the German parliament, which should not be confused with the Bundespräsident or the Bundeskanzler at all. This person's main task is to lead debates in the parliament, for instance to announce, begin, to lead and to end certain votings or hold debates in the parliament, and to take care of its functionality in the first place. You might also think that the German Chancellor has the highest protocolaриc governmental priority in Germany. Well, that is wrong. The Chancellor has the highest practical government powers in comparison, but at the same time the Chancellor is not the highest political person when it comes to protocolic hierarchies in Germany. This is the political and protocolic hierarchy, die Hierarchie, for the 3 most important political authorities we have in Germany. First comes der Bundespräsident. The second highest protocolic politician is der Bundestagspräsident. And the third highest German protocolic politician is der Bundeskanzler. So, although the Chancellor is by far the most common and, well, the most well-known authority when it comes to German governance, both nationally and internationally, it's only the third highest level of political authority we have in Germany. Yes, it's true. Different authorities require different amounts of responsibility and tasks to deal with. The Bundespräsident, for instance, is a rather representative person that doesn't have too much to do with the government's and the parliament's actual work and everyday politics, which can include coming up with new laws, etc. But for instance, it's up to him to sign or not to sign new laws given to him by the parliament. So, without him agreeing to such a draft, the new law cannot really take effect. The Bundespräsident is also expected and allowed to officially appoint and to dismiss ministers and some other political figures. Being different to Chancellor or Prime Minister elections, the Bundespräsident is only allowed to be the Bundespräsident for a maximum time period of 10 years. This also means that he can be re-elected just once, because his standard mandate lasts for 5 years. As it's the case with many other countries all over the world, the national German government and the states' governments are also subdivided into a few single departments. Die Ministerien, plural, das Ministerium, singular, that each deal with different political topics. Each department is led by a minister, der Minister for a man and die Ministerin for a woman. And although I could go on here and talk way more about this whole system, I'd like to switch over to the 16 single states within Germany in particular now. So like I said before, Germany is consisting of 16 single states. Das Bundesland singular, die Bundesländer plural, since 1990. That started when the former GDR, the German Democratic Republic, also known as DDR in the German language, Deutsche Demokratische Republik, ended and became a part of the old Federal Republic of Germany. So my country isn't that old regarding its today's constitution yet, so to speak. Similar to the Chancellor of Germany, each one of the 16 states has its own elected Ministerpräsident, the Prime Minister, and its own parliament, which is called der Landtag. Also, each state has its own capital city. 3 of the 16 states are special kinds of states, so-called Stadtstaaten, der Stadtstaat singular, die Stadtstaaten plural, city-states basically. I'm talking about Berlin, Bremen and Hamburg here. Each of the 16 states has its own elections, its own departments and even partially its own laws in a few specific sections. But at the same time they are still federal states that are subordinated to the superordinate federation, the superordinate German governance. Each state is doing elections every 5 years, whereas national German elections take place every 4 years. Well, unless there isn't a serious reason to vote for a new parliament or in case the Chancellor is, well, basically quitting, so to speak. You might wonder why there are 16 single states within Germany in the first place. This subdivided federal system was basically installed after the end of World War II, when the new Germany was planned and constituted. It's basically a learned lesson from the way Adolf Hitler and the NSDAP regime could get control over Germany as a whole. So in order to prevent a similar future scenario of like a dictator or a dictatorship gaining control all over Germany again, the newly founded Bundesrepublik was subdivided into 16 single states right away, And by the way, it was already extremely fragmented some decades before the First World War, from 1914 to 1918. This also led to the fact that still to this day there are 4 primary political institutions that every single state can decide on and deal with in a comparatively sovereign way. Those 4 political fields are the police, the education system, the churches, and the media. Back then, people thought of those 4 fields as possible ways to get control all over Germany at once again, so they decided to fragmentate those institutions. I think it was a wise idea back then, but over time it also led to some problems here and there, and most importantly to a way larger amount of bureaucracy, die Bürokratie. Some of the 16 states do have more policemen than others. Some degrees in some states might not have been completely comparable to degrees in other German states. Well, although this became better now by introducing so-called zentrale Abschlussprüfungen, like centralized final examinations. Each of the 16 states has its own radio or TV stations that are regulated by public law. They are öffentlich-rechtlich. You can listen to or watch those stations pretty much all over Germany though. Also, the whole schooling system can be quite different from one state to another. Just a quick example. In some states, elementary school includes the school years 1 to 4, while in others it's 1 to 6, and then pupils move on to different school forms. The elementary school is die Grundschule, singular, die Grundschulen, plural. A general law in Germany though is the so-called Schulpflicht, die Schulpflicht. No matter in which of the 16 states you're living, your children have to go to school. There's no way around that. You are not allowed to teach them at home, for instance, doing the so-called homeschooling. That is not allowed in Germany. And, well, basically there's no particular problem to cross inner borders in Germany between single states. For instance, when I'm visiting my good friend Vuko, aka Get Germanized, I have to travel For instance, when I'm visiting my good friend Vuko, aka Get Germanized, I have to travel from Nordrhein-Westfalen, which is the state I'm living in, to Niedersachsen, which is right above NRW, which is the short form, the abbreviation of Nordrhein-Westfalen. Nordrhein-Westfalen is North Rhine-Westphalia and Niedersachsen is Lower Saxony. Each of the 16 German Bundesländer is also subdivided into a few other political units, the so-called Regierungsbezirke, der Regierungsbezirk singular, die Regierungsbezirke plural, basically administrative districts. Those units are again subdivided into Landkreise, which again are subdivided into single communities, die Gemeinde singular, die Gemeinden plural, with own majors, der Bürgermeister singular, die Bürgermeister plural, and own little parliamentary structures and elections on that level. So it's pretty much a consequently subdividing political governance spiral, well, something like that, yeah. I guess it's fair to say that Mein Teil holds a very special place in the musical catalogue of Rammstein. It's arguably one of the heaviest and darkest tracks by the band to date, and that not only has to do with the epic instrumental side of things. This video right here sort of works as a preparation and background for my lyric analysis video to this song. I figured there are quite a lot of details and things that could be said about the highly likely lyrical background of Mein Teil, and besides, this true German crime story I'm gonna talk about is quite unique also in the way people involved and interact with each other. And because that is, here's a disclaimer. I won't show any graphic images of the crime in this video, but I will quite detailed describe what happened chronologically. My main sources for that are a 2-hour-long German interview with Armin Meiwes, which was filmed when he was already arrested, along with documentaries about this case. What I'm gonna mention here and there is not for the faint of heart, so please, if you don't want to hear about gruesome things in general and crimes, I would highly suggest stopping the video. I'm also slightly gonna tell the true story about this incident as a story of sorts, mainly so that the intensity of what happened here has a chance to carry through my explanation, especially for people that haven't heard about this case before at all. Hope you don't mind. And with that in mind, let's dive really deep into the dark corners of the human psyche with this one. Let's talk about a rather unique crime committed by German computer engineer Armin Meiwes in the wake of the 21st century. Even if you don't know anything specific about the lyrical side of Rammstein's Mein Teil yet, seeing it being performed live already hints at its dark nature. As far as I know, there isn't a direct validation regarding the seemingly obvious background to this tune, but the lyrics are quite obvious and, in my opinion, definitely draw much from this case. The crime it seems to be based on took place in 2001, and when Armin Meiwes was arrested in 2002 and his actions became public, they shocked both Germany and the whole world. But who is this guy? And what did he do? Armin Meiwes was born in the German town of Essen in 1961, but from the age of 3 onwards, he was raised and lived in a little 25-people village called Wüstefeld. When he was around 8 years old, his father suddenly left the family. Being a kid at the time, he couldn't really understand why. Many years later, though, he realized that he had left his mother for another younger woman. When both his brothers had also left the family and moved away, he sort of became the only male person in the family. His mother had several different relationships throughout the years, but they all broke up at some point, which, according to well-known German legal correspondent Gisela Friedrichsen, made her a rather bitter woman who even started to sort of hate men in her later life. Left without his brothers and his father, little Armin Meiwes began to imagine a fictitious best friend, a younger brother who he would be able to share his dreams and problems with. Since his big brother sort of was a role model for him, this role could not be fulfilled any longer. Later, he realized that this imaginative younger brother and friend would not be sufficient to his personal wishes and needs, but along with other stories and factors, according to Meiwes, it was primarily a movie about the famous book Robinson Crusoe, which laid the inception and foundation for what was about to happen many years later. At this point in his life, he was left alone living with his mom, basically as an only child. The 2 remaining members of the Meiwes family resided in a huge 36-room big old German farmhouse. The little village of Wüstefeld is a rather remote district of Rothenburg in the state of Hessen. They used this big house for themselves, but also offered travelers to rent several rooms there. When Meiwes was in his early teens, he became aware of his bisexuality. However, erotic ideas weren't the only strong desires that slowly began to build up within himself. At around 16 or 17, he first imagined how he could make a schoolmate he liked sort of an eternal friend, someone who would not leave him as well. Even though he liked a few schoolmates and would have wanted them to become his friend or a younger brother substitute, he never actively sought or forced a direct relationship with them. He basically kept his fantasies to himself. Although his primary intent was to have a younger brother, he also had erotic experiences with girls at the time. In 1981, at almost 20 years old, he joined the German armed forces, the Bundeswehr. His plan was to become a professional soldier, which resulted in staying in the army for 12 years in total. During this period, he especially had a few relationships with women, and at some point even was engaged with one. However, things didn't work out for the couple. She wanted him to move to her place, while Armin didn't want to give up the house at all. She neither wanted to visit him there, so he always had to visit her. In the end, things broke up. After having left the military in the early 90s, he then moved on to work as a computer engineer for a company. He would often drive to clients who needed to have networks set up or who had several related problems to that with their computers, basically. Especially from the second half of the 1990s onwards, he also needed to take care of most of the household work on his own, since in 1996 his mother got hurt badly in a car accident, from which she never really had fully recovered. Maivas' previous life abruptly ended in the year 1999. His mother had died at the age of 77. According to Maivas, his mother died around noon, which was exactly when he also felt a strange feeling while being at work. But with his mother and his former social surroundings gone, there wasn't really anything, or for that matter, anyone, left to unwittingly distract him from those dark thoughts. At this point in his life, he was left all alone, with a massive house and his fantasies. He was suddenly confronted with death, which also made him think more about it and made him Google things. In addition to all this, the vastly growing relevance and possibilities of the internet in the late 90s and early 2000s certainly also added up to this, and he basically drowned in a pretty dark space online, you could say. Back in the day, many pages that would definitely be hidden in the so-called darknet today weren't as hidden in the early years of public internet, let alone Google. According to Maivas, he first entered that specific forum we're gonna talk about here sometime in the year 2000. And at first he thought what he read there was pure fiction. But the more he read, the more he could tell that the postings and ads were real. In that forum, various different people explained and expressed their wishes and either what they would like to do to others or what they would like to get done to them. At first, he logged in under his real address and simply read the ads without replying to them. Soon later, though, he created his nickname Frankie. That's when he first contacted and chatted with like-minded people in that forum. Over time, he got lost in that world more and more, and at some point, he actually started to meet other users in person. This often took place at his place, where they would simply talk and exchange their fantasies. Still feeling lonely and looking for a positive change, a stable relationship and a good friend who would never leave his side, he got in touch with a man called Bernd Brandes. Brandes had placed an ad online to which Maivas had replied. He was working in a similar technological environment as Maivas, and many of his thoughts fitted with what Maivas had in mind as well. Brandes basically was the missing piece of the puzzle, the key to the keyhole, the person Maivas had always waited for his entire life. After having chatted with Maivas many times back and forth, they both agreed to meet in person. On March 9, 2001, Brandes took a train from Berlin to Kassel, a rather big town in Hessen, where Maivas picked him up in the morning. Something that makes this whole first date even more delicate is the fact that Brandes only booked a one-way ticket. He also paid for the ticket in cash, so that there would be no digital traces of his action. He had also taken a few days off from work so that his workmates wouldn't miss him and wonder about his whereabouts. Before departing, he had also deleted all private data and details on his PC that could have led to his fantasies and desires. According to Maivas, just after a few minutes in the car, Brandes couldn't wait to actively satisfy him orally while he was driving home from the station. Maivas refused his actions though because he wanted to solely focus on driving. Once they had arrived at Maivas' house around an hour later, Brandes immediately went into the living room and undressed. To Maivas though, it was a rather awkward situation to be in. It was still early in the day and early spring, so the trees around the house hadn't carried new leaves yet. People could have seen the scenery from the street next to the house easily. Even though it turned out that Brandes had lied about his age a little bit, he looked exactly like what Maivas had in mind, and he also seemed like a likable and friendly guy. They proceeded to drink some coffee and to further talk about their plans. Prior to Brandes' arrival, Maivas had already prepared a room in his huge house, according to what they both had talked about before, and in such a way that no one could either see or hear what was about to happen there. Maivas then showed him the room and they eventually had sex afterwards. At this point, Brandes started thinking that Maivas might not be as strong or willing to really hurt him the way he had always imagined. Brandes wanted to be bitten strongly, which led to Maivas sending him pictures of his teeth beforehand. However, even though Maivas had bitten him according to his wishes and needs, Brandes wasn't satisfied by it. This first disappointment led to him questioning if Maivas would at all be the right person to fulfill his biggest wish, to allow him to experience his ultimate happiness and sexual satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, especially the ones that didn't know anything about this crime before, this is where things get really dark and twisted. Brandes wanted his flesh to be ripped off his bones, alive, and then be eaten while being alive and totally conscious. He basically wanted to witness his own destruction, his disappearance. And the online forum I was talking about and in which they both had met was a so-called cannibal cafe. Quite dissatisfied and doubting that Meiwes would be the correct person for this task, they argued about a potential solution. One of them, Meiwes later couldn't remember who it was, came up with the idea that if Brandes would be sleeping, Meiwes could do it with a knife instead of biting. Brandes agreed and drank alcoholic cough syrup which Meiwes had stored in his house. They waited for Brandes to get tired and sleepy for about 1 hour, without success. And by this point, Brandes had lost all faith in a successful outcome of the situation. He even asked Meiwes to drive him back to the station, and Meiwes agreed to do so. They agreed that if Brandes would still get tired while driving there, Meiwes would immediately return to his house and further pursue the plan. When they arrived at the train station in Kassel, they bought a ticket to Berlin. A few minutes later, after Brandes came back from the toilet, he told Meiwes that if he really did come back to Berlin, he would be in a deep personal struggle to properly explain where he had been. He also said that if he drank more cough syrup and he would take more sleeping pills, there would be a much higher chance that he would fall asleep successfully. Meiwes then went to a close-by pharmacy and got both things. Since, for obvious reasons, the pharmacist warned Meiwes not to take both things at the same time, he spontaneously made up a story about his girlfriend who suffered a cold and he really needed some sleep since he was working hard. Back in the car, Brandes immediately drank the syrup and took multiple sleeping pills at once. Then they drove back to Meiwes' place. It was around 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Meiwes later described Brandes as being quite euphoric and hopeful at this point, not delusional at all. It was shortly after 6 p.m. they had returned at Meiwes' place when Brandes really couldn't take it any longer. He was infuriated that he wouldn't get drowsy and sleepy yet. It was also at this point that he continuously urged Meiwes to simply start what they had agreed on. They had also agreed on setting up a camera to film the whole event so that Brandes could see how things would be happening while things would be happening, and that Meiwes would be able to rewatch everything later as well. And after having started the recording, Meiwes then proceeded and tried to cut off Brandes' penis while Brandes was standing next to a table. It didn't work though, even though he used a brand new sharp knife. Meiwes later stated that unlike Brandes, he didn't enjoy doing this at all. He didn't want to harm Brandes and to hurt him like that in the first place, but Brandes kept begging and heavily urging him to continue, which, according to Meiwes, eventually made him do it. Meiwes then brought a second knife and tried it again, which to him still seemed very awkward and even disgusting. This time, though, he was successful. Even though this whole procedure hurt Brandes for a few seconds, the pain vanished quite fast. Too fast for Brandes' liking. He had expected and wished for much bigger pain, a pain that would last way longer and be way more intense. Meiwes then continued to bandage his wound. By this stage of the whole plan, Brandes literally directed and actively led Meiwes how to do things. Meiwes cut the penis into 2 halves. Brandes instantly tried to eat one of the raw halves, which didn't work because of the texture. This, again, saddened Brandes and once more turned out to be a big disappointment to him, since he had pictured the whole situation way different. Meiwes then suggested frying it in a pan, to which Brandes agreed. Since it was fresh, the hot frying turned it into inedible flesh though. Feeling even more miserable now, Brandes then went to bed and again tried to fall asleep. Meiwes went downstairs, but regularly looked after him every 15 to 30 minutes to see if he had fallen asleep now. After a while, Brandes asked him to prepare a bath since he was cold. Once it was prepared, Meiwes carried Brandes to the bathroom. Brandes took off the bandage, entered the filled bathtub and, according to Meiwes' wording, happily enjoyed watching the blood spilling out of his open wound. It was just at this point that Brandes revealed his true first name to Meiwes, who had always addressed him by his online nickname Kator before. Then Meiwes left the bathroom. About 2.5 hours later, he heard Brandes yelling his name. When Meiwes entered the bathroom, Brandes had already tried to exit the bathtub on his own, but failed to do so because of his weakened state, and due to his immense blood loss, he fell unconscious next to the bathtub. While Meiwes carried him to the bed, Brandes on and off retrieved and lost conscience. At one point, he was even joking about the situation, saying that if he would survive until the next morning, they both could eat his balls for breakfast. Even though he was in a very fragile, weak state, he forcefully made clear that under no circumstances Meiwes was allowed to call an ambulance or any other kind of help. Getting picked up by an ambulance like this and being transported into a psychiatric clinic, for instance, was one of his biggest fears. Meiwes again went downstairs and then continued to look after him every 30 minutes. Around 2:30 a.m. in the night, Meiwes heard a hollow noise coming from the bedroom. He went upstairs to look after Brandes, who had fallen out of bed unconsciously. After having gained conscience again, he expressed the desire to pee. Due to his weak state, Meiwes told him to just do it in the bed because, frankly, at this point, with all the bloody sheets, it wouldn't matter anyway anymore. However, Brandes still insisted on using the bathroom, but after having gotten out of bed and standing straight for a brief moment, he collapsed and fell down one last time. This was the situation they had worked towards all the time. Meiwes picked him up, fixated him on the slaughter table and set up the camera. At this point, Meiwes was certain that Brandes had died. This was important to him since, according to his words, he would not have been able to do what he was about to do if Brandes had still been alive. He picked up the knife and put it back down. He picked it up again, just to put it back down once more. He continued to do so multiple times, since he was really unsure what to do. He asked himself if he should rather pray to God or the devil. He eventually decided to ask God for forgiveness, picked up the knife, and began to slaughter him. While doing so, Meiwes also felt dissatisfied with the situation, since things didn't turn out to be what he had imagined all along either. No signs of romance, just a big mess and a horrible situation. He later stated that while slaughtering Brandes, he went through a really strange mix of contrary feelings, ranging from happiness to anger to hatred to sadness, all at once. It was both a hatred against Brandes for having made him all do this, and also hatred against himself for having agreed to do what he did for him. At the same time, he was also happy for Brandes, because Meiwes could fulfill his ultimate wish to disappear completely. Meiwes slaughtered him according to a slaughter manual he had studied before, so every step was planned and well structured. During this whole procedure, he also kept talking to Brandes. He was surprised by how much fat his body contained, since Brandes was a rather athletic yet thin person. At some point, he put Brandes' severed head on the table and turned it towards the camera, so that he basically could, quote-unquote, witness everything as well, a wish Brandes had also made clear previously. To Meiwes, Brandes wasn't gone. Quite the opposite. His spirit was still there, even though in a different way. Once everything was cleaned up, he went to bed as a nervous wreck. He decided to keep around 30 kilograms of his flesh in a freezer and ate about 20 kilograms of it over the course of many weeks. Initially, he wanted to bury Brandes' head and limbs on the local cemetery, but he then decided to do so in his garden. He held a small funeral ceremony. He always made sure to prepare opulent meals with his flesh and decorated the table with candles and a fine set. According to him, the first bite was a strange feeling. Meiwes had always longed for this moment for about 30 years at this point. He now felt a strong sense of relief, since now he was able to establish the steady connection which he had always longed for since he was a teen. He later explained that the flesh tasted good, quite similar to pork, only a bit more intense. He was also certain that if other people had tasted it, no one would have noticed a difference. He always made sure that he was the only one eating from it though, and linguistically speaking, in a way, what English people refer to as flesh had now turned to meat, when you think about it. Previously and later, Meiwes had also met with different men from various backgrounds, ranging from employees, a student, a dentist, and even a successful manager. One day though, Brandes was already dead at this point, Meiwes had placed a new slaughter ad where he would explain what kind of person he was looking for. He received a reply from a medicine student in which he asked what kind of ideas Meiwes would have in mind for the whole procedure. Meiwes then explained to him how he would approach the slaughter, without mentioning his past experience with Brandes at all. To this, the student then replied by accusing Meiwes of being a murderer and by condemning his ideas. Meiwes again replied that he would be certain that it's highly unlikely anyone would agree to his offer anyway, so it would all just be fantasies, nothing more. Even though Meiwes had clarified his own view, the student still proceeded by reporting him. As a result of this, the police had found out Meiwes' address, and half a year later they knocked on his door and accused him of a depiction of graphic violence on the internet. The police searched the whole house, but couldn't find anything. They found the rest of Brandes' flesh, which was still stored in the freezer, but they couldn't see a difference to usual meat. However, still suspecting him of having done something wrong, they took Meiwes to a nearby police station where they interrogated him. He didn't say anything, especially since, according to him, many questions seemed to have been obvious leading questions. About 3 hours later, the police brought Meiwes back home and sealed the freezer among other potential evidences. On his own again, Meiwes then called his brother, but it was his sister-in-law who had answered the call. He told her that he would be in trouble with the police. Jokingly, she asked what was wrong, if he had a corpse in the basement or what, to which Meiwes then replied, no, but in the freezer. After that, he also called his company and said that he needed some days off, and that in the worst case scenario he might not be able to come back at all, which his boss obviously couldn't quite understand. He also called his lawyer and went to his office, where he told him everything. His lawyer proceeded by calling the police, which then arrested Meiwes at the lawyer's office. All this took place in 2002, around 1 year after the aforementioned events. According to Meiwes, the state attorney had wrongfully labeled details about his crime as mainly being a sexually motivated act, which attracted such a huge public interest that neither Meiwes nor the state attorney had expected. Meiwes, of course, knew this would make the news, but he didn't think it would meet such a massive international interest. In 2004, Meiwes was sentenced to 8.5 years in prison for having committed a Totschlag, a homicide, which isn't to be confused with Mord, murder, legally in Germany. In very short, judicially speaking, for murder, you also have to have typical murder attributes or characteristics that apply to the situation and that obviously define a killing as a murder. This first sentence got revoked in 2006, 5 years after having killed Bernd Brandes. That year, Meiwes received a life sentence for murder and disturbing the peace of the dead, Störung der Totenruhe in German, which, in the court's eye, occurred by eating Brandes' flesh after his death. Meiwes was heavily disappointed by this judgment, since he was certain that a different paragraph in the German law would rather apply to this situation. Tötung auf Verlangen, killing on demand, meaning on an amicable basis. Both parties want that. In fact, Bernd Brandes wanted to be killed, to be eaten alive, to be erased like this. His wishes have been documented in chat protocols and on video. In the eyes of Meiwes, an amicable killing can't be a murder. As a result, both the state attorney and Meiwes appealed on points of law. The Bundesgerichtshof, the highest German court and last instance in civil law and criminal cases, ruled that the attorney was right, and Meiwes was wrong. In this aforementioned interview with Meiwes while he was already imprisoned, he states that he would continue to fight against that decision for the rest of his life, since to him Bernd Brandes' own wish is the most fundamental thing in all of this. And pretty much paraphrasing what he mentioned in that interview, a high court judge can't just say Brandes was not allowed to choose his own fate. He mentions that he wants to fight for Bernd Brandes' rights, not for his own. In his eyes, Brandes also did everything in advance to make sure that Meiwes would not get in any trouble because of his wish. Yet he is in trouble now. He also stresses that he both needs and wants to be treated in therapy. By the time this interview was filmed, he didn't get a chance to receive therapy though. That German interview ends with questions about his thoughts, regrets, and remorse. He states that today he knows what he did was wrong, and that all the fantasies one might have can never become reality in the first place. Dreams will remain dreams. And even though, right after having killed Bernd Brandes, he thought he could still chase that dream and make it reality, he now knows that it's not possible. He refers to both his and Brandes' fantasies with the term Probleme, problems, and that people with similar problems really need to actively talk to a doctor, a therapist, or a professional objective person. He says that having been able to talk to the prison psychiatrist has also opened his eyes and helped him immensely. In his words, talking about these things prevents people from actually doing them. He is certain that if a talk like this would have happened with both Bernd Brandes and him prior to the crime, none of this would have happened. According to the police statistics he loosely quotes, there are a few thousand people with cannibalistic tendencies in Germany, and many more internationally. And even if just one of them would have a talk like this, it would already be a huge success. Lastly, without hesitating, Meiwes states that he would never do anything like this again, because now he actively tries to prevent others from doing that. He once more mentions that no matter what you come up with in your imagination, the reality is always different anyway. He still feels good about the thought that Brandes is sort of a part of him now, and that he keeps thinking about him. In 2017, Meiwes had a chance to be potentially freed from prison if his overall social condition and behavior would have been rated in favor of this decision. In 2018, an authorized expert stated that since he would not show any signs of guiltiness, he could not be freed from prison and should therefore remain there. As a consequence, the state attorney asked the court to rule that he cannot be freed, and the court ruled exactly like that. And since this decision can't be fought, Meiwes still has to remain behind bars. Apart from this decision though, he is allowed to leave the prison day-wise with 2 cops by his side at all times. And according to a recent 2020 article I found, he is in a new relationship with a woman now. This whole German crime case marked a completely new and unique situation in German law. When does Tötung auf Verlangen begin? When does it end? Can consensual killing actually be considered a murder? And if so, under what circumstances? Where do you draw the lines, and with which reasons? What does the well-documented fact that Bernd Brandes wanted all this mean in court? When this made the news big time, I was about 10 or 11 years old, and even now, so many years later, I'm still very fascinated by the rather dark corners of the human psyche. This is not to be confused with any kind of approval, let alone admiration for what Meiwes has done. I'm simply curious why sometimes some things happen the way they do. Nowadays, Armin Meiwes' house has become a popular lost place, and you can find many vlogs of German vloggers that show the house in its most recent, quite bad and quite dilapidated state and condition. Much of the furniture, the bathtub, the now of course empty freezer, and the police investigation label on it can still be found there to this day. Next to the loosely related B-horror movie Rotenburg, I think it's fair to say that Rammstein's 2004 single Mein Teil is the most well-known artistic expression of this crime. I'd say that becomes most obvious in the pre-chorus line, which goes, "Denn du bist, was du isst, because you are what you eat." Today I want to teach you 5 facts about the German national anthem, Germany's Nationalhymne. And I'm pretty sure you won't know everything by now. You will learn something new. I'll also mention and use a couple of German words along the way, so you can learn some German vocabulary too. Isn't that awesome? I think it's pretty cool. Fact number 1. Germany's national anthem wasn't composed by a German, and neither in Germany. Strange but true. Joseph Haydn, who's pretty well known for composing many classical and orchestral works, was an Austrian, ein Österreicher. He composed the music that later became Germany's national anthem in Vienna. In German, Wien. Austria is Österreich in German. Yeah, it contains a cool umlaut, the Ö. Fact number 2. It wasn't really supposed to be Germany's national anthem, at least not at first. The song itself, meaning the melody, is called Gott erhalte Franz den Kaiser, which was composed for Emperor Franz II, who instructed Joseph Haydn to compose several emperors' hymns, die Kaiserhymnen. And by the way, Franz constituted and founded the Empire Austria, das Kaisertum Österreich, in 1804, and he then changed his official title from Franz II to Franz I, because he was basically the first emperor in this newly founded empire. Fact number 3. The music of Germany's national anthem is way older than the text, the lyrics, so to speak. Joseph Haydn composed the piece Gott erhalte Franz den Kaiser from 1796 to 1797. However, he didn't write the text, he didn't write the lyrics. That indeed was someone else. The lyrics that belong to Germany's national anthem are part of a poem written by the German poet, prepare for the name, August Heinrich Hoffmann von Fallersleben. August Heinrich Hoffmann von Fallersleben. He wrote the text called Deutschlandlied, or Lied der Deutschen, on the island Helgoland. On a side note, a pretty interesting side note, factception so to speak, back then Heligoland belonged to Britain, it didn't belong to Germany, so the text of Germany's national anthem wasn't even written in Germany. On German ground, that is, on German territory. Not that it really makes a difference, but yeah, just saying. However, von Fallersleben wrote the text in 1841. Fact number 4. Both the music and the text didn't become Germany's national anthem right away, right after they were composed and written, so to speak. That process actually took several more years. It actually became the official anthem for the first time in 1922. Back then, Friedrich Ebert was the Reichspräsident, the Reichspresident of the Weimar Republic, die Weimarer Republik, and he chose the combination of the music and the text to become the anthem. During the Third Reich, however, which lasted from 1933 to 1945 under the reign of Adolf Hitler, only the first of 3 verses was sung. And with verse, I mean the whole stanza. That verse was directly followed by the so-called Horst Wessel-Lied, which in combination was the national anthem of the Third Reich back then. And factception once again, for about 7 years there was no official anthem of Germany whatsoever. This was the case from 1945, after the end of World War II and the Third Reich, until 1952, when the first German president, which is not to be confused with the Chancellor, agreed with the Chancellor and the Parliament on having the third verse as the official anthem of the Federal Republic of Germany, which itself, as a country, is not to be confused with the back then existing Second Germany, the German Democratic Republic, the GDR, which was called Deutsche Demokratische Republik, DDR, in German. Yeah, a lot of information I know, but what has to be said has to be said. However, the GDR had its own different anthem, which wasn't related to this one. And after both Germanys, so to speak, reunited to the Federal Republic of Germany in 1990, which, by the way, is the Germany that exists today, the German president and the chancellor decided that the Deutschlandlied once again should become the German national anthem. Interestingly enough, it's not official that only the third verse is the actual anthem. It's basically considered common law to only sing the third verse at public and official events where Germany represents itself, so to speak. And that leads to the last fact of the video, fact number 5. Germany's national anthem isn't determined in the German constitution or in a single specific law. No, that's actually not the case. I didn't know that before, to be honest. But as I said before, only singing the third verse is the common way to sing Germany's national anthem. For instance, at, well, official public events, international sports events that take place and where Germany is actually represented by athletes and all that. Yeah, that's pretty much the case nowadays. Rhyme. To be honest, I can't think of one single German that hasn't heard of Haribo or Gummibären at least once in their lives. I mean, it's so popular here in Germany and I think in other countries too. So I want to talk about Gummibären by Haribo in this episode of Things Made in Germany. Alright, so for the one person in the world that might not be aware of Gummibären and what I'm actually talking about, here's a little summary. It's der Gummibär Singular, die Gummibären Plural, and it's a food jelly product, meaning candy or confectionery. Die Süßigkeit Singular, die Süßigkeiten Plural, and das Konfekt Singular, die Konfekte Plural. Das Gummi Singular, die Gummis Plural. Der Bär Singular, die Beeren Plural. Fruchtgummi is a mixture of der Zucker, the sugar, der Glukosesirup, glucose syrup, and das Verdickungsmittel, a thickener. Since bears look really attractive when they are colorful, so to speak, well, they also contain die Lebensmittelfarbe, food coloring, so that it appeals to people and even more so to little children. I mean, as if little bears weren't cute enough already. Haribo Goldbeeren is the official name, although most Germans I know call them Gummibären, so that's kinda interesting, I think. So the company I'm talking about is called Haribo and it was founded by Hans Riegel in 1920. Long time ago. What's also worth mentioning is that it was founded in Bonn in Germany. Just look at the company's name, Haribo. Why is it called Haribo? Well, Hans Riegel Bonn. Haribo. And just 2 years after this company was founded, the first Gummibären were produced, in 1922 that is. And some people might also call them Gummibärchen. But what is Bärchen? It's basically a minimized form of der Bär. Oh, cute. Haribo Gummibären are made in different colors, and each color is linked to a different flavor. Gelbe Gummibären, yellow gummy bears, are supposed to taste like die Zitrone, the lemon. Orange Gummibären, orange gummy bears, are supposed to taste like die Orange or die Apfelsine, an orange. Rote Gummibären, red gummy bears, are supposed to taste like die Himbeere, the raspberry, and also die Erdbeere, the strawberry. And weiße Gummibären, white gummy bears, are supposed to taste like die Ananas, the pineapple. Pineapple, apple pen. Grüne Gummibären, however, green gummy bears, used to taste like die Erdbeere, the strawberry, but nowadays the green bears have an apple flavor, der Apfelgeschmack, for apple meaning der Apfel and flavor meaning der Geschmack. Going back to the year 2014, Haribo ran a poll because they asked their consumers, well, which color would you like to see for future gummy bears, for future series of gummy bear products? And Guess what? Obviously, blue won. But there was still this problem with the pigments, because, you know, blue color from a natural blue fruit couldn't be extracted. At least not properly. But they found a way to do it in the end, and guess how they did it? Right. Die Alge, Singular, die Algen, Plural. Well, to me that seems a bit fishy. See what I did there? But don't worry, it's just the pigments, the color for the gummy bears. It's not the flavor that they extracted with that. Blue gummy bears that taste like blueberries. Die Heidelbeere or die Blaubeere. Haribo obviously has many different products as well, many different other kinds of candy. For instance, what I really like a lot, this little Coke bottles made of fruit jelly. So what I want to say with this is that Haribo has become a really successful international company. For instance, in 2014, Haribo employed over 7,000 people, 7,000 employees. And in the year before, they had an estimated sales volume of 1.7 to 2 billion euros. And last but not least, there is yet another thing that comes to mind to many Germans when they hear of Haribo, and especially when they hear of Gummibären. A large amount of the popularity Haribo has had in Germany is also originating from frequently shown TV ads. And these Haribo TV ads had the same slogan all the time. Haribo macht Kinder froh und Erwachsene ebenso. Today I'd like to talk a bit about our constitution, the Grundgesetz. Let's learn some basic things and some facts about it. Shall we? Yes, we shall. So, learning about the German culture and how it works is also strongly related to learning about the German language, because it's sort of a key to the experience of culture. And since most of you guys, watching this right now, are interested in learning German anyway, I'd also like to introduce you to Lingoda, an online language learning school based in Berlin. They offer a large variety of different courses and classes, and not only that. You can also get various official linguistic certificates there. You actually learn a language with and get taught by a real native teacher. You can choose between a one-on-one course in private and a group lesson, including 4 people at a max. And it's also completely up to you when exactly you want to learn what. This means, next to choosing the date and the time of day by yourself, you can also choose from many different lessons, all according to the common CEFR levels A1 up to C2. So, in other words, there is something for everyone, for beginners and advanced learners as well. And as a bonus, you can also save up to 50 euros US dollars or respectively 3,750 Russian rubles, depending on your currency, by simply typing the code VLOGDAY4 into this field when you're booking a course. Find this code again and a direct link to Lingoda in the video description and in the comments as well. Thanks for your attention, and now let's move on to the Grundgesetz. Oh yeah! Fact number 1. The German constitution isn't explicitly called Constitution. This, of course, doesn't mean our constitution is fake, but its title, Das Grundgesetz, simply isn't a German translation or direct version of the noun the Constitution, which, by the way, we also have in German, die Konstitution. But a way more commonly used term is die Verfassung Singular, die Verfassungen Plural. So, whenever Germans refer to the constitution of a respective country, they'd rather say die Verfassung. The term Grundgesetz is a German compound word consisting of der Grund, here in the sense of basic, and das Gesetz, the law. Technically, the full title is Grundgesetz für die Bundesrepublik Deutschland, basic law, meaning constitution in this case, for the Federal Republic of Germany. It is also true that the Grundgesetz was not intended to be a proper constitution at first. In fact, it was planned as a makeshift constitution until the two Germanys would reunite, meaning West and East Germany, which eventually happened in 1990. This doesn't mean that our constitution isn't our proper German constitution nowadays, though. But where does the term Grundgesetz actually come from? Well, according to German linguists, the noun Grundgesetz was first mentioned in the 17th century AD, and it's derived from the Old Latin judicial term lex fundamentalis, the basic law, meaning the basic law of a state. Anyway, let's move on to fact number 2. Compared to other constitutions, for instance to the US American Constitution, our German Constitution is still pretty young. In fact, it's just 68 years old, as of 2017 that is. It was declared on May 23rd in 1949, and it began taking effect on the following day. By the way, the aforementioned US American Constitution is the second oldest constitution of a republic that's still running, that's still active so to speak, meaning it's still valid today. Only the Constitution of the Republic of San Marino is older. It was declared in 1600. Fact number 3. The Grundgesetz is subdivided into different parts, different chapters so to speak. It starts off with Die Präambel, the preamble. It primarily explains and states that the Grundgesetz is valid on the whole German territory, meaning in all 16 German states. The preamble is then followed by Die Grundrechte, the basic rights. These are basic human rights that are declared in 19 articles, and I mean article in the context of law, and those might also be subdivided into one or more paragraphs. The following section deals with the so-called Grundrechtsgleiche Rechte, which tackles basic rights in elections, at courts and among other contexts. The Staatsorganisationsrechte, the organizing state rights, relate to the German parliament, different departments and how these are supposed to work and function. And by the way, each of the 16 German states, the Bundesländer, das Bundesland singular, have their own state constitutions in addition to the Grundgesetz. Fact number 4. While some parts of the German constitution might become subject to change, which requires both a 2/3 majority in both the federal parliament and in the Bundesrat, which is the federal council or the upper house of the German parliament, other parts of the Grundgesetz can't be changed or altered at all. Two of these kinds of laws are the Articles 1, declaring the untouchable human dignity, and Article 20, the literal constitution of the German state. In addition to that, although I'd say it's not a fact per se, I'd say most Germans, when you ask them about what comes to their minds when they hear or read the term Grundgesetz, they would probably say, well, Artikel Nummer 1. Die Würde des Menschen ist unantastbar. The dignity of human beings is untouchable, which is a rather literal translation. It basically means the dignity of human beings can't be violated. Every human being has a dignity to themselves and no other person, situation or law can change that. And fact number 5. In 2016, the first draft of the Grundgesetz, including all related files, were archived and conserved at the Barbara-Stollen, which basically is the central federal German archive, which is located in and under a mountain, the Barbara-Stollen, which is a former mine. The Grundgesetz itself and all directly related files, for instance related parliament protocols, etc., that were conserved in this process consist of around 30,000 pages. Holy moly! In today's video about the German culture and, well, pretty much about German traditions to some degree, I want to talk about Der Vatertag in Germany, the Father's Day, and how many Germans like to celebrate it. Let's begin with the most basic term in this context, Der Vatertag, the Father's Day. Dieser Tag ist allen Vätern gewidmet. This day is dedicated to all fathers. As it's typical for many German words, this term is another compound word, and it consists of the two nouns der Vater, the father, and der Tag, the day, both in singular here. Interestingly enough though, this term is both accurate and, well, I guess not so accurate at the same time. Yes, it's meant to be a celebration day for all fathers, but it can also be interpreted as a day to celebrate being a man in general. More about that in a moment. In eastern regions of Germany, the noun der Herrentag might be even more common, and in a way it's also more general and neutral since it translates to the gentleman's or the Mister's Day. Vatertag is celebrated jährlich, annually, on Christi Himmelfahrt, Ascension Day, and in Germany this religious holiday is a gesetzlicher Feiertag, a legal holiday. This means it applies to all parts and regions of Germany, and it also means all shops and stores are closed, with the exception of, like, gas stations for instance. Some Germans like to have short travel trips with their families on this day and the following weekend. The primary reason for this is that Vatertag, or Christi Himmelfahrt, is always on a Thursday, and because of that, many Germans try to take days off for the rest of die Woche, the week. Apart from this, there is another really popular way of celebrating this day in Deutschland. This tradition or activity is usually called die Bollerwagen-Tour. This is a typical Bollerwagen, a handcart. Nothing really too special, but believe me, it comes in very handy for these kinds of holidays and activities. Boller refers to the verb bollern, which means something is making rumbling or thumping noises. Der Wagen, however, is a way more frequently used German term. It simply means cart or wagon. And despite of the more frequently used term der Vatertag compared to der Herrentag or even der Männertag, the Men's Day, not only fathers do celebrate this day in the same manner. Many more or less young German men go on a Bollerwagen tour with their male friends. This usually is a form of die Wanderung, the walking tour or hike, which often leads from inside a German town through woods, der Wald, or generally to and through more natural areas. The Bollerwagen itself can function in different ways. Often it works as a convenient place for storing a beer crate, for instance, der Bierkasten, or maybe even multiple beer crates, multiple Bierkästen. Das Bier is the beer, and since one is a bit too little, I guess, many Germans of course prefer many Biere, beers. The Bollerwagen might also serve as a place for putting a portable stereo, die tragbare Musikanlage or Stereoanlage, for instance a radio, das Radio, or like any other kind of portable CD or music player. Typical German sentences referring to this activity might be Heute machen wir eine Bollerwagentour. Or for instance, talking about this event in advance, Am Vatertag machen wir eine Bollerwagentour. So yeah, this day serves as an opportunity to celebrate being a man, der Mann, and in a way, being manly or male or masculine, männlich. Even though many, if not most German men celebrating this day aren't fathers themselves yet. No. Even though this Bollerwagen tour is sort of a cultural German tradition on Father's Day, such a tour isn't limited to this day only. For instance, May the 1st is another German holiday on which this kind of activity is pursued by many Germans as well. Me and my friends also went on a Bollerwagen tour on New Year's Eve of 2015. I've also vlogged about that pretty fun day, and you can click the thumbnail at the end of this video to watch that vlog, if you like to. Ironically enough though, I won't be going on a Bollerwagen tour with my friends on Father's Day this year, since, well, I still need to work on quite some uni stuff for instance, so oh well. But I guess we will do such a tour on a different day in the future anyway, so maybe even on a normal weekend. So I'd like to know, how is Father's Day being celebrated in your culture? In other words, where are you from, and is Father's Day a holiday in your country as well? Tell us in the comments, because it's always interesting to learn more about different cultures, right? Right, I guess. Today I want to talk about something that's considered particularly German, or typically German, you could say. Carbonated water. Yeah, fizzy water. So in the case of my fizzy water, it says natürliches Mineralwasser mit Kohlensäure versetzt. And this phrase, mit Kohlensäure, or mit Kohlensäure versetzt, tells me that it contains carbonic acid. It's carbonated water. Don't worry though, dear Americans, you can also get tap water in Germany too. Awesome! There are a couple of terms for drinking water in German, and pretty much all of them are compound words, so let's talk about those first. So for instance, you can come across the term das Leitungswasser for die Leitung, meaning tap or water pipe. This basically refers to you going to the tap with a glass and then filling it with water, with tap water. So there's no carbonic acid in it. A rather general term is das Trinkwasser, a general term for all kinds of drinkable water. It might also refer to natural drinking water, for instance at certain public fountains or wells. You might especially see this term on signs that tell you not to drink from a specific fountain, for instance. A sign like that might say, Achtung, kein Trinkwasser. Fizzy water, der Sprudel or das Sprudelwasser is a very common thing you get in most supermarkets or beverage stores. Es sprudelt sehr. Oh ja. And it might also make you burp a lot. You might ask yourself, well, why is he drinking water that makes him burp a lot in the first place? Actually, it's not about the burping, you know, I don't mind that, to be honest. And it's a bit more vivid than still water is. I don't mind still water, I drink it at times, but fizzy water, that's my thing. It refreshes me and it charges my inner batteries, something, whatever. And I also love the sparkling feeling of it in my mouth. That's what she said. Just to demonstrate it, there is a reason why it's called fizzy water. Let me show you. Es hat gezischt. Das Zischen. Often there are even variations in terms of the amount of carbonic acid in German drinking water. So, for instance, this contains a medium amount of carbonic acid. This actually contains quite a lot of it. It's even more fizzy and sparkly and whatever. Awesome. And by the way, in Germany, drinking water isn't for free at German restaurants or cafes. That's not the case, you have to pay for it. So, when Germans refer to drinking water they want to buy at a store, they usually say Mineralwasser as a rather general term. But it actually refers to a specific kind of drinking water. It's natural water that's bottled right at the source, die Quelle. It also has to contain specific amounts of particular minerals, for instance. So both companies and scientists keep analyzing that mineral water coming out of a well in order to guarantee and to maintain the quality of it. Germany's national holiday, der Tag der deutschen Einheit, the German Unity Day. Let's talk a bit about this event, why it's a holiday, and more. The official name of this day is Tag der deutschen Einheit, which literally means Day of German Unity, and it's a so-called staatlicher Feiertag, a legal holiday, as opposed to a kirchlicher Feiertag, a religious holiday, so to speak, or a religious festival. And because it's Germany's national holiday, it's a legal holiday in all 16 states of Germany. People don't have to work and all shops are closed, with a few exceptions such as gas stations, for instance. The Tag der deutschen Einheit is celebrated annually on October the 3rd. You could say it's still a very young holiday, just like you could say the same for Germany being a young country as we know it today. As you might have figured already, and in case you already know a bit more about the more recent history of Germany, there were two distinctive German states from 1949 to 1990. The first one was the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, the Federal Republic of Germany, also known as West Germany, a representative democracy. And the second one was the Deutsche Demokratische Republik, the German Democratic Republic, also known as East Germany, which was a dictatorial socialist state.
In other words, there were two different Germanys with two different kinds of political regimes, and both were founded pretty much right after the end of World War II. In 1961, the Berlin Wall, die Berliner Mauer, was built. It caught people inside the GDR, and it also prevented them from leaving the GDR, and it also separated Berlin into two parts, West and East Berlin. Quite a few people that tried to leave the GDR, which was strictly prohibited back then, like I said before, were imprisoned or even got shot along the border. Especially during the 1980s, the financial situation and the general circumstances of living in the GDR got worse and worse, which also led to more citizens wanting to leave the GDR. Over the years, many other, so to speak, befriended socialist states were no longer keeping GDR citizens from leaving the GDR, nor did they bother handing those people over to the GDR regime. So the rising inner tension in the GDR, including many people demonstrating, basically led to the downfall of the GDR. On the 9th of November in 1989, the so-called Mauerfall happened. The Berlin Wall was opened. The end result of all these events that happened was, on October the 3rd in 1990, the GDR, or East Germany, ceased to exist as a single state and officially joined West Germany. So two states became one single new state. And this newly united Germany is the country we know today. So yeah, in fact, today's Germany isn't even that old yet.
Today I want to talk about how to shop in Germany and what to take into consideration here and important things regarding this topic. Yeah. I think most of you have heard of the name Aldi before. In fact, it's a German company. It's a company of German origin and it was founded in 1913 basically, but it just became famous and it widely spread all over Germany and the world from 1962 onwards, and that was because the two German brothers Karl and Theo Albrecht decided to expand. Basically, this is really interesting to see because the Aldi company is a perfect example of something that is made in Germany, so to speak. And well, although it started out as a little single store in Essen, which is a German city, nowadays it's a global player and a very successful one with over, I think, 10,000 stores in over 15 countries worldwide. And although one of the two Albrecht brothers isn't alive anymore, the Albrecht family still is one of the richest families on earth with an estimated wealth of over 16 billion US dollars. That is insane. And just because this is so impressive, Aldi has become the definition of German retail selling. But that doesn't mean that Aldi is the only discounter we have in Germany. No, we have many other different stores that play in the same league that are pretty much similar to Aldi. So here are a few examples for those stores and shops in Germany. Lidl, Penny, Rewe, Edeka, Netto or Kaufland. Some of those mentioned stores are so-called discounters, which means small buildings and a small variety of goods, whereas some of the other mentioned stores are supermarkets, Supermärkte, which means rather huge buildings which have and kind of feature very large corridors and a huge large variety of goods in comparison. And although there's a difference between those kinds of stores, they all have something in common because they primarily focus on selling food products. But you can also find a lot of non-food products in those stores and shops as well, obviously. Non-food products might include something like toothbrushes, vacuum cleaner sacks, tools and gadgets for the kitchen and for your household in general, pretty much stuff like that. So in other words, those stores mainly focus on things you have to buy weekly or at least quite regularly. In Germany you can buy drinks and beverages, die Getränke,
either in supermarkets or discounters or in special little beverage stores, which I think mostly are located close to supermarkets or discounters as well. Sometimes you can find some exclusively offered goods as well, basically temporary offerings. They come along with a slogan or a phrase like "Nur für kurze Zeit," only available for a short period of time, or something like "Nur bis der Vorrat reicht," only available until it's sold out. So be quick. Although there is a huge number of different discounters and supermarkets and those kinds of stores in Germany, the prices of staple goods, which is die Grundnahrungsmittel, those prices are pretty much the same everywhere. Of course, they can differ, and there's a difference in certain prices regarding certain products here and there, but all in all, I'd say they are pretty much on the same level. So, I mean, if you are still a bit unsure about those things, it's best to check those supermarkets or the web pages of those supermarkets, or to ask fellow Germans if they can help you with those things. However, there can be a certain difference regarding the quantity of products, basically of the same good, because like one supermarket sells a certain brand of something and a different supermarket might sell a different brand of something, which is basically the same product. So if you if something appeals to you more than a different brand does, it's best to check out that as well, and where to buy which product, in which supermarket or in which discounter. Also, it's more likely to find different brands and different qualities of the same products basically in supermarkets than that's the case for discounters, because once again, supermarkets have a larger variety of goods than most discounters have, and they have more space to actually sell those goods to you as well. So that might be the primary reason for that. In Germany, there's a little comfy help for you regarding how to choose where to buy which thing and when and however, because we have little sweet, nice handouts for that. Yeah, sheets with the latest low price articles and, little bargains. Schnäppchen in German. Die Schnäppchen, plural, das Schnäppchen, singular. You can find those handouts or those sheets either in supermarkets or in your letterbox. And the best thing about those sheets is you don't have to pay anything for them. They are for free. Yeah, really, it's true. As some of you might know, Germany consists of 16 single states, die Bundesländer in German, and not every food retail company, especially food retail companies, are there in any single of those 16 states. So, for instance, you will rather come across certain stores and certain companies, certain supermarkets, certain discounters in West Germany, and there might be other companies that have chain stores for like supermarkets and discounters in East Germany, and so on, vice versa. And so they all sell food, so you don't have to starve and you don't have to be hungry, but it might be different stores in different German regions. I'd say this is a bit different for non-food companies that sell things like clothes or jewelry or like electric stores and something like that. The normal retail stores, the normal retail industry, der Einzelhandel, which also includes stores that you can find in many or like maybe the vast majority of German pedestrian zones. Die Fußgängerzone, singular, die Fußgängerzonen, plural. I'm talking about widely spread companies such as New Yorker, C&A, H&M and so on. And this aspect of different companies in different German states brings us back to the beginning of this episode, back when I talked about Aldi, because Aldi is also subdivided into two single parts, into two single sub-companies, you could say. Aldi Nord for northern Germany and Aldi Süd for southern Germany, and this also basically applies for other countries with Aldi stores in them, because some of those Aldi stores in certain countries are run by either Aldi Nord or Aldi Süd. Now, getting away from the food industry or the clothing industry and those stores, those companies in particular, I want to talk a bit more about things that count in general. Let me say that right away. All of those stores, no matter what they sell, pretty much, are closed on Sundays. Yeah, it's true. Yes, you cannot buy things in German stores on Sundays. Of course, there are a few exceptions to that rule as well, and those exceptions include stores and shops like gas stations, German gas stations. Die Tankstellen, plural, die Tankstelle, singular. Another example of a store that is open on Sundays as well is certain bakeries with an additional cafe. The bakery is die Bäckerei, singular, die Bäckereien, plural, and the cafe is das Café. And wait, there is another exception to that rule. Well, I'd say kinda, because we have some special Sundays during the year that are called Verkaufsoffene Sonntage, which pretty much means that you can buy things in stores and shops like pretty much on every other working day. That is a Verkaufsoffener Sonntag. They aren't open 24/7. No, it's not like it's 3 a.m. in the morning and then you decide, oh well, I really need toilet paper, I want to go to the store and buy some, and then you realize, oh, I'm on vacation in Germany and German stores aren't open 24/7. I will say this because it literally fits. That is a shitty moment. Yeah. And of course, well, we're in Germany, we're talking about Germany here, there are a few other exceptions to that rule as well. Gas stations in Germany are allowed to be open 24/7. I think it's best to take a little look at typical German opening hours, die Öffnungszeiten, because they can differ a lot from industry to industry, from shop to shop, from supermarket to supermarket, and so on. Let's take a look at regular retail shops and stores. They tend to open around 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, and they tend to close around, well, let's say in late afternoon or in the early evening. Many of those shops can be found in actually almost all German pedestrian zones. The opening hours in Germany are a bit different for supermarkets and discounters, at least in most cases, I'd say, because discounters and supermarkets both tend to open around 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning, and they tend to close around 8 to 10 p.m. in the evening, I'd say. That's pretty much the common opening hours for those kinds of stores, for that industry. So in other words, it basically means that stores like supermarkets and discounters, where you can buy food and stuff, tend to open earlier and tend to close later than normal retail stores. Obviously, if you are on vacation in Germany and you aren't too sure about this, feel free to check out the store's website or to ask a fellow German. Okay, there's one last thing I want to address in this video, and this is a very important one. I'd say in almost all supermarkets or discounters in Germany you can either pay cash or pay with your credit card. But that might not be the case for certain German shops and stores, because they might only accept cash payment, and not credit cards at all. They might not even have the machine to accept and to handle your credit card in the first place. So if you really want to make sure that you are able to buy your food, to buy your stuff, to buy your articles, goods, whatever, pay cash. Because some stores, again, might not accept credit cards, or at least not all credit cards, and just the very common ones. And if you have a credit card that is run by a company that is not so common in Germany, there might be a bit of a problem there. This all obviously refers to normal things you want to buy, like everyday things, food, clothing, and stuff like that again. Alright, to end this episode, I think it's a good idea to give you some vocabulary and some words and phrases that have to do with this topic, shopping in Germany. So, here we go. Der Laden. Der Supermarkt. Der Discounter. Das Regal. Das Angebot. Der Aktionspreis. Der Rabatt. Die Öffnungszeiten. Die Abteilung. Die Information. Die Tiefkühlabteilung. Der Einkauf. Die Waren. Die Getränke. Die Spirituosen. Die Kasse. Der Kassenbereich. And goods you can find in German supermarkets include Lebensmittel, Haushaltswaren, Obst, Gemüse, Konserven, Milchprodukte, tiefgekühlte Lebensmittel, Süßigkeiten, Hygieneartikel, Magazine und Zeitschriften, Wurstwaren, Fleischwaren. Ich gehe einkaufen. Ich kaufe ein. In this first episode of Made in Germany, I want to talk a bit about cars and car brands people associate with Germany. So I'm just gonna throw a term into this room that couldn't be more typically German. Benz Patent Motorwagen Nummer 1. What the heck? Which actually is a German word too. Das Heck. However, I'm gonna explain it. Don't worry. So, what is the Benz Patent Motorwagen Nummer 1? The last or family name Benz might be very familiar to you. Think of the car brand Mercedes-Benz, and Patent Motorwagen Nummer 1 translates to Patent Motor Vehicle Number 1. This technical term is closely connected to the year 1886, 130 years ago, in other words. The back then 42 years old German engineer and inventor Karl Benz constructed what is widely considered to be the world's first proper and practically usable motorized vehicle. Or in other words, the first car in the modern sense of the word. An automobile powered by the so-called Verbrennungsmotor, a combustion engine. It's an engine, der Motor, that's powered by the mixture of a so-called Kraftstoff, der Kraftstoff, and Luft, die Luft. A few facts about this vehicle, the so-called Benz Patent Motorwagen Nummer 1. It had a horsepower output of, wait for it, 3/4 of 1 HP, respectively 0.55 kW, kilowatt. And it weighed around 265 kilograms, which basically equals 584 pounds. In the German language, we use the term die Pferdestärke, a literal translation of horsepower, and the abbreviation PS. The maximum possible speed of this vehicle was 16 kilometers per hour, respectively 9.94 mph, miles per hour. Another name you should keep in mind is Gottlieb Daimler. In 1890, he and Wilhelm Maybach, think of the car brand Maybach, founded the Daimler Motorengesellschaft near Stuttgart. This company and Carl Benz's Benz & Company merged to a single new company, the so-called Daimler-Benz AG, in 1926. So you might be wondering what AG stands for. Die Aktiengesellschaft, abbreviated AG, which means Share Limited Company or Stock Corporation. However, this company, the Daimler-Benz AG, later became today's Daimler AG in 1998. So, why do I mention all this? One reason is that both the DMG and the Benz company were two of the first car companies ever worldwide. Another, not less important reason is their general relevance in the cosmos of cars and engineering. And yet another reason is Mercedes-Benz, which does not only include passenger cars, der PKW, der Personenkraftwagen, but also trucks, commercial or utility vehicles, das Nutzfahrzeug, and much more. I won't go into full detail here, but have you ever heard of Otto engine? Der Otto-Motor? It's an internal combustion four-stroke engine that was patent registered by the German engineer Nikolaus Otto in 1877. Moving on to some other famous German car manufacturers, let me just do some name dropping here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Volkswagen Group, based in Wolfsburg. There are numerous reasons for this. The most important one is this is a highly mutated beast of a company, and no, I'm not exaggerating. In fact, it's the biggest car company in the world. But not only that. Just in general, it's also the 7th largest company worldwide, both as of 2016. It was first founded in 1937 by the so-called German Labor Front, the Deutsche Arbeiterfront, which basically was the National Socialist Trade Union. The term Volkswagen is a German compound word that translates to people's automobile. Many people know different models of the Volkswagen brand, VW, or as we call it in German, VW. And this car brand is run by the subsidiary company Volkswagen AG, which is not to be confused with the parent company Volkswagen Gruppe or Volkswagen Group. However, nowadays, the just mentioned Volkswagen Group can also be associated with, for instance, a very famous car company founded in Stuttgart in 1931. So, do you know which company I'm talking about? Yeah, right. It's the famous Porsche AG, founded by Ferdinand Porsche. Nowadays it's owned by the Volkswagen Group, but it's still the Porsche AG. Other brands that, at the end of the day, belong to the Volkswagen Group include Bugatti, Lamborghini, Bentley, MAN, one of the biggest truck and bus companies in the world, Seat, and so on. Another big German subsidiary company that nowadays is owned by the Volkswagen Group is, yep, it's true, the Audi AG, based in Ingolstadt. Audi was founded by August Horch in 1910. And by the way, Audi is the Latin word for listen, which also equals the German Horch. And on a side note, Lower Saxony, Niedersachsen, one of the 16 German states, is a steady co-owner of the Volkswagen Group. The car brand Opel is also of German origin, you could say. In 1863, even before Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler founded their respective companies, Adam Opel founded the Adam Opel AG in Rüsselsheim. And although Rüsselsheim is still one of the main facilities, Opel is actually owned by the US-American parent company General Motors nowadays. Obviously, I can't finish this video without mentioning another huge German car company, BMW, the BMW AG. BMW is a German abbreviation for Bayerische Motorenwerke, Bavarian Engine Plants or Works, a company that was founded in Munich in 1916. Believe it or not, but nowadays the Rolls-Royce company is indeed owned by the BMW AG. The same applies to the British company Mini, which is also owned by the BMW AG. One of their most famous models is the Mini Cooper. Today I want to talk a bit about specific words and phrases you will come across when taking a train in Germany. Taking a Zug, der Zug Singular, die Züge Plural in Germany, mostly begins before even entering a single Waggon, der Waggon, Singular, die Waggons, Plural, the wagons. Before entering the train itself, you should buy a Zugticket or a Fahrkarte, die Fahrkarte, das Zugticket, at a Fahrkartenautomat, a ticket machine. So, it's best to do that before entering a train, although sometimes you might come across a ticket machine on a train as well. A German Bahnhof, a train station, either features a single Gleis, das Gleis, a platform, or multiple Gleise, multiple platforms. Talking about the English term platform, it can refer to two different spots in this context. It can either refer to das Gleis or to der Bahnsteig. Germans mostly use the word Gleis when they want to say to which platform they have to go, but der Bahnsteig rather refers to the space in front of a rail track, pretty much the space where you can wait for a train to arrive. However, don't be confused by the rather non-linear numbers of German platforms, because many times you will come across a train station that will feature 5 platforms, 1, 2, 4, 12 and 24, without the numbers in between. So, I don't know why that is, but yeah, YOLO. Once you've entered the train, you might be asked to show your respective ticket to a Schaffner. You could also call that person der Kontrolleur. They might say something like einmal die Fahrkarte bitte or das Ticket bitte. Or they might just say nothing. And they expect you to show the ticket to them right away. Many German trains feature both digital or printed schedules and screens and audio announcements. A typical announcement on a German train would be Nächster Halt Berlin Hauptbahnhof. And nächster Halt means next stop, so that is the most important phrase in this context. An alternative phrase to this one would be In Kürze erreichen wir Bremen. Sometimes there's a follow-up sentence which says something like Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links or rechts, left or right. It basically tells you on which side you have to leave the train. So that's a really practical and good thing, yeah. In case you are reaching a final train station, you might hear something like Dieser Zug endet dort. Wir bitten alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen. And at certain stops you might actually hear something like Sie haben Anschluss an den Regionalzug nach Köln, for instance. So they basically inform you about possible other bus lines or train routes or anything alike. Speaking in general terms, don't be confused by the name of certain German train stations. Some of them might be called Hauptbahnhof, and this counts especially for really like train stations in major cities or really big train stations with a large capacity. An ordinary, rather little train station would be called Bahnhof instead. Sometimes you have to take more than just one train to reach your final destination. And I don't mean your grave, obviously, but you know. So, changing trains is called Umsteigen in German. When you want to say that you have to change trains in German, you can say something like Ich muss in Bremen umsteigen. I have to change trains in Bremen. Sometimes the digital screens at German train stations might not be working, they might not be active or even broken. but you can rely on printed schedules, well, pretty much any time at any German train station. And obviously there's another really important word that you don't want to miss out on. It's called die Verspätung, the delay. Yeah. So a screen at a German train stations might say something like Verspätung circa 15 Minuten. Delay approximately 15 minutes. And last but not least, one train might block another train from entering a train station at a certain platform. So you might have to go to a different platform therefore. Then you might read and hear something like Heute von Gleis 6. Holy moly! So much Altglas in one spot! And look! Even some Jägermeister and some Captain Morgan have made their way into our crate. Full of Altglas. Das Altglas. The good thing is that the glass containers are not too far away from our house. There are 3 different kinds of glass containers and each one is there for a single color of glass. To the left we have green glass. In the middle there is brownish black glass. And to the right we have white or colorless transparent glass. So those are the 3 main types of Altglas we have in Germany. So these are the already mentioned containers. The German technical term would be glass container or Altglascontainer. It's der Container and das Altglas. This text says do not throw very solid glass, like tea glasses or even something made of porcelain into this container. It's only there for real Altglas. However, getting rid of Altglas can be both fun and very noisy at the same time. The activity itself could be called Altglas einwerfen or Altglas entsorgen. A typical sentence would be Ich werfe das Altglas in den Container. This is me getting rid of the glass. Quite extraordinarily awesome. Yeah, kind of.
Ja. Dann nimmst du weiß, kommst jetzt nach hier vorne.
Ist das grün?
Nee, ist weiß.
And we're done. Empty crates wherever you look. The thing is, not any kind of glass is Altglas in Germany. Most of the mineral water, or for example lemonades we are drinking in Germany, are bottled into either glass or plastic bottles. However, those kinds of drinks tend to have a bottle deposit. Ein Flaschenpfand, that is. That means once those bottles are empty and you have a full kind of beverage crate with empty bottles, you can drive to your local supermarket that sells those things and then you can give back those empty bottles. And then you get a deposit, ein Pfand zurückbekommen, for bringing back those empty bottles to the supermarket out of recycling reasons. Hallo zusammen! For a very, very brief moment I was about to say, it's bunny time! But then I decided against that temptation. Yeah, let's rather talk about the German Osterhase, the Easter bunny, and how to say Happy Easter in German. In contrast to the usual German Christmas and New Year's Eve sayings and wishes, our Easter greeting remains pretty much, well, basic, you could say. It's Frohe Ostern, which means friendly or happy Easter, so it pretty much fits. A longer, although less frequently used option would be Ich wünsche dir frohe Ostern. If you want to address more than one person in an informal way, you could also say Ich wünsche euch frohe Ostern. Ich wünsche Ihnen frohe Ostern. Technically though, we only say frohe Ostern on Easter Sunday, but you can also wish someone else a frohe Ostern if you don't see that person again until Ostern actually takes place. So that's also a valid thing, a legit thing, so to speak. In Germany, that's quite common for many greetings, but be careful. Don't wish someone a happy birthday before it's actually the day of the birthday, like the birthday day. Don't do that. That's bad luck in Germany. No, no, no. Ostern is a neuter noun, and here it's used in plural. You can't tell if it's a singular form or a plural form just by looking at the term Ostern itself, because both forms are spelled and do sound the same. It's das Ostern, singular, die Ostern, plural, Easter. Similar to millions and millions of Santa Clauses made of chocolate, you might be handed a chocolate bunny next to lots of Ostereier, of course. I mean, I took those for granted, you know. Many German families eat fish instead of meat, and another tradition my family likes to celebrate on Easter especially is eating Soleier, pickled eggs, with a few fixings or shims. And actually, now that I think about it, my vlog about the German tradition of eating Soleier was my very first proper video on this channel, if I'm not mistaken. And that was 3 years ago. Lost places are really interesting, I think. I'm talking about buildings that were left behind and, things alike basically. And they are spread across the whole world. And because they are pretty fascinating, I want to talk about 3 lost places, 3 haunted buildings in Germany. Oh yeah. Number 1. The Belitz Sanatorium. Built as a sanatorium complex with many different buildings between 1898 and 1930, large parts of the Belitz Heilstätten, die Heilstätte, the sanatorium, have been decaying and dilapidating since 2001. Back then, the former owner of the ground went broke, and the buildings became lost places pretty much overnight. Both Adolf Hitler and the former GDR president Erich Honecker were among the many patients over the course of many decades. Today, some parts of the buildings have been used for movies because of their quite unique atmosphere. The area is well known for being a very haunted place. Some people committed suicide or were even murdered there in the course of many years. For instance, in 2008, a photographer murdered his photo model there. And in 2011, a homeless person strangled themselves after living there for quite some time. Also, the German serial killer Wolfgang Schmidt murdered 2 of his 6 victims near the area. Yeah, that's some pretty hefty or delicate stuff, isn't it? Number 2. Haus Fühlingen. Once, Haus Fühlingen in Cologne was an old villa and a pretty luxurious property of many different people. In 1884, Eduard Freiherr von Oppenheim, a German nobleman, bought the ground and built this mansion. Up until 1907, the ground was also used and quite well known for successful horse breeding. Over the course of many years, many different people lived there, until the huge building was used as a sleep camp for forced labor workers from 1940 to 1944. Some years after the end of World War II, the public became aware of the fact that a former Nazi judge lived there with a fake identity for quite some time. And after this whole topic went public, he strangled himself in the building. Also, up to this day, a gravestone of a former teacher in the area can be found in the backyard. And after an old lady had lived in the mansion for several decades, the villa has been empty since the year 2000. Ever since then, several suicides were committed in the building. Last but not least, rumor has it the decaying building has also been a venue for some black mass events, so-called Schwarze Messen for occultists. Now, if that ain't creepy, I don't know. You tell me. And number 3, the Waldnil-Hostad building complex. What was used as a place to live and to work for German Franciscan monks turned into a place of death during the Third Reich. Because the Nazi government basically thought of handicapped people as unworthy creatures that weren't allowed to live, they either sterilized many of them or eventually initiated a murdering program for many handicapped people, including handicapped newborns. I won't be going into full detail here, but it's a fact that the so-called Death Doctor Hermann Wesse killed at least 30 handicapped children there from 1942 onwards. And although this building complex got dissolved in 1943, Wesse continued with his occupation elsewhere. After World War II had ended, the building complex in Waldnil was used as a reformatory, die Erziehungsanstalt, and as a British school after that until it was given up on in 1991. Ever since then, many buildings there have been decaying slowly but surely. So I'm curious, did you know about those particular haunted places, haunted buildings? Or do you have like any haunted mansion or anything alike in your area as well? Or do you even know more places like that in Germany? Hallo zusammen! Many modern vehicles, their technical engineering and well-known car brands have their origin in Germany. And besides that, the car and related engineering industry is one of the most important and strongest in Germany. And believe me when I say there are many different things that could be said about cars and other vehicles in Germany. So let's learn about 5 statistical and historic facts about driving in Deutschland today. Number 1. Die Anschnallpflicht. This one is a very specific term related to driving vehicles in Germany. Instead of die Anschnallpflicht, Germans might also refer to this by using the term die Gurtpflicht. Die Anschnallpflicht means belt-on obligation, and die Gurtpflicht translates to seatbelt obligation. Both basically mean the same. Up until 1976, there was no Gurtpflicht in Germany, and in fact many oldtimers, which is a German English term for old cars by the way, often didn't even feature a seatbelt at all. There are only a few specific situations in which it's not mandatory to use seatbelts in vehicles in Germany, so generally speaking it's not only important, but also mandatory for ordinary drivers. The general Bußgeld, the monetary fine for not using seatbelts, is 30 euros. And if you don't drive your kids with any form of protection, the fine is up to 60 euros, respectively 70 euros for more than one kid. In addition to the 60 euros, drivers also receive a point in Flensburg. And no, that is nothing positive. The German Kraftfahrt-Bundesamt is located in Flensburg. And every German driver knows what you mean when you say Punkte in Flensburg, points in Flensburg. We have a point-based penalty system regarding certain neglected driving or traffic rules in Germany. Depending on the total amount of points you have for neglecting or not following certain various rules, you might also need to hand out your driver's license, your Führerschein. So best be careful. According to the online version of the infamous German Bußgeldkatalog, the schedule of fines, in 2014, every 5th driver who got killed in a car accident hadn't used a seatbelt. Number 2. Straßen. Germany not only has a well-established freeway system, no, there are also many streets here. In total, there are more than 231,000 kilometers of streets in Germany. This figure includes federal streets, federal freeways, which is die Autobahn, country roads, take me home, and district roads. And when you also consider rural roads in addition, it's more than 413,000 kilometers in total. To put this a little bit into perspective, the Earth's equatorial outline is about 40,000 kilometers long. If you only take a look at the Autobahn, the German freeway system, it's more than 13,000 kilometers long, which makes it the 4th longest freeway system in the world. As of 2018, that is. Number 3. Der Rechtsverkehr. In Germany, cars drive on the right lane. We refer to this as der Rechtsverkehr, the right-hand driving, or traffic.
As far as I know, this has been the case ever since the end of the Napoleon Wars in 1815, when Napoleon actually decided to have right-hand traffic in all defeated European countries. Right-hand driving in Germany also means that cars also feature das Lenkrad, the steering wheel, on the left side. If you want to learn more about typical traffic rules and road signs in Germany, or specifically on the Autobahn, check out my video, respectively my playlists at the end of this video. There are plenty of theories as to where the origins of left-hand, respectively right-hand traffic lie, and many are also specific to certain regions or countries. In France, for instance, Robespierre decided to have right-hand traffic back in the day, whereas in Japan, a probable reason for having left-hand traffic is that when they established their tracks, meaning train track system, they were mainly supported by British engineers. Ha! The Brits. Another probable reason for driving on the right lane is that A. most people are right-handed, and B. back in the day, soldiers and knights defended themselves with a sword in their right hand, while they held the horse's rein in their left hand. And in order to grab the sword, which was hanging on the left side, you needed to use the right hand. And this is probably another reason why the aforementioned Robespierre decided in favor of the right-hand traffic. Number 4. Autos. When you keep in mind that Germany has a population of around 82 million people as of 2018, it's crazy to find out that there are almost 64 million licensed vehicles in Germany. This number includes cars, motorcycles and other vehicles. If you only count cars, there are 46.5 million licensed ones in Deutschland, by the way. So that's the vast majority. Most of all these vehicles were manufactured by VW, VW, followed by Opel, Opel, and Mercedes, Mercedes. And last but not least, number 5, Fahrräder. Of course, the phrase driving in Germany is not just limited to motorized vehicles. And actually, there seem to be more unmotorized vehicles in Germany than motorized ones. In 2017, there were over 73.5 million Fahrräder in Germany. It's das Fahrrad, singular, die Fahrräder, plural, the bicycle. There are also certain regions that are known for a particularly high amount of bicycles compared to other vehicles. For instance, the town Münster in North Rhine-Westphalia. And there are even a few places in Germany without cars. For instance, German islands such as Juist or Borkum are officially autofrei, meaning car-free zones, which means you're supposed to explore the islands on foot or with a bicycle, with a Fahrrad. What time is it? It's Easter time again. Yes, it's Easter, Ostern. And that's why I want to talk a bit about the German way of celebrating Easter today. First of all, some general information on the celebration of Easter, rhyme. Because whereas Christmas is about the birth of Jesus Christ, Easter is about his resurrection from the dead. Yes. Germans refer to the birth of Jesus Christ as die Geburt Christi and to the resurrection of Jesus as die Auferstehung Christi. But even if people aren't religious at all, which is also true for me, it's still a common tradition in Germany to celebrate Easter every year. The mascot, das Maskottchen of Easter is the Easter Bunny, der Osterhase in German. This animal can be a different one in some regions, but all in all I'd say der Osterhase is the most common animal that is associated with the celebration of Easter, at least the rather commercial and, well, I'd say colloquial celebration of Easter. And by the way, der Osterhase was first mentioned in 1682 by a German medicine professor. That is a long time ago. I can still remember. No, I can't. Well, a catchy tune in my head. It won't go away. The common idea behind all of this is that the Easter Bunny is responsible for painting those eggs, those special eggs, those Easter eggs, die Ostereier in German, plural, das Osterei singular, and the Easter Bunny is also responsible for hiding them in your home or in the garden so that little kids can search them and they have something to do and won't go on to your nerves. No, I didn't say that. No. Back when I was a kid, I really loved doing that. I really loved searching for the Easter eggs in my grandparents' garden, and that is a really awesome memory of my childhood, basically, and I'm sure that is also the same for many other Germans around this country. In this country, however, in Germany, yeah. And when do kids search for Easter eggs? Right, on Easter Day or Easter Sunday, Ostersonntag, which pretty much is the main reference when you take the word Easter literally. The Easter Sunday pretty much is the climax of the celebration of Easter, because it's, you could say, the happy day during this time, because it's about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, whereas he basically died before, and well, then there was some kind of a happy end to this. A happy ending, which is quite awesome to have, I think. Happy endings are always awesome. In Germany, people tend to refer to the couple of days that are related to Easter as die Osterzeit. The Easter time, basically, the Easter days, die Ostertage. And on top of that, the days right before Easter Sunday have a certain name as a unit, which is die Karwoche. And rather religious people also refer to this one as die Heilige Woche, which also includes some more information and some more background, but well, most people would refer to this one as die Karwoche. So maybe some of you have also noticed that the days and the dates of Easter are different in every year. And there's a specific reason for this, which is kinda complex when you go into detail, and to be honest with you, I didn't expect that to be that way. But well, there's hopefully a way to cut this short, and I will try this now. So for our so-called Westkirche, which is a part of the Roman Catholic Church, die römisch-katholische Kirche, the Easter time basically depends on the moon calendar, on a lunar calendar, which basically is about different states and different phases of the moon up there. So it's about the first full moon in spring, which basically marks the beginning of Easter every year. And this point in time can differ from year to year, basically. And that is, to cut it short, why Easter isn't always celebrated on the same day, on the same dates. So to translate this into pretty much understandable language, the beginning of Easter can be earliest on March 22nd and latest on April 25th. But no matter when exactly Easter is celebrated during a year, Germans like to refer to this one and to use it as a greeting, or as a wish rather, with the words Frohe Ostern, which is a common phrase that is used during the Easter time and even before Easter takes place and the Easter time begins. Because when you know that you won't see that person again before Easter, you can wish somebody a Frohe Ostern. That is basically the idea behind it. So there's no bad luck involved in basically saying this before the actual event takes place, but it's a very common thing to say during Easter and right before. Yeah. Here are some more basic information on the celebration of Easter. Gründonnerstag, or the Holy Thursday, refers to the Last Supper or the Last Sacrament, das letzte Abendmahl of Jesus Christ. On Good Friday, Karfreitag that is in German, people remember the crucifixion and the death of Jesus Christ, and it's a common tradition not to eat meat but only fish on this day. And now to a topic that is pretty much, well, basically subject to many debates in Germany. Well, it's pretty much forbidden to dance and to have like loud public parties with loud music on so-called stillen Tagen,
on silent days, which would be the literal translation. And those days are specific holidays in Germany, and the most famous of those stillen Tagen is the Karfreitag. Yes, the Good Friday. So you aren't supposed to dance either for the whole day or just for a certain time period during that day. And like I said before, many people are really upset about that still, but it's a rule. Yeah, it's a law. This is the so-called Tanzverbot, das Tanzverbot, the dancing prohibition basically. Another day later, on Holy Saturday, Kar-Samstag that is, people remember the dead Jesus basically descending into the underworld and freeing some souls there, because why not? And then it finally happens on Ostersonntag, Easter Day or Easter Sunday. Jesus is being resurrected from the dead, and that is basically, like I said before, the climax of the whole Easter time and the whole Easter celebration. And even if you aren't a believer, it's still pretty much the climax of that time during the year, because on this day many families in Germany come together and they have coffee and cake. For instance, Kaffee und Kuchen, or they might go to church together, or they might just have a good time as a family together, basically. The children are getting little gifts and presents, which isn't comparable to the amount of presents on Christmas, but just a little amount of that. And, well, I'd say mostly those presents also contain something that looks like a little Easter bunny, but it's made of chocolate. So that is a common gift, I'd say, on Easter. And of course, on this day, finally, the children can search for hidden Easter eggs in the garden, in the house, or somewhere else. In some countries, the following Monday after Easter Sunday, rhyme again, is also a holiday. Ein Feiertag, der Feiertag singular, die Feiertage plural, and on this day it means you don't have to work. This also applies to Good Friday, Karfreitag, on which you don't have to work as well, and shops and stores are closed. And the same goes for Easter Sunday, although be careful here, because in Germany shops and stores are closed on Sundays either way. And if you want to know more about this, you can check out my latest episode of Life in Germany, where I talk a bit about how shopping in Germany works. So if you're interested in that, feel free to click the thumbnail at the end of this video. Holy Saturday isn't a holiday though, so people have to work on that day, unless they didn't get a free day, basically, a holiday. A long time ago, there also was a so-called Easter Tuesday, Osterdienstag, but somehow that day didn't really survive and it got lost in no man's land.
Oh, my dear Easter Bunny.
And interestingly enough, those holidays I just mentioned are basically, well, double holidays, because they are both religious and national official holidays, so to speak. Two more examples of German Easter traditions. The first one deals with a rather general tradition on Easter, the so-called Osterfeuer. Das Osterfeuer singular, die Osterfeuer plural. The Easter fire or Easter fires. So what happens is basically that on late Easter Sunday, pretty much after celebrating Easter with your family, people in town come together to a certain location and then they burn a little, well, not a little, but a huge pile of burnable things, of burnable material, a huge mountain of rests of trees and, well, some paperworks, I don't know, something like that. And then they light that on fire and then you have a giant Easter fire. Ein riesiges Osterfeuer, which looks really awesome. And, well, it basically
Religiously, it refers back to the burning of images or puppets that are associated with Judas. That is basically the religious background behind that. I guess the second tradition I'm about to talk isn't a very common one for all German families, but to some, I guess it's a normal way of celebrating Easter. It's about the so-called Soleier. Die Soleier plural, das Solei singular, pickled eggs in English that is. And it basically is a special kind of egg that is a very salty one, and you have to put some other ingredients in that egg as well. So you cut it basically, and then you put some other things into that egg, and then you eat it. It's UEFA. No, it's the UEFA Euro 2016 Football Continental Championship. And therefore I want to talk about facts. 5 facts about the German national football team, or football in Germany in general. Fact number 1. We are freaking successful. Talking about the men's football team, die deutsche Fußballnationalmannschaft, we won the World Cup 4 times now. In 1954, in 1974, in 1990 and in 2014. We also managed to win the European Cup 3 times, so it's about time to repeat that in 2016, guys. Let's not forget about women's football in Germany. The deutsche Fußballnationalmannschaft der Frauen became world champions twice and, attention now, European champions 8 freaking times already. That is just crazy. Fact number 2. German football in numbers. Here are just a few numbers to underline the importance of football in Germany. Fußball, yeah. Fußball, haha. There are about 7 million members of the DFB, the Deutscher Fußballbund, the General German Football Association. 170,000 German football teams that are organized in more than 25,000 German football clubs, as of 2012 that is. 2,344 national football leagues. Yes, leagues. Those leagues are organized as an open hierarchy, so technically any little team could make it to the Erste Fußball-Bundesliga, Germany's first and therefore most well-known federal football league. And also there are 9 football stadiums in Germany with a minimum capacity of 50,000 people. Holy moly. Fact number 3. There are many well-known and very successful German football players, not only teams or clubs. No. So yeah, I already talked about the national teams we have that are really successful, but we also have different single football players that are really well-known internationally and really successful. Or they were, because obviously not all of them are active anymore. So here are a few names for you. Mario Götze, born in 1992, he is currently playing for the FC Bayern München, and his current football market value, so to speak, is 35 million euros. Thomas Müller, born in 1989, also playing for the FC Bayern München, and his current value is 75 million euros. And even if many other Germans aren't into football at all, they still know about Franz Beckenbauer, Lothar Matthäus, Gerd Müller or Günther Netzer. All of the last 4 mentioned ones aren't active anymore. So, which German football player do you know? Number 4. The prize or the trophy money. Yeah, to be honest, this isn't exclusive and limited to German football, but there was a huge increase in the amount of money that single players will get for winning a World Cup, for instance. Of course, you can't compare it directly because, well, other times, other amounts of wealth and other living conditions, so to speak. Yeah, let's do it anyway, because it really shows how the world and how football in general has changed over the years. I'll take the highest numbers I could find. In 1954, the first time Germany won the World Cup, each player in the German national team got around 2,500 DM, Deutsche Mark, a TV, a leather suitcase and a scooter. 60 years later, in 2014, each player in the German national team that won the World Cup in 2014 got 300,000 euros. Yeah, but hey, no TV and no suitcase. I'm so sorry for you guys. And last but not least, fun facts. Well, yeah, we are the country of poets and philosophers, so we have many museums as well. So, we also have a football museum in Dortmund. Since 2015 it was.
Today I want to talk a bit about some German measurement units. Some might be the same in your country, while others might be totally different. First of all, let me introduce you to the standard way of mathematic punctuation in Germany. Decimal places are introduced by writing a comma instead of a point. So for example, when you want to refer to the natural human body temperature, you'd use this notation in Germany. 36,5 degrees Celsius, 36,5 Grad Celsius. Just so you know. Let's begin with looking at common German measurement units for weight, das Gewicht. As Germans, we also know and work with the word Pfund, das Pfund, English pound, at times, especially when buying certain goods, such as meat, at counters in the supermarket, for instance. So instead of saying something like, ich hätte gerne 450 Gramm Gehacktes, for das Gehackte being ground meat, you might hear many Germans saying something like, ich hätte gerne ein Pfund Gehacktes. It's likely to be heard when Germans are buying meat or alike in German supermarkets or butcher shops. The kilogram system is the common measurement unit for weights in Germany. 1 pound equals 453 grams. 1 gram equals 0.0022 pounds. The German word Gramm, das Gramm, is spelled with 2 M, whereas it's spelled with 1 in English. Interestingly enough, the grammatical plural form of das Gramm is die Gramme, although it's common sense to refer to multiple grams of weight by just saying Gramm as well. And from now on I will continue with the German numbers, and this shouldn't be a problem since you can see the actual number I'm referring to on the screen. So it's 1 Gramm versus 20 Gramm and not 20 Gramme. 1 Kilogramm versus 40 Kilogramm and not Kilogramme. In other, quite specific fields you might also come across units such as carat, das Karat or ounce, die Unze. Let's look at common German measurement units for length, die Länge. In almost all cases, Germany works with the meter system instead of using inches or feet in the first place. 1 Zoll equals 2,54 Zentimeter. 1 Fuß equals 30,48 Zentimeter. 1 Yard equals 91,44 Zentimeter. Other than that, the meter system follows the ordinary meter system rules, so to speak. So, 1 Zentimeter equals 10 Millimeter and 1 Meter equals 100 Zentimeter and so on. And although the common abbreviation of centimeter is cm, the word itself is spelled with a Z in German. All measurement indicators in this context that end with some kind of meter stay meter even if it's plural, so it's 1 Meter versus 32 Meter. We don't use mile, die Meile, singular, die Meilen, plural, to refer to length, well, pretty much at all. We use and say Kilometer. 1 Meile equals 1,6 Kilometer. On an interesting side note, Germans, among other cultures and regions, also referred to die Elle as a length measurement unit a lot in past times. The other very interesting fact is that since it's a so-called natural measurement unit, there is not a set or a strictly defined length to which die Elle refers to all the time and everywhere. So it's not a concrete measurement unit such as a meter or an inch, because they are strictly defined units, so to speak. The general idea behind this is that an Elle, the ulna in English, equals the distance between your elbow and the tip of your middle finger. And since this length can vary quite often, well, you know, it's a bit different here and there. Talking about areas, you can come across the word Quadratkilometer quite a lot in Germany. Der Quadratkilometer singular, die Quadratkilometer plural. Let's talk about speed. Well, not the drug, but die Geschwindigkeit. The speed of speed. Well, you know. However, we don't use the miles per hour system, but the kilometer per hour system, Kilometer pro Stunde. Both measurement units do have in common though that the hour is the second comparable part of that unit. 1 mile per hour is 1,6 Kilometer pro Stunde. The abbreviation for Kilometer pro Stunde is kmh, kmh. Or to be even more precisely about this, km/h, yeah, with a slash in there. Well, yeah, and don't forget the slash in between, because otherwise he will be an angry guitarist for Guns N' Roses and alike, and solo, and you know. German road signs and speed indicators in cars that are built for the German market also work with the kilometers per hour system. If you see a German road sign like this one, for instance, the number inside refers to kmh and not mph or mph, miles per hour. So please keep that in mind while driving on German roads and the famous Autobahn. By the way, check out my lesson on German road signs and the Autobahn in Germany if you want to know more about those topics. Let's move on to temperature, die Temperatur. Now, this field or subject might be one of the most famous differences, well, at least in the eyes of American people. Because in America, people refer to temperature with degree Fahrenheit, and it's common to use the degree Celsius system in Germany. The German term for degree is Grad, das Grad. The little orb in front of either F for Fahrenheit or C for Celsius is shared by both systems, by the way. At least they have something in common. Whoa! No matter how high or low the temperature is, the term stays Grad, although the grammatical plural form would be die Grade. 1 Grad Fahrenheit equals minus 17 Grad Celsius. And 1 Grad Celsius equals 33,8 Grad Fahrenheit. Well, at first sight, many Germans might tend to be pretty confused when facing some degree Fahrenheit numbers, since those are pretty high numbers compared to the Celsius system. So, take an ordinary summer's day. Whereas you'd say 25 Grad Celsius in Germany, it's 77 degrees Fahrenheit in the US. Wow! Imagine 77 Grad Celsius on a summer's day in Germany. I mean, you could literally cook with your forehead.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate.
The Fahrenheit system was proposed by the German physicist Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit in 1724. He was born in Danzig, which belongs to Poland today. The Celsius system was proposed by Swedish astronomer Anders Celsius in 1742. Aside from the US and a few other states, the Fahrenheit system is by far not the standard system in the vast majority of international countries. So, although the proposal by Fahrenheit was made prior to the one by Celsius, the Celsius scale is the standard system for the vast majority of countries. Well, I'd say that's life. So how about liquid? Die Flüssigkeit. This whole topic has to do with volume, das Volumen. You'll come across the liter system in Germany first and foremost. Der Liter is the liter. Again, when you want to refer to large amounts of one liquid, you'd still use the word liter. Ein Liter, 1 liter. 20 Liter, 20 liters. Common amounts or like portions of beverages, for instance for mineral water, in Germany include 0,5 Liter, 0,75 Liter, 1 Liter, and even 1,25 Liter and more. And well, those bottles are quite huge, yeah. In the field of ordinary drinking glasses, the gastronomy, catering, and especially regarding beer bottles, you'll also come across 0,2 Liter and 0,33 Liter a lot. Yeah, it's a strange number, I know. Regarding liquors and the world of cocktails, and by the way, the literal German translation for cocktail is Schwanz, you'll most definitely come across Cl as well, rhyme. 1 Zentiliter equals 10 Milliliter. Again, the full-length form of Cl is spelled with Z in Germany, der Zentiliter. Also, you might come across ml, der Milliliter, ml, in the field of baking or cooking or alike. Quite a lot. We don't really work with the liquid ounce system in Germany, although you might also see this unit on some beverage bottles here and there, next to Liter. 1 Liter equals 33,81 Flots. 1 Flot equals 0,03 Liter. And yeah, this is running out quite a lot. I'm talking about time, die Zeit. Well, nothing too special in this context, since we also use the hour system, and consequently days, months, years, centuries, whatever. If you wanna know more about this topic, feel free to watch my German lesson on the time of day in Germany. Let's move on to electricity or power, die Elektrizität or der Strom. We also use units such as ampere and volt. Be aware though that both the standard German amount of voltage and also electric plugs in Germany are different to, let's say, the American units. In Germany, the ordinary line voltage or system voltage, die Netzspannung, is 230 Volt. Almost all German outlets, die Steckdose singular, die Steckdosen plural, or plug sockets, look like this. So when you are on vacation in Germany or when you want to move here, keep in mind that you might need to have like adapters or completely different electric machines with different amounts of volt and different plugs. I have found a really informative website that lists many different aspects regarding this topic, and you can find the link in the video description. And one last thing. Dress size. Die Kleidergröße. Something in the size of 38 in Germany might be different to a shirt in the size of 38 in Italy, for instance. And a shirt size of 38 might sound extremely ridiculous in other countries, for they might say, well, it's a 4, not a 38. What a complex topic. And of course, shoe sizes are also different in some countries compared to other countries, because why not? YOLO. So, when a German wants to go shopping in Italy, both women and men should think of 3 sizes less the size numbers of German clothings. For England, a German Größe 32 equals an English size 6, and a German Größe 34 equals an English 8, etc. Men have to erase the number 10 from their German size for jackets and pullovers. It's a bit similar to US sizes because women have to think of a German Größe 32 as an American size 4, and Größe 34 is size 6 in America, and Größe 36 is size 8 in America, and so on. And once again, men have to erase the number 10 from the German size for jackets and pullovers. And it's pretty much the same mess and confusing, salad of numbers when you compare shoe sizes. Die Schuhgröße singular, die Schuhgrößen plural.
Today we're gonna talk about an FAQ video, FAQs for the German Oktoberfest. Yes, and we already did that, but not on this channel, but on his. Yeah,
Get Germanized.
Some weird dude called Get Germanized, Dominik Vuko, however. And you will find a video with a similar topic on his channel. FAQ, 5 questions, 5 answers about the German Oktoberfest.
If you want to know more.
Yeah. So let's continue. A very important question is, when should you book your hotel? Because let me tell you, summertime is way too late for that. Don't do it. Try to book a hotel for the second week of the Oktoberfest. That will start from September 27th onwards. And then you might have a better chance to actually get a room.
Because statistically, it is less busy during the second week of the Oktoberfest, so try that at least.
Right.
And try to get a hotel close to the main train station if possible at all, der Hauptbahnhof, that is in German. Because obviously you will have an easier time to get to and from the Oktoberfest back to your hotel.
Exactly. If you want to find a list with possible hotels for you for that time of the year, try to look up the website oktoberfestinsider.com, because there you will find a list with many possible opportunities.
Next up, how do you get to the festival? Should you use your own car, a taxi, or the public transport in general, like U-Bahnen, like undergrounds, or S-Bahnen, suburb trains? Well, definitely not your own car, because it is high season for towing companies during the Oktoberfest, because there's a big restricted parking area around the Theresienwiese where the Oktoberfest is held. So don't park there at all. You will have traffic jams around the Oktoberfest during the whole weeks. It is not worth the stress. And taxi might have the same problems when you get close to the Oktoberfest. You will have traffic jams all the way, so definitely don't do that. Try to use public transport like the underground or the suburb trains. It is definitely the better choice for you and probably cheaper as well. And if you're not sure how to get to the fest once you get off the train, well, just follow the massive stream of people that are going to the Oktoberfest, because they will be all wearing kind of this stuff, and you will definitely recognize them, and they know the way. Trust me on that.
So, what about the children?
What about the children?
Yeah. Are they allowed to enter the beer tents? Anyhow.
Who knows?
Yeah. Well, there's a certain difference between outside and inside a beer tent. For outside a beer tent, it's like this. For children under 6 years or up to 6 years, there has to be a parent after 8 p.m. 20 Uhr, that would be in German.
Yeah.
And obviously that little kid isn't allowed to drink any alcohol.
What?
Yeah.
Even in Germany?
Surprise, surprise.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Inside a beer tent, it's completely different, because, the parent has to be there always, all the time, and the kid isn't allowed to walk alone. And after 8 p.m., the kid isn't even allowed to be inside the tent itself. So it has to leave.
And of course, as well, no alcohol.
It's pretty much similar for kids from the age of 6 to 15. with the difference that they are allowed to stay inside the tent after 8 p.m.
Yeah. When the parent is present. that
Right.
is.
There has to be a present parent. Ein anwesendes Elternteil.
Ein Geschenk, Elternteil. A present parent.
Special note for people from 16 to 17, you are only allowed to drink beer. Either outside or inside the tent. And you are not allowed to drink strong alcohol such as vodka and stuff alike.
Who wants to drink that anyways if you have gigantic beer steins? Seriously.
Eine Maß.
Eine Maß.
Maß.
Or Bierhändel, I think they call them down there.
And above 18 years, everything is possible.
Everything goes.
Yeah, because in Germany, you are an adult, you're considered an adult at the age of 18.
If that's wise or not, that's discussable, but you know,
But it's that way.
that's that way. Because we Germans, we grow fast.
Oh yeah.
We grow up fast. Like in the movie Benjamin Button, although that was backwards, wasn't it?
Yes.
Anyway.
Maybe he drank too much beer.
Probably.
Maybe, yeah.
Next up, how often should you go to the Oktoberfest and for how long should you stay in Munich? Well, generally speaking, you could say a week is definitely enough. And there was a tradition to go once with your family, once with your friends, and once with your colleagues to the Oktoberfest, like for locals from Munich, because they used to pay for Oktoberfest expenses when you go with your company, with your colleagues, but not anymore. So many people don't go with their colleagues anymore. Well, that explains a lot about how people feel about their colleagues if they can't get hammered with them. Anyways, 3 times is a good amount, I'd say. Some people go more often, but it is expensive, obviously, and you get really drunk when you're not careful, so it is definitely exhausting. I mean, go ahead and go 7 times every day if you want, but I want to see you afterwards and how you feel afterwards. But I mean, if you are up for that, if you think like, oh, it's the first and last time I'm going to be here, do it, I suppose.
Go for it.
Go for it.
So, how do you get reservations for a tent? It's almost impossible. Pretty sad, I know. But yeah, since it was mostly established for companies and large groups, large amount of people, yeah, it's not for like a small group of people. The only thing you can do is to have luck, a bit of luck, be lucky, and wait for other people to leave the tent and then to enter their places, to have their seats. So that would be, yeah, kind of the only possible way for that.
But you have to be lucky, like he said,
Yeah.
and make sure not to get at a table, not to sit down at a table that is reserved.
Right.
It should usually show on a little sign reserviert, reserved, if the table is reserved. And also if you stay at like a 5-star hotel or something like that, make sure to ask at the lobby if they have seats for you at the Oktoberfest, because the really fancy hotels in Munich often reserve tables and seats for their guests. So yeah, definitely do that.
Yeah, good idea. So what about second-hand stuff like second-hand Lederhosen, second-hand Trachten, second-hand Dirndl?
Where do you get them?
Yeah, you will find many second-hand things on eBay, obviously, and you will find new things, completely new things, in outlet stores around Munich. But to be honest with you, you don't need to buy used old stuff, because the new stuff is almost as cheap, as expensive, however you want to see that, as yeah, the old stuff. So
Exactly. So why not buy new stuff and
Yeah.
have like a really nice pair of Lederhosen or a dirndl?
right,
Really, really cool.
yeah,
Ah,
fancy.
fancy.
2 more information, because I need to tell them. I'm forced to tell them because of this dude. First one, the very obvious one. Yeah, look up his channel for more information. And for 5 more questions about the German Oktoberfest, and obviously for answers. And if you're interested in many more information about the German Oktoberfest, visit the website oktoberfestinsider.com, because there you will find many more questions and answers.
Exactly.
Today we're gonna find out more about the Brandenburger Tor, or as you might call it, the Brandenburg Gate. Why is it shaped the way it is? When was it built? Who built it in the first place? And anyway, fact number 1. The Brandenburger Tor isn't actually located in Brandenburg, in the state of Brandenburg that is, but in Berlin. Some of you might already know that Berlin is both a city and a German state, and it's basically surrounded by the state of Brandenburg. Both are located in East Germany. But why is it called Brandenburger Tor? For das Tor meaning gate, and not Berliner Tor, for instance. Way back in the day, a predecessor of this gate existed. It was constructed as one of 18 Stadttore, city gates, and this one connected Berlin and Brandenburg. But we're not talking about the state of Brandenburg now. In fact, there's also a town called Brandenburg an der Havel, for die Havel being a river, so this translates to Brandenburg at or near the Havel. As of today, the Brandenburger Tor is the only one of the former 18 city gates of Berlin that's left. Fact number 2. Its architecture style was heavily influenced by ancient Greek architecture, buildings, art and the like. When today's Brandenburger Tor was erected from 1789 to 1793, the Prussian king Friedrich Wilhelm II, who's known as Frederick William II in English, imagined a gate that would partially resemble the ancient Greek propylaea, or something like that. A certain kind of entrance gate which serves as an entrance to the Greek Acropolis in Athens. The Brandenburger Tor was also the first classicistic building in Berlin. The architect was Karl Langhans, and he was specialized in the style of Klassizismus, classicism. It was constructed 20 meters high, 65 meters wide and 11 meters in depth. Up until the end of the German Empire, das Kaiserreich, and the last German emperor, only the royal family and their friends were allowed to pass the gate through the middle section. That's also the reason why the middle section is wider than the other 4 passages. Carriages and similar vehicles had to fit through. Of course. Fact number 3. The gate itself isn't the only thing Germans usually associate with the term Brandenburger Tor. But what could it be as well? Another almost equally famous object that's also attached to the top of the gate is Die Quadriga. This sculpture was designed by Johann Gottfried Schadow, and it shows 4 horses pulling a wagon. The person riding the quadriga is Victoria, and being the goddess of victory, she's bringing peace to the city. The sculpture was added to the Brandenburger Tor in 1793, which was the final year of its construction. In 1806 though, just a couple of years later, it got basically stolen by Napoleon, because he won the battle against Prussia, and, well, I don't know, he probably thought something along the lines of, "Hey, I'm Napoleon, I'm the true victor, it's all mine anyway, but let's steal this thingy up there and put it into our beloved Louvre. Because I can. And I'm Napoleon." So he took the quadriga with him to Paris, but the Alliance managed to re-obtain it 8 years later, when they had won in return, so to speak. Haha! There are even more reliefs and ornaments that can be found in, on and around the gate. Most of them also draw influence from ancient Greek architecture, symbolism and art. Fact number 4. The Brandenburger Tor became subject to vandalism and damage more than just once. Way more actually. Many parts of it are made of Sandstein, sandstone, which itself already is a comparatively soft or weak stone. And even though it's a major sightseeing attraction in Berlin, weather conditions and a certain neglect in terms of regular maintenance have led to a well-needed restoration, die Restauration in 2000. As it was the case with lots of buildings in Germany during World War II, the Brandenburger Tor was also heavily damaged back then. Another major damage affected the quadriga in 1989 and 1990, back when West and East Germany reunited to the Federal Republic of Germany that exists today. Since the separated city Berlin was an important and symbolic spot, Germans from West and East celebrated the German Wiedervereinigung, reunification right there, and the New Year's Eve party at the Brandenburger Tor in particular escalated a little bit. Well, anyhow, the quadriga had to be restored, restauriert at a later date. And last but not least, fact number 5. The Brandenburger Tor is pretty much embedded or surrounded by many historic places and spots. It's located at and on the Pariser Platz, where quite a few famous Germans have lived. For instance, Achim von Arnim, a famous German poet, or Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher, a Prussian Generalfeldmarschall, a field marshal who, alongside Arthur Wellesley, the first Duke of Wellington, ultimately managed to defeat Napoleon. So, there he is again. In general, the Brandenburger Tor is located in the historic and political heart of Berlin, so to speak, near the Reichstag, the German Parliament building, and the Siegessäule, the Victory Column. Alright, I hope you've learned something new about the Brandenburger Tor. Maybe you already knew some of the things I mentioned in this video? Who knows? Tell me in the comments. Leave a like and spread the word. Thanks for doing that in advance, and thanks for watching as well. Have you ever heard of the German noun Erdgeschoss? Das Erdgeschoss singular, die Erdgeschosse plural? The term Erdgeschoss is very prominent in the field of purchasing or just talking about real estates, apartments, houses, different levels of houses even, and alike. So, you might still be wondering why I'm talking about that stuff in the first place, and why I'm addressing this that way. The thing is, the English translation of das Erdgeschoss is first floor. That's the equivalent to das Erdgeschoss in German. So far, so ordinary. I guess you might still be wondering why I'm even talking about all of this that way and why I'm addressing this in the first place. Yeah. But in the German language there's also a word like erster Stock or erstes Stockwerk or erste Etage. The word erster or erstes refers to der, die or das Erste. First, the first. By the way, erster Stock is the short form for erstes Stockwerk. So you can either say Stockwerk or Stock. So what does this have to do with the whole topic? When you translate first floor literally into German, that is, you'll get something like erster Stock, erstes Stockwerk or erste Etage. But that's not the meaning of first floor in German, because the meaning of first floor in German is das Erdgeschoss. And you might still be wondering what the heck I'm even talking about, like, why? Just why? So, just in case it's still confusing, and I can assume that this is the case for some people at least, let's take a look at this chart. The English first floor equals the German Erdgeschoss. The English second floor equals the German erste Etage. The English third floor equals the German zweite Etage. The English fourth floor equals the German dritte Etage, and so on. So for instance, when an American talks about the second floor apartment of a German holiday house or something alike, then you basically refer to the first floor in Germany, erster Stock, and not zweiter Stock, second floor, because the English second floor equals the German first floor. It's easy, yet a bit stupid. But hey, I guess that's life. Let's take a look at the following scheme for pointing this out more clearly. The house you're seeing here consists of 3 levels, and each level, meaning each floor, consists of a single apartment. Let's say it does. So a family living on the first level, meaning at the very bottom, but not in the cellar of course, is living in the German Erdgeschoss. But in English it would be first floor. A typical German sentence would be: Diese Wohnung liegt im Erdgeschoss des Hauses. This apartment is in the first floor of the house. The family living on the second level of this house live in the German erster Stock, first floor translated literally.
There are a few things that you should consider and keep in mind when coming to Germany. So for your next vacation to Deutschland, you should remember the 5 following things. Yes. Number 1. Shops and stores in Germany aren't open 24/7 and most of them are closed on Sundays. Yes. Yeah, sad but true, you can't buy clothes or food on an ordinary German Sunday, because most shops and stores will be closed on that day. Yes. And well, there are a few exceptions to that rule, obviously, like some bakeries for instance, or gas stations, but apart from those, no. Also keep in mind typical German opening hours, Öffnungszeiten, die Öffnungszeiten. So for retail shops in Germany, it's pretty much from 9 or 10 a.m. up to like the late afternoon or the early evening, whereas it's quite different for German supermarkets or discounters, because they tend to open earlier than that, around like 7 or 8 a.m. and they will close later than retail shops, for instance like around 8 or like even at 10 p.m. Obviously, there's even more to that whole topic of shopping in Germany and how it works, what you have to keep in mind, what you have to consider, and if you want to learn more about that, feel free to check out my episode of Life in Germany, Shopping in Germany. Just click the thumbnail at the end of this video. Number 2. How public transport works in Germany. Generally speaking, Germany has to offer a really good infrastructure with many buses and trains. This is especially true for many major cities in Germany, because most likely they will be the main destinations for many tourists. We have many different buses and many more different bus routes that will drive you around either inside or outside of town, and for inner city buses you might not even have to pay something. At times, depends on the bus and the city of course. You can also choose between many different tickets. One or the other might be a good option. And that is pretty much the same for many trains in Germany. However, you do have to pay for every single train. It's not the same with some inner city buses here. So, yeah. And in certain German cities you can even come across the German U-Bahn or the German S-Bahn. Yeah. Number 3. Driving on German streets or the German Autobahn. Obviously, I could talk about this whole topic all day long, but just to focus on a few different important points here. 1. We are driving on the right lane of the street in Germany, so keep that in mind, please. You might have also heard of the rumors that there are no speed limits on the German Autobahn, on the German highway system, which is partially true. There are some areas for which there is a certain speed limit, whereas there are like other areas where you don't have a speed limit practically, so be careful there. Also be prepared for many frequently appearing German road signs, because we are somewhat in love with them, you know. We need to have a sign like every 10 meters, for instance. Because we can. You can already watch a few other videos that are related to those specific topics on my channel. For instance, lessons on German road signs or a video about the German Autobahn. Yeah. Number 4. Paying for something. How does it work here? Yes, cash payments are pretty much the most common and frequently used ways of purchasing or buying stuff in German stores and shops. However, most of those German stores and shops will also accept several different credit cards. But unfortunately, there might be some stores and shops in Germany that won't accept credit cards or like digital or electronic payments at all. So be prepared for that as well. I'm thinking of some bakeries, for instance, or really tiny little stores and shops that will only sell really cheap goods. So in other words, if you want to be on the safe side of things, pay cash for daily goods, obviously, and normal goods. If you want to buy a car in Germany, that might be a bit different then, but yeah. And last but not least, number 5. Something you might not think about at first, But yep, I just wanna mention it. Because unlike in the US, you can actually drink alcohol in public. So you don't really have to hide your beer bottles here, no. You can actually worship the full amount of awesomeness of German beers in public. Wow, awesome, holy moly. To be honest though, there are like only a few single German cities and towns that are pretty much prohibiting that still. And some German courts aren't really sure about that prohibition. However, regarding public transport in Germany, be careful there, because like some bus organization or like a train organization might say it's okay to drink, like for instance beer in our buses or trains, whereas a different organization might say the complete contrary thing, like they will prohibit that in their vehicles in any case. Today I want to talk about one of the most popular and well-known inventions from Germany, even though most of you might not know it was actually invented and created, developed, however, by Germans. Yes, it's true. To be honest, at least talking about first world countries, I'd say there isn't a single person under the age of, let's say, 40 to 50 maybe even, that hasn't been in contact or hasn't used an MP3 file in their lives yet. I don't think that is possible. No, even toddlers, even embryos, even they've all used MP3 files. Yes, they all have. And even though I'm only 26, I vividly remember switching from this one to this one. Yeah, and I'm actually still using this, although it's like 10 or 12 years old, 8 gigabytes MP3 player from Philips. It still works. But this one did as well. This one, my portable Discman. Oh yeah. I've used you many times. That sounds intriguing. And before using MP3 files, I actually used to rip music as WAV files from the CD onto my computer. But obviously they were really huge files, and I wasn't too happy about that, because back then I didn't really think about quality and file formats. I didn't know too much about that. But when I actually heard about MP3s, that's how we Germans like to put this, I was pretty blown away. Yeah, I really was. I mean, it all depends on the respective quality settings and quality characteristics of MP3 files, but I'm really satisfied with 192 kilobits per second to 320 kilobits per second. That's my preferred choice of quality. But still, and I was actually asking myself that back in the day as well, how did those people that came up with the MP3 file format manage to make these songs so small in terms of a file size? How does that work? The foundation of having compressed audio formats in general was also laid in Germany back in 1987. Back in the day, several scientists at the Fraunhofer Institute cooperated with the university in Nuremberg-Erlangen in order to create a file format that could convey music in an almost or seemingly equal quality to the original files, while using much smaller file sizes than lossless formats could convey, so you'd be able to save quite a lot of disk space. The idea of digital audio compression was born in a time when CDs had been established and used since about 5 years. Throughout the 1980s, companies such as IBM also released the first proper personal computers, or home computers, so I think it's pretty safe to say this decade in particular was pretty fascinating and a busy one in technological regards. The long form of MP3, or MP3 as we Germans like to put it, is MPEG-1 Audio Layer 3 or MPEG-2 Audio Layer 3. The term MP3 is the so-called Dateiendung, the file extension. Developed from the early 1980s onwards, both the MPEG-1 and MPEG-2 standards were published in the early 1990s. The MPEG-1 format was the idea of compressing movies up to the point they would fit onto a normal audio CD. Of course, this also meant a comparatively huge loss in quality. MPEG-2 files became rather well known through and commonly used on DVDs. It is still being used in many different media fields nowadays. And by the way, DVDs were introduced and have been used in the mass market since the mid-90s, and the MPEG-2 standard was published in 1994. Both the video source and the audio source could be compressed, yet at a certain loss of quality. And whereas these two formats, MPEG-1 and MPEG-2, dealt with both video and audio sources, the MP3 format is only used for audio material. So, coming back to my initial question, which part of the music, which musical information needs to be cut off in order to get such small files? It has to do with the psychoacoustic phenomenon and the way the human ear or the human brain works. Let's find out more about that. This is what the original Fraunhofer document about the MP3 and its history has to say about the psychoacoustic phenomenon. Musik besteht aus sehr vielen verschiedenen Komponenten, die aber nicht gleich gut hörbar sind. So bleibt dem Zuhörer zum Beispiel ein leises Flötenspiel möglicherweise verborgen, wenn gleichzeitig kräftig in die Trompete geblasen wird. Zwar ist das Flötenspiel immer noch vorhanden, aber das menschliche Ohr kann es im Augenblick des Trompetenspiels nicht mehr wahrnehmen. Die Flöte wird durch die Trompete verdeckt bzw. maskiert. So, put in different words, an MP3 file projects the dominant trumpet even more specifically into the foreground, while the almost inaudible flute, playing at the same time, gets pushed more into the background. Encoding acoustic information by cutting off inaudible frequencies helps to save quite a lot of file size. The common human ear doesn't even know it's pretty much unable to hear certain details in the original music in the first place, and on top of that, it probably isn't aware of the fact that this psychoacoustic phenomenon is used in an even more dominant way by creating and using MP3 files or similar lossy file formats. To be honest, I don't know about you guys, but I'm always shocked when I'm like at a friend's party and they play music via MP3 files and it just sounds crappy, and it's not the music itself that's crappy, it's the quality, because they converted the music, the original file, to 128 kilobits per second, and that sounds ugly, annoying, nasty, whatever. It doesn't sound good, and I'm constantly fascinated about why my friends aren't able to hear a difference, a significant difference between, say, 128 kilobits per second and 192 kilobits per second. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's because I'm an audiophile anyway. I like good quality in terms of audio and music and whatnot, so I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but and obviously, of course, you can't regain lost quality. So you can't regain quality when you want to convert 128 to 192. That doesn't work. Next to many others, there's one name that gets and needs to be mentioned in this context every time: Karl-Heinz Brandenburg. He's a German electrical engineer and mathematician, and you could consider him one of the main developers and, if you will, inventors of the MP3 file format. For many years, the Fraunhofer Institute earned a 2-digit million income for MP3 patents alone each year. However, in May of 2017, the licensing of the MP3 format by the developers ran out after the last remaining patents in the USA had also run out, and this makes the MP3 format a licensing-free standard nowadays. Truth be told though, even though the MP3 file format remains to be one of the most well-known and popular file formats for compressed digital audio, there are more efficient file formats in terms of lossless quality and still being relatively small. For instance, a pretty well-known and nowadays pretty much established more recent audio codec would be FLAC, the Free Lossless Audio Codec. A huge part of the incredible success the MP3 format has had has to do with its cultural impact at the right time, respectively during the fitting time frame. It became more and more handy and doable to send songs to friends and family through the World Wide Web, just because the files were so small. Of course, the worldwide usage and spreading of the MP3 file also brought many problems, or at least discussionable aspects along. Illegal downloads, etc. But first, this would be too much to talk about here and now, and second, I'm not sure if MP3 files were a main reason or just a handy tool for these actions, because the same has also happened to movies and other forms of media, as we all know. Not all musicians necessarily like the idea of listening to their music via MP3 files. One of the most anti-MP3 musicians I know is Steven Wilson, and he has elaborated on iPods using MP3s and the digital download culture in various interviews. To be fair, he has sort of changed his mind regarding services like Spotify and his music being available on there, even though I think he still might not be a fan of the idea of consuming music this way. So to end this video, I want to show you a snippet of a Steven Wilson Q&A event that he has held, I think, a couple of years ago, and he's actually talking about music and how he, as an artist, as a musician, thinks it should be consumed, or it should be perceived, so to speak. And by the way, and I'm not getting paid for this, I just say it because I think he is a sort of a musical philosopher, if that makes sense, in many regards, and his music is so diverse and still really interesting all the time. This is definitely one of my favorite albums. It's pretty much close to 70s progressive rock, but also with a slightly modern touch. So it was produced by Alan Parsons. It's called The Raven That Refused to Sing and Other Stories. Really good. Check out Steven Wilson's music if you're into cleverly made rock music. You can't go wrong with that. I promise. And of course, I also want to know your opinion. I also want to know what you think about the use of MP3 files, which quality you prefer, whether it has to do or has had to do with illegal MP3 downloads, illegal music downloads, whether MP3 files do have something to do with that actively, or if they just like a tool, an outlet for that, and a need that's there anyway, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that myself. I think it's a mixture of things personally, but who am I to know? So feel free to write a comment. I'd really appreciate that. And thanks for watching anyway. I'm your Vlog Dave. Tschüss und bis zum nächsten Mal, and keep listening to good music.
Music ultimately is made for sharing with as many people as possible. I'm not in the business of making music to be exclusive or just for a small few. So in that sense, I'm kind of forced, if I want to share my music, which ultimately is the reason I make music, to share with as many people as possible, I'm forced to embrace whatever means there are for that music to reach as many people as possible. Doesn't mean I have to like it. That's like saying, just because a painter, paints a beautiful painting, he's not going to stop his painting from being, on the internet as a JPEG. It's still you can still appreciate it's a great painting. I think this is my point. There is such a thing as quality of experience, that unfortunately, because of the way the human race is, we always go for convenience over quality of experience. And the iPod is and the whole download culture is a great example of how convenience has won out over quality of experience. Music is art. It should be presented as art, not as a bunch of software files. That's the way I feel. But I know there's a whole generation of people that have grown up with a completely different philosophy. I still want them to listen to the music. So, but all I can do is, with the movie, for example, try, it's a horrible word, but I'll use it anyway, educate people to understand, it sounds very pompous, but you know what I'm trying to say. Try to make people understand that there is another level of listening. Quality of experience can be much higher than the way most people now are experiencing music, which is in a kind of horribly compressed, effectively a bit like a piece of software. It's like funny now, there's this new word for music, which is content, as if the music is somehow just something to fill up a hard drive. And of course that's the tail wagging the dog. The music should be the special thing, not the hardware, not the convenience. I'm not creating content for an iPod. And unfortunately that's the way I think a lot of people look at it these days.
Hallo zusammen. Being a German, it sounds crazy to say this, but it's true in fact. Wir haben einen neuen Kanzler. We have a new chancellor for the first time in 16 years. Back in 2005, Angela Merkel became Germany's first female chancellor, and she got re-elected 3 consecutive times. Each legislative period is 4 years, so that makes up to 16 years, pretty much to the day. That's a streak only former Chancellor Helmut Kohl could level. He reigned from 1982 to 1998. To be quite frank with you, the thought that there are 16 and 17-year-old teens in Germany that only know Angela Merkel as Chancellor, that is somewhat frightening. And it makes me realize that I'm I'm old. However, for this latest federal election, which took place in September of 2021, she actually decided to end her political career in total. That also led to completely new chancellor candidates stepping forward from 3 parties this time, not just 2. There was Armin Laschet from the CDU, Angela Merkel's party, the Christian Democratic Union of Germany, a conservative party, and then there was Annalena Baerbock from Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, the Green Party of Germany. She's one of 2 party leaders. She also was the first chancellor candidate of her party in general ever. And then for the SPD, the Social Democratic Party, there was Olaf Scholz. And it was his party, the SPD, who won the election. And now he's Germany's new chancellor. But who exactly is Olaf Scholz? Let's find out. Before we're gonna talk about Olaf Scholz, let's first get some background. Merkel voluntarily decided to end her career, which also is a first for the Federal Republic of Germany in this way. As a result, totally new chancellor candidates had to come forward. After a partially internal, partially also public political fight that went on for quite a few weeks, Armin Laschet, the still current CDU leader, won against Markus Söder, the CSU leader, in April. Way earlier, back in August of 2020, Olaf Scholz was elected SPD Chancellor candidate, which is the Social Democratic Party, even though he lost the election to become the new SPD party leader previously, which also led him to step down from being the deputy leader of his party afterwards. And with one exception from the past, in all previous federal elections Germany has had so far, there were only 2 Chancellor candidates in total. This time it was 3, and for the first time since their formation in 1980, the Green German Party, Die Grünen, officially Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, nominated their own chancellor candidate. Since the party is being led by 2 people, only one of them could get nominated. In the end, Annalena Baerbock won the inner party race against Robert Habeck. Some also criticized this choice since she hasn't had as much political experience in direct comparison to Habeck. And for a few weeks, the polls saw the Green Party leading the race for the strongest party, but after a few setbacks, arguably mostly because of a book she published about her political ideas, but without naming all sources correctly and critical inspection of certain info in her CV, it was the CDU who took the leading role in the polls after that. That pole position lasted up until, well, mid to late August, when Armin Laschet lost many percentages because of similar mistakes and public criticism. One of the most repeated criticisms about him had to do with a kinda recent press conference that he was part of. See for yourselves. He was filmed laughing about a joke standing in the background while in front of him, federal German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, the highest German political position in terms of the constitutional protocol, held a speech about the recent flood victims in West and South Germany, which were affected by the floodings in July of 2021. The remaining 4 to 6 weeks prior to the federal election, it was Olaf Scholz and the SPD who overtook the CDU in polls. For quite a long time, political observers and journalists wrote about a potential close scenario between the Greens and the CDU, since for the past couple of months, the SPD was mostly ranked quite low in various polls and previous elections, so it's fair to say that this new leading position in the polls was at least partially unexpected. And even though the final polls were really close again, Scholz eventually won the race and beat the other 2 chancellor candidates Laschet and Baerbock. After weeks of discussions in private between the 3 strongest parties that came out of the election in terms of their gains, the SPD, the Green Party, and the Liberals, the FDP, Freie Demokratische Partei, Free Democratic Party, hardly any info was leaked during that process, which even parts of the upcoming opposition praised. All 3 parties presented their 177-page strong coalition contract, or coalition agreement, der Koalitionsvertrag, the foundation of the upcoming government's principles and goals, on November 24th, 2021. And if you want to find out more about a few of the big changes, the upcoming and planned ones, feel free to check out my video on that topic in the end card. And subsequently, Olaf Scholz was elected new German Chancellor on December 8th. He is now the 9th German Chancellor. And it's also the first time the SPD had a Chancellor since Gerhard Schröder, who was Chancellor from 1998 to 2005. Within the SPD, Scholz is usually seen as a conservative social democrat. Contrary to what you might expect, the German Chancellor doesn't get elected by the citizens directly. They, in general, get elected by the Parliament, the federal parliament, der Bundestag. So far, so good. But who is Olaf Scholz? You might still be asking. And here's the answer. Olaf Scholz was born on June 14, 1958 in Osnabrück, a quite well-known German city in Lower Saxony in northwest Germany. To Germans, he is not a new player in the fields of politics at all. As I've said before, he's a member of the SPD, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, die Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, which is also Germany's oldest still existing party, by the way. He joined the SPD in 1975 during the reign of former SPD Chancellor Willy Brandt, who sought a more relaxed and diplomatic relation with former East Germany, which was a socialist state. I guess you could argue that Brandt's famous 1969 claim "Mehr Demokratie wagen," to risk more democracy, sort of was a blueprint for the current coalition and their slogan "Mehr Fortschritt wagen," to risk more progress. From 1982 to 1988, he was the deputy leader of the SPD's youth organization Jungsozialisten, Young Socialists, and worked as a lawyer specialized in labor and employment law, two subjects which he has been very vocal about in his political work. He proceeded to become the leader of the SPD department in Hamburg from 2000 to 2004. During the reign of the aforementioned Gerhard Schröder, SPD Chancellor from 1998 to 2005, he worked as the party's Generalsekretär, the Secretary General. His first federal role as a leading politician was working as Minister of Labor and Social Affairs from 2007 to 2009. Apart from other major roles within the party, he's also known as the former Erster Bürgermeister, first mayor, and equally head of state of Hamburg. He held that position from 2011 to 2018. On a federal level, his highest political role so far was being the federal Minister of Finance as part of the previous Große Koalition, the Grand Coalition, meaning a government consisting of the traditionally two big German parties, the German Union, meaning CDU plus CSU, and the SPD. He functioned as such from March 2018 until his chancellor election. In that position, he also actively prompted for an international corporate minimum tax of 15% from 2023 onwards, a goal which is supported by 130 countries worldwide and will eventually come into action. In terms of his public appearance, Scholz is widely known for speaking relatively calm and steadily. Many political journalists also refer to him as being der Scholz-Omat, referring to Scholz's mostly steady posture, reserved public behavior and warm, yet some might say quite monotonous timbre, answering all questions in a quite similar tone, basically reminding of a robot. However, others refer to these characteristics as rather being a strength of his public appearance, signs of a strong determination, and having reflected opinions in uncertain, hectic and troubled times. However, Olaf Scholz's political life has not been without criticism. His exact role and knowledge in the Wirecard scandal, a huge accounting scandal concerning the insolvency of Wirecard, which was a promising German payment processor and financial service, and observing that correctly with his department in his role of the Federal Minister of Finance, well, that is quite debatable. His term was also overshadowed by the uncovered Cum-Ex trading fraud. He was also heavily criticized for the lack of handling the riots during the 2017 G20 summit in Hamburg. At the time, he was still mayor of Hamburg, and even though he apologized to the citizens of Hamburg, he didn't opt for resigning from that position. Some political journalists also stated that one of the big reasons for his party winning the election now was that the other two parties, and especially the chancellor candidates and contestants, performed so poorly. Anyway, as a politically interested person, I'm of course curious about how this will all turn out, how this new government will work, and what they will do and change compared to the previous government.
Today I want to teach you 10 practical and useful German sentences you could use when you are on vacation in Germany or when you just moved to Germany, everywhere in Germany, anytime in Germany. Yeah. Of course, there are many different possible versions of the sentences I'm about to tell you, but I want to focus on rather general terms, general expressions, and a general choice of words. So let's begin. Number 1. Hallo. Tschüss. Yeah, I mean, a huge advantage of words like hallo and tschüss is that you can use them at pretty much any time, because, well, they are not limited to, let's say, the morning, the noon, the afternoon, the evening, or the night, or any other special time like toilet time or tea time or breakfast time or time, which is awesome, I think, isn't it? Number 2. Ich heiße und ich komme aus I mean, it's no secret to say that introducing yourself, who you are, where you are from, opens up people around you and makes it way easier for you to be part of the community around you. So, well, I think that's a wise thing to do. Number 3. Entschuldigung, können Sie mir helfen? And very important for asking a child, kannst du mir helfen? Be a tiny bit careful here though, because in the German language we distinguish between Sie and du, which both translate to you in English, which makes it even harder to explain the difference to a foreign person, basically. One general information I can give you on this topic is that it's wise to approach an adult with Sie and to talk to a child or children with du. So there's a bit more to this topic, and I will do a video about that very soon. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Number 4. Wie komme ich zu Oh, that is a very useful question in case you wanna get to a sightseeing attraction or simply back to your hotel. Number 5. Hallo, ich hätte gerne A standard sentence for placing an order or to order something in general. For instance, in restaurants, even for fast food restaurants it is very useful, and stores alike. Number 6. Wie viel kostet das? How much is this? And talking about purchasing and placing an order, well, I guess you want to know how much something is, what the price of something is, and how much you have to pay. And of course you can also substitute the das, this, in this certain phrase with a special, like a particular good you have in mind, or you see in front of you and you can point to. That is possible, of course. Number 7. Wie viel Uhr ist es? Well, it's a nice idea to live without time pressure, Zeitdruck, but I guess people need to know when to do something and what time it is. So it might be a good thing to be able to ask for the time of day in German. And by the way, I also did a German lesson on that topic. If you want to check that out, just click the thumbnail at the end of this video. Yeah. Number 8. Wo gibt es or wo finde ich You could fill the gap with the name of a brand of a store you're looking for, your hotel maybe, a supermarket for instance. And guess what? I also made a German lesson on that topic. Yeah, it's true. And if you want to learn more about that certain topic, about like typical, usual German opening times and different kinds of stores we have in Germany, check out the video. Again, click the thumbnail at the end of this video to be redirected to that video. Number 9. Dankeschön. Danke. Danke sehr. Vielen Dank. Well, I guess it's a good idea to end this video with 2 very polite and very friendly expressions you could use in your everyday life in Germany or a German-speaking country. Because it's always nice to say thank you in case somebody could help you with something. Or a similar situation. And last but not least, number 10. Bitte schön. Bitte. Bitte sehr. Gern geschehen. So where Danke is the first part, Bitte is the other part of this politeness yin and yang thingy. In today's episode of Life in Germany, I want to talk a bit about renting an apartment in Germany, which German words you should know, and how it's organized in many cases. So, just to make this clear right away, I'm not gonna be talking about purchasing flats or houses, but rather about renting something in Germany. This video won't cover every single aspect one could mention about this topic either. However, I'm gonna try to address a few important points. One term pretty much everything revolves around here is the noun die Miete, singular, die Mieten, plural, the rent or the lease. This term can be used in various ways and contexts. Ich wohne hier zur Miete. Ich zahle Miete. Die Mietzahlung, singular, die Mietzahlungen, plural, or die Mietkosten. An apartment you can rent could be called die Mietwohnung, singular, die Mietwohnungen, plural. A rather general term for an apartment is die Wohnung, singular, die Wohnungen, plural. A leasable or hireable house, das Haus, singular, die Häuser, plural, is also called a Mietshaus, das Mietshaus. You might find offerings in local newspapers, for instance. Die Zeitung, singular, die Zeitungen, plural, or well, on the internet. You could also consult a so-called Makler or Immobilienmakler, der Makler. Nowadays, the broker's commission or brokerage, die Courtage, has to be paid by the respective Vermieter, der Vermieter, singular, die Vermieter, plural, the landlord, who's collaborating with the broker and who's offering apartments through a broker. Ein Vermieter vermietet seine Wohnung an jemanden. Die Immobilie, singular, die Immobilien, plural, the property, real estate or just estate, is another term you can find quite often. It's rather used for houses, estates or grounds, das Grundstück, singular, die Grundstücke, plural, and it's mostly used in cases someone purchases a house or an apartment. Alright, so let's assume you found a flat you'd like to rent. Before I'm gonna talk about amounts of money, well, I wanna and I need to mention two very important terms here. Die Kaltmiete and die Warmmiete. The literal translation would be the cold rent and the warm rent. Yeah. Let's begin with die Kaltmiete first. So this amount of money only says how much rent you have to pay just for die Wohnfläche, meaning the living space or the apartment itself, the rooms. Die Räume, plural, der Raum, singular. This amount of money doesn't include the so-called Nebenkosten, die Nebenkosten, the additional costs. But what is the final Mietbetrag, der Mietbetrag, singular, die Mietbeträge, plural, the rental?
Round 2. Fight!
This amount of money is expressed through the so-called Warmmiete, die Warmmiete. Ich muss die Miete an meinen Vermieter überweisen. I have to remit the rent to my landlord. There are many different parameters that are summed up in the term die Nebenkosten. Some of them are usually included in many additional costs for respective different apartments, while others might be or might not be included in different Mietverträgen, der Mietvertrag, singular, die Mietverträge, plural, the lease or rental agreement. The following few parameters are often included in the Nebenkosten. Das Abwasser, the wastewater, meaning water costs. Die Heizkosten, a plural word, heating costs. Die Straßenreinigung, costs for street cleaning. Die Müllabfuhr, the garbage collection service. Das Hausflur- und oder Kellerlicht, lights in the hallway for instance or in the basement, every tenant in a house uses. Or for instance, der Kabelanschluss, the cable junction or connection. You, being der Mieter, the tenant, receive die Nebenkostenabrechnung from your landlord near the end of every year. It's also common to pay a so-called Kaution, die Kaution, a surety or bond, to the landlord once you've moved in. The landlord might use this money in case you can't pay your rent or parts of your rent. He might also use it in case you broke or destroyed parts of the flat or certain things in rooms that are owned by the landlord. Ich ziehe in eine Wohnung ein.
Yay!
Ich ziehe aus einer Wohnung aus.
Wait, that escalated quickly.
Coming back to the Warmmiete. Yes, it includes many parameters, but not all you might think of. As you might have noticed, it's common to choose a utility company or an energy provider independently in Germany. It's der Energieversorger. Usually, the energy provider works with a flat adjustment, der pauschale Abschlag, or die Pauschale. An average estimated Energieverbrauch, der Energieverbrauch, the power consumption. And of course, there is even more to this topic too, so remember, this is just an overview on how things usually work. So, just a general advice. When it's the first time you're in Germany and you don't know how things are organized or work here yet, be honest about it and don't hesitate to tell other Germans. They can definitely help you. There are a lot of different Versicherungen you have or should keep in mind when living in Germany too. Die Versicherung Singular, die Versicherungen Plural, the insurance. You need to have a health insurance in Germany, die Krankenversicherung. I mean, there are a few contexts in which certain people might be freed from this duty or obligation, die Pflicht, but generally speaking, it's an obligation in the German system. Die Haftpflichtversicherung, the liability insurance, can be subdivided into subsidiary liability insurances too, and some of them are mandatory insurances as well. The Hausratversicherung, contents insurance or household insurance, is an optional one, for instance. It helps against damage or vandalism that's caused by burglars, for instance, when they break into an apartment. In Germany, lease costs can vary drastically, depending on the area and other aspects. In October of 2016, however, the average lease costs were at €7.21 per Quadratmeter, der Quadratmeter Singular, die Quadratmeter Plural, square meters. Okay, so let's say your future apartment has a size of 60 square meters. In this case, the average lease costs for a German flat this size might be around €432. And in case your future apartment has a size of 100 square meters, it would probably be around €721. But keep in mind, these lease costs relate to the so-called Kaltmiete, which means additional costs are not included yet. You can find links to this source and to other pretty informative websites in the video description, by the way. And yes, I need to mention it one more time, this video didn't cover or address every single aspect you have to consider in this context. But I think I covered some of the most important ones.
Hallo zusammen. I'm the honorary judge, Dave. Please take a seat. What is going on in Germany in terms of the jury system in courtrooms as opposed to the way we deal with things in America, in the USA? I would like to know, hence this hearing today. Let the trial begin. So you may be wondering why I came up with this topic in the first place. Well, the other day I was watching one of those really good true crime documentaries on a well-known streaming provider. It was a series about a US-American criminal case, and it also featured footage of the trial in court. And watching that real court footage, that recording of it, it once again occurred to me that this part of the jurisdictional structure or the judicial system in the USA seems to be a bit different from German trials in court. So now that that is out of the way, let's start with this initial difference, the trial itself. So, whereas in America, it's not the judge that makes the verdict, it's the jury, that is completely different in Germany, because in Germany, it's the judge that makes the verdict, because there is no jury. We have something similar, but not quite the same. However, we used to have a jury. Until 1924, we also had das Geschworenengericht, the jury court in Germany. However, these days, in modern Germany, that's not a thing at all, with the exception of der Schöffe, or die Schöffin, an honorary or voluntary judge, and das Schöffengericht, the court of lay assessors.
So in German courtrooms, it's both der Rechtsanwalt, the attorney or lawyer, and der Staatsanwalt, the prosecutor, that have to convince the German judge. In Germany, being a Schöffe is an honorary office and only German citizens can be a Schöffe. Especially in a main hearing, a Schöffe basically has the same Rechte, rights, and Pflichten, duties as a professional judge. Often there's a judge and two Schöffen by their side judging at a German Amtsgericht, a local court, and a Landgericht, a district or regional court, including subordinate court types. The intention behind the system is to increase the citizens' trust in a close-to-life jurisdiction, a close-to-reality jurisdiction that is. As a German, you can voluntarily try to get elected a Schöffe, but if there aren't enough contestants, basically any healthy German citizen between the age of 25 and below 70, including a few other requirements that have to be met, can be elected a Schöffe, even if they didn't voluntarily consider doing that before. Linguistically speaking, the term das Schwurgericht is still around in modern German, but it doesn't refer to the same thing that it referred to back in the day. It's quite different. When Germans speak of das Schwurgericht these days, they mean die Verhandlung, the court hearing, done by die Große Strafkammer, the large criminal court, which features at least 3 professional judges and 2 Schöffen who are judging on an equal level. Historically speaking, a German jury system was first implemented in 1848. Keep in mind, back then Germany as we know it today didn't exist yet. And during the Deutsches Reich, there were usually 30 Geschworene, der or die Geschworene, the juror, at the beginning of a trial. Both the attorney and the prosecutor then had a chance to eliminate and choose jurors from the list up until only 12 jurors were left and chosen. However, even though it was common back in the day, the jury system also had many disadvantages. Sometimes, for instance, certain jurors were dismissed from the list out of shady reasons, their occupation for instance, since those decisions didn't have to be justified. However, in any case, all initial 30 juror contestants had to be compensated, which resulted in high costs. Since the jurors themselves didn't have to justify their verdicts, they just had to make them, that also led to problems in rather complex court cases and even led to potential revisions being prevented from happening in the first place. In the course of the Emmeringsche Reform in 1924, a judicial reform by former German Reichsjustizminister, the Reich Minister of Justice, the jury system was abolished. One thing I also need to mention is that this video will focus on federal German elections, not on rather municipal elections, because some things might be different for those here and there, pretty much. So I'm gonna try to break down this process to the main aspects. Yeah, wish me luck. Apart from a lot of news, talk shows, discussion rounds, interviews and ads on German media and pretty much all German streets as well, Germans get a so-called Wahlbenachrichtigung, an election voting card. This is not to be confused with the actual ballot paper though, and it serves a different purpose. The Wahlbenachrichtigung is an information about the upcoming election, and it works pretty much as a proof for being eligible of voting and taking part in the voting process in the first place. So, when you've received a Wahlbenachrichtigung 4 to 6 weeks prior to the upcoming election, it validates you are registered in the Wählerverzeichnis, the official list of all Germans that are eligible to vote. It also contains all important information on the upcoming election: the time, the date, the location of the voting booths, how to apply for postal voting, etc. On the Wahltag, the election day itself, which is either a Sunday or a holiday in Germany, you are allowed to go voting from 8 AM to 6 PM. In order to do so, you have to go to your local Wahlraum, the voting room, which contains one or more Wahlkabinen, die Wahlkabine Singular, die Wahlkabinen Plural, and all important forms and objects you need in order to do so. For instance, a Wahlurne, a voting urn, taken literally, a ballot or voting box. You also need to bring your Wahlbenachrichtigung because it grants you the right to vote there in the first place. Otherwise, you might have to show your Personalausweis, your ID card, so that the Wahlhelfer, the polling clerk, can identify you and check if you are indeed registered in the aforementioned list of voters. If you don't want to or you can't go to your local voting location on election day, you can also choose to do postal voting, die Briefwahl, which means voting by mail. In this case, you don't really need to wait until election day comes in order to vote. You can already vote earlier and send the letter early enough so that it arrives until 6 p.m. on election day at the latest. But coming back to voting in a voting booth. Normally, there's only one person allowed in a voting booth at a time, with the exception of people with certain handicaps, for instance. Otherwise, this would strongly conflict with the basic principle of the German Wahlgeheimnis, the secret voting principle, if you will, which means no one can force you to say which party or which politician you're voting for. So asking a random German on the street about who he has or is going to vote for is a nice try, but don't expect too many Germans to tell you. On German ballot papers, you're asked to vote twice. Yeah, you're actually granted 2 votes in a way. I'm talking about the so-called Erststimme and the Zweitstimme. The left column is the Erststimme, the first vote. Here you can vote for a specific candidate in your region in order to become a member of the Bundestag, of the future Bundestag, that is, the future parliament. You're only allowed to check one box in this column, and this is what I meant by left column and right column, by the way. Anyway, the right column is the Zweitstimme, the second vote, and here you can vote for a particular party. Again, you're only allowed to vote once in this column. Once you've checked more than one box per column, or for instance if you haven't checked any box at all, your vote is declared ungültig, invalid. There are other situations that lead to an invalid voting as well, of course. And obviously you're not necessarily bound to the same ideology, to the same party in both columns in a way, because, for instance, you could very well vote for candidate A, being a member of party A in the first column, and then vote for party B in the second column, so it doesn't have to be the same in both columns. After you've given your vote, you need to fold this ballot well enough so that your votes can't be seen by other people. And once you've done that, you can put this ballot paper into the voting box, into the Wahlurne, and by having done that, you can officially say, I've voted! Yeah, I've taken part in the election! Woohoo! Or something like that. Shortly after the Wahl ends at 6 p.m. and the Wahllokale are closing, the first rather adequate polls for the election results are published. Usually the final results can be expected during the same evening or on the following day, since it might take a while to count all votes, not to mention the postal votings. Once the results are declared official and final, the parties and politicians in the newly chosen parliament slowly begin to talk about possible coalitions and the like. Of course, they also might have done that already, like before the election took place in the first place, but now they know their party's proportional shares, for instance, and they know, okay, this coalition is possible. It's probable, it's possible, you know, it could work. And this coalition that we had in mind before won't really work because the other party is too weak. For instance, they lost too many votes. And once all this is settled, once the parliament is pretty much set, they elect the new chancellor, because that is a whole different election. Germans don't really elect their chancellor directly, but rather indirectly, but that's a different topic. Aside from many German road signs, you will find many other German signs in Germany, in Deutschland obviously, that are very important and that can save your life sometimes. Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to talk about those signs now. So here are 5 very important danger signs in Germany. Number 1. Ausfahrt freihalten. Ausfahrt freihalten translates to keep exit clear, and another version of basically the same sign is Einfahrt freihalten. So what they both tell you is basically that you shouldn't block and you are not allowed to block an entrance to a private ground, for instance, or a company or a garage. You're not supposed to block that with any kind of vehicle, like a car, a bicycle, grand piano. And obviously another very important purpose of this is that there's always a free way, free space for ambulances. Der Krankenwagen Singular, die Krankenwagen Plural, or Fire Trucks. Das Feuerwehrauto Singular, die Feuerwehrautos Plural. Number 2. Hochspannung. Lebensgefahr. Danger high voltage. Die Lebensgefahr actually translates to something like danger to life, life-threatening danger, or even better, mortal danger, which sounds like an old school beat 'em up game to me, like a little brother of Mortal Kombat of sorts. Die Hochspannung is high voltage, and well, yeah, you should be careful with that stuff. Number 3. Notausgang. So you might be asking yourself, why is VlogDave mentioning this sign? Because I guess everyone knows that, and everyone knows what it means just because of the green color and the like. Actually, we all know that sign with that white or like greenish person, that man running away from a danger, like, yeah, his wife approaching him or whatever. However, sometimes that sign appears to be a bit different, at least in Germany. Der Notausgang Singular, die Notausgänge Plural, refers to emergency exit. That's the English translation, yes. So it's basically the same sign, but it appears to be different. You know, there's no man running away from any kind of danger. Number 4. Privatgelände. Unbefugten ist der Zutritt verboten. No admittance without authorization. Instead of this particular sign, you might also come across another version of that, which only says Zutritt verboten, no trespassing. Das Privatgrundstück or das Privatgelände means private ground. And if it's a company's ground, you might come across the word Betriebsgelände. And sometimes you can even come across an additional sentence that is written below the actual warning. Eltern haften für ihre Kinder. Parents are liable for their kids. And last but not least, number 5. Vorsicht, bissiger Hund. Yeah, it says something like, oh, be careful there, because that dog right there wants to bite your face into pieces, and he loves to do that, and yeah, he's a very dangerous dog. A DD, a dangerous dog. Der Hund is the dog. The first word in that particular phrase can be found in many other signs as well, and it basically says attention or caution, Vorsicht. Well, and in case there are plenty of dogs that really want to ruin your face, totally, well, that sign might say Vorsicht, bissige Hunde, which basically is the plural form for that. Plural. I really don't like that word. My favorite dictionary told me that bissige Hunde might also be translated to bitchy dogs, which really sounds like a very old school jump and run game for the PlayStation 1 if you ask me. And I know you're asking me. Hallo zusammen. Some of you might know that in Germany you become an adult by turning 18 years old. But why is that? And was that always the case? Let's find out. I guess for pretty much all Germans nowadays, it's hard to fathom being considered an adult at just 21. But in fact, up until December 21st in 1974, people in West Germany became adults at 21 years of age, a back then established situation which existed since almost 100 years at that point. From January 1st, 1975 onwards, 2.5 million young Germans instantly became adults at 18 years of age. It was former German Chancellor Willy Brandt from the SPD who started talking about that initiative about lowering that legal age in 1969. He said, diese jungen Menschen müssen aber verstehen, dass auch sie gegenüber Staat und Gesellschaft Verpflichtungen haben. Wir werden dem Hohen Hause ein Gesetz unterbreiten, wodurch das aktive Wahlalter von 21 auf 18, das passive von 25 auf 21 Jahre herabgesetzt wird. Wir werden auch die Volljährigkeitsgrenze überprüfen. So, in 1970, the German parties decided to lower the minimum voting age to 18 years in order to benefit from the younger voter potential as well. But up to 1974, some people and institutions still had doubts about lowering the legal age, the age of becoming an adult basically. The church feared a huge rise in early marriages, I suppose because they thought those early marriages might in turn have resulted in earlier divorces, more likely than marriages that were made in later life. So on March 22nd in 1974, the Federal German Parliament, der Bundestag, voted in favor of lowering that date
By 3 years, basically, from 21 down to 18. But why? What potential, plausible, possible reasons could they have had for doing that? Well, I've addressed some before, but there were multiple reasons for adjusting this. Young German men already had to do military service at 18 by that point. At that time, up to 70 or 80% of all young Germans between 18 and 21 already had their own jobs, were allowed to drive on their own by the age of 18, had their own income, and they already had the right to take part in general elections or go voting in context of work councils. In short, many of them already had taken large responsibility for their own lives at that point and that age. And also because young Germans from the age of 18 to 21 already lived self-contained and largely independently, the federal parliament voted in favor of lowering the age for reaching die Volljährigkeit, the majority or legal age, from 21 down to 18, from 21 down to 18. There were almost no votes against this from either the government or the opposition. Both young and older citizens were awaiting this decision and were both in favor of it as well. I mean, when you are allowed to earn your own money with a full-time job and all, it should be possible for you to freely decide what to do with that money, right? However, some MPs rather opposed that change. They argued that the higher legal age of 21 also existed out of safety reasons, since not all young Germans would be mentally prepared or cognitively partially unexperienced for adult life, at, in quotes, just 18 years of age. Some aspects of adult life could be too complex or complicated, since technically 18-year-olds could buy or sell houses, deny an entire inheritance or heritage, get involved in complicated judicial court cases, etc., without really being prepared for all of that. Since back then, the older and the younger generations were sort of increasingly at odds with each other, pre- and post-1945 generations, youth protests throughout the 60s, and especially the West German student movement in 1968, generally different perspectives on life, and so on, some politicians didn't want that gap to grow even bigger by lowering that legal age. In addition, birth rates in the 1950s, meaning the post-war decade, had already drastically increased, and back in those years, almost adult young Germans were a large social demographic, which the politicians didn't want to have against them in the long run. What's really interesting, and I didn't know that before doing research for this video actually, is that in East Germany, former GDR, the DDR, Deutsche Demokratische Republik, you actually judicially became an adult by turning 18 from 1950 onwards. That's 24 years before West Germany actually, well, you know, established that. It's really interesting, but also strange to think that there were two Germanys, East Germany and West Germany, and something really fundamental like that was so different. To this day, there's still an exception. The age of full criminal responsibility is still at 21. Between the age of 18 and 21, the court can choose between judging based on das Jugendstrafrecht, the criminal law relating to young offenders, or using das Erwachsenenstrafrecht, the criminal law related to adults, based on the person's maturity basically. This wasn't indisputable back in the early 70s and still isn't to this day. By mid or late 1975, pretty much all horror scenarios about lowering the legal age were evaluated through empirical studies, and they all came to the same conclusion. Bad scenarios hadn't come true, and to this day, the legal age in Germany has remained at 18, also after the German reunification in 1990. The curious Dave that I am, I want to know, did you know all that before? And what do you think about the legal age of becoming an adult at 18 years old in Germany? Is it a good age to become an adult, to take responsibility for your own actions? Feel free to tell us in the comments. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes I just don't intend to make a video on that particular day, but then something happens or I actually get an idea for something and I have to do it immediately. It's pretty much one of these videos now. Happy 50th birthday anniversary to one of the most popular, most well-known, most influential, most awesome German TV shows we've ever had. I don't exaggerate here. It is that cool. I'm talking about The Show with the Mouse, Die Sendung mit der Maus. The first episode of this one was aired in 1971, 50 years ago, and the show still lasts to this day. Over 2,200 episodes were filmed and created, each episode about half an hour long. And what makes it cool? I mean, apart from the mascots, which would be Die Maus, the mouse, der Elefant, the blue little elephant, and die Ente, the duck. It just quenches your thirst for knowledge, how life works, why something happens the way it does, and why things are the way we perceive them in everyday life. For instance, have you ever wondered why there are holes in cheese? Why is that in the first place? But that is just one of thousands fascinating questions and really practical questions as well that the mouse and their the mouse's mascot, so to speak, Armin, for instance, Armin Maywald, one of the hosts of the show with a really soothing voice, really cool to listen to. He and other show hosts actually explain stuff and really show practically with video footage and a good, easy to understand explanation why something is the way it is. And that is so cool. This show is perfect for both children, curious children, teenagers, and even for adults, because the questions are so fascinating themselves. It's as simple as that. If you love the German language, you want to have a German listening practice and learn something along the way, check out Die Sendung mit der Maus on YouTube, for instance. It's just a well-produced show with much heart and emotion in it and dedication as well to learning and to experience life. And just thinking about it, like in 1971, my parents were 9 years old and they grew up with that show. I was born in 1991. By 1991, the show had already been around and very successfully so for 20 years. And my brother, born in 1996, he also grew up with that show. And my cousins, born in the late 90s, early 2000s, also grew up with that show. And even my grandparents know and love it. I don't think, or at least I couldn't come up with a potentially more fulfilling and awesome achievement. And a cool trivia fact, which I actually just learned about 10 minutes ago. I didn't know that. And the show's concept, the show's idea was created by Gerd Müntefering. He is a TV journalist and, well, he's actually from my little small town, Arnsberg. Like, what are the odds? So once again, dear Maus, dear Elephant, dear Armin, dear Christoph with your really awesome green pullover there, trademark. And of course, all the other hosts of that show throughout the years, the whole production team, Gerd Müntefering of course, and everyone who was involved in making that possible. Thank you all so very much for entertaining and educating. I can totally relate to that concept and I think it's one of the coolest things. Education and entertainment, edutainment. Something that is like making learning fun. Learn German the fun way. Hallo zusammen. Today I, a German, am gonna talk about 5 cultural differences between Germany and the USA. And in fact, we're talking about quite big ones. That's what she said. Let's do it. That's what she said as well. Let's begin with the video. The first big difference that I want to talk about is something that I keep noticing when I'm watching the German news. As opposed to the USA, in Germany, we don't have tornado alleys, zones, typical ones at least. Yes, we also experience der Tornado, or die Windhose, every now and then in Germany. They exist. However, they can basically appear anywhere in Germany, and they are not focused on a certain region, which has to do with meteorological conditions for storms to actually turn into tornadoes and the like. The general German term for all these weather phenomena is der Wirbelsturm, singular, die Wirbelstürme, plural, the whirlwind, as an almost literal equivalent, only with a different second or last part in that compound word. Der Sturm, singular, die Stürme, plural, the storm. According to meteorologists, there are usually between 20 and 60 tornadoes in all of Germany each year. Now, of course, the USA has a certain geological disadvantage in direct comparison, since the land size is larger, but the numbers still speak volumes. Over 1,200 reported tornadoes in all of the USA, and compared to, 20 to 60 in Germany per year, I guess that's what you could call a difference. This whole topic also leads me to something that is related to this, which is the structure of buildings. In German towns and cities, even villages, you hardly ever come across a lot of buildings that were built from materials other than stone and bricks. Yes, you can also build wooden houses here, but they aren't as common in comparison. So when I see news reports and footage about tornado destructions in the US from my German perspective, I sometimes can't help but wonder if many houses there are built less stable in comparison. Or maybe that's the plan, to build them less stable because you expect them to not last as long as houses that are not located in tornado regions, in tornado zones. Maybe that's the reason behind it, I don't know. However, in other words, German houses seem to be built more solidly. And that is not something that's exclusive to Germany, but rather seems to be common for many European countries as well. According to my research about this topic, and feel free to correct me here, the insulation, die Dämmung, of American houses often doesn't seem to exist, and roofs are rather loosely stapled onto the building or connected by staples. From a German perspective, this sounds really strange, to be honest. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way, don't get me wrong. In Germany, that description rather reminds of a garden shed or a wooden shed, for instance. On the other hand, though, Germans usually miss out on something that seems to be a standard in every American house. At least that's what it seems like to me. Air conditioning. In usual German residential buildings or houses, you won't find directly implemented ACs, even though summers in Germany can get quite hot as well, at times at least. For instance, up to 40 or 42 degrees Celsius, that is up to 104 to 107.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh dear Fahrenheit, yeah. But actually, that leads over to my third topic, scales and units. That whole topic is, wow. I mean, just when you think about it, it's quite ironic. In the USA, you're using the Fahrenheit temperature system. Fahrenheit was a German physicist, but in Germany, we don't use his temperature scale, his system. We use Celsius and utilize the metric system, centimeters, meters, kilometers, etc. They are totally common in Germany. I personally know that 1 inch equals 2.54 centimeters, but that's not common knowledge here at all, for instance. We don't use foot, inches, etc. So there's a high chance we might look confused when people talk about their height in feet and inches and their weight in pounds. Some Germans might even wonder what lbs stands for. But more about those and other scale differences and explanations in my video in the end card. There's also another big difference when it comes to the judicial side of things, the judicial system between Germany and the USA, especially court situations, court trials. Contrary to not all, but many court trials in the US, we don't have a jury system in Germany. At all. Anymore. If you will, the role of a judge is more powerful and significant in Germany court trials, as in most cases it's just them who make a verdict, not a jury. But we do have something that is a little bit similar to a jury, die Schöffen, the voluntary judges. In my video about this topic, I've explained more details about this quite big difference and how up until 1924, juries were a common thing in Germany as well. So for me as a German watching, true crime documentaries and whatnot from American productions, I'm always fascinated by the jury system, because we don't have that in Germany. Sometimes it's the little things that make a huge difference in terms of how we perceive things. And one of those little differences has to do with numbers, because even though we both, meaning you may be watching this as an American and us Germans, we use the same digits, the same numbers, we refer to some of them a bit differently. Whereas in English, it's the tens digits that are mentioned first, and then they are followed by the units, the single units. It's the other way around in German. In English, it's 32, and in German, it's 32. So it's the other way around. Also, the hyphen in the English term is replaced by an and, so to speak. Apart from this big difference regarding the very small numbers, there's also a linguistic difference in bigger numbers. So tell me, which bigger numeric unit comes after million? Right! It's obviously die Milliarde, singular, die Milliarden, plural, which equals billion in English? Yes, it does, strangely enough. However, we also have the term die Billion, singular, die Billionen in German, but that one refers to the next higher unit after the English billion. So So, in other words, the English billion equals the German Milliarde. So, from my German perspective, looking at the English system there seems to be a missing link. You left out a step in the ladder of numbers and units and scales and whatnot. Of course, I know you don't, but it seems to me like that because of the terminology, which is fairly interesting, may I say. But that's not it in terms of numbers, because when we take a look at single units, single numbers, meaning all numbers ranging from 0 to 9, there's also some confusion potential, at least on the German side of things, and here's why. Since the numbers 2, 2 and 3 sound quite similar, especially talking on the phone or talking quite fast on the phone, Germans came up with an alternate word for the number 2 by changing the suffix I to O. So many Germans also say 2 instead of 2, meaning the same number though. This way, it's way easier to tell both numbers apart in conversations. And interestingly enough, that also has been applied to months, since der Juni and der Juli sound really similar in the same situations basically. So in English you don't have that problem, but in German you do. And hence another possible and common word for Juni is Juno. So it would be Juno and Juli. And this way you don't get confused. As you can see, I'm not alone. Well, he wanted to be in the video as well. Why not? Today I want to talk about something frightening though. I don't know if you're prepared for that actually, because I want to talk about Krampus. From a German perspective, so to speak. What is it all about? Where does it originate from? And what do Germans think about Krampus and this urban, this mythology, this legend? I don't know. Just Krampus. Okay, so let's start with the basics. What and who is Krampus anyway? Der Krampus is a demon-like monster that works as a, well, sort of workmate, you could say, of Saint Nicholas's, who is called der Nikolaus in German, by the way. Quite similar sounding. The real Heiliger Nikolaus, the real, well, Holy Nicholas, so to speak, yeah, he was a real person, originated from the ancient 4th century AD Lycia, which pretty much equals large parts of what we know as Die Türkei, Turkey today. Well, one could think Krampus might also be from there. Most sources I found though indicate that this creature is linked to a more Central or West-East European origin. So now that we know his occupation, I guess he is male, so that's why I refer to him as him, you know, he and stuff. What is his work ethic like? The basic outline is, well-behaved children receive presents from Saint Nick, while badly behaving and evil kids get punished by Krampus. And by the way, it's not Krampus or Krampus or something like that, it's Krampus in German. Till Lindemann would definitely love this term, Krampus. Often this mysterious creature is shown with 2 large horns and a long tail, similar to what people commonly associate with the devil. It's usually wearing a coat, carrying heavy chains and a so-called Rute, die Rute singular, die Ruten plural, the rod or birch. It also carries a sort of rucksack, der Rucksack singular, die Rucksäcke plural, in which it, according to legend of course, stores really bad behaving children. I mean, or he collects them, he stores them, I don't know what he actually does with them. Do I want to know? Pretty much as their punishment, I think. Old form of rehab, I guess. Even though it might resemble certain animals such as bulls and the like, it also has human-like features. For instance, when you look at the hands and feet, which, but that's only my assumption, could also imply that it's actually a cursed human being who was turned or changed into a Dämon. Der Dämon singular, die Dämonen plural, the demon. Met Daemon, Dämon. And also the name, I mean, who's called Krampus? What does that even mean? The commonly used term Krampus isn't a common German term at all, from today's standards, not even close. It's not obviously related to words we use on a daily basis. However, this doesn't mean it isn't German. Quite the opposite, because it originates from the Middle High German term Krampen, something lifeless or withered.
Mittelhochdeutsch, by the way, Middle High German, was a, well, sort of previous version of the German language we know today, colloquially and really generally speaking. Do you know when Krampus actually became a thing? No? Well, me neither, so let's find out. As of now, the earliest discovered written notes and documents referring to the Krampusbrauch, for der Brauch, singular, die Bräuche, plural, the custom, date back to the 16th century AD, so it basically is a very old, even ancient mythology, if you will. Maybe before that, before he became known or found, I don't know, Krampus lived a normal life similar to Gollum or Dobby from Harry Potter, and Saint Nick saved him and employed him because he's a good guy. After all, right? I think so. How do Germans actually think of Krampus? How do they celebrate them, so to speak? As I've already hinted here and there, it's celebrated in southern Germany, yeah, but it's also celebrated in other countries of Europe, for instance Austria, Slovakia, Italy, the Czech Republic and Hungary. In these regions and countries, people wear Krampus costumes and scare people on the streets by ringing bells and looking frightening. And sometimes really brave little children also try to tease the wandering Krampuses without getting caught. Basically, something that we would call die Mutprobe, singular, die Mutproben, plural, the test of courage. And believe it or not, this was new to me as well, rarely a Krampus parade might also result in real violence, because people get really furious and hit each other. I mean, you know, where is Saint Nick when you really need him? Maybe he's filming for YouTube. Oh yeah, I could see that fit. And how did Krampus become so famous internationally? How? A probable reason for Krampus becoming that well known and famous, especially in the US, is the fact that many German settlers brought this and other legends, fairy tales, customs and traditions, stories basically, with them and spread the word during the past decades and centuries. Pretty much as an indirect or direct result, Krampus has been featured in many popular TV shows and movies, including American Dad or the show Grimm, which is sort of based on real fairy tale works by the Gebrüder Grimm, by the Brothers Grimm, two extremely important and famous German poets, authors and linguists. Yes, also linguists, because similar to the likes of Schiller and Goethe, they managed to implement many famous sayings into the German language, most of which we even know and use to this day. And now to the most important question of all. What do Germans actually think of Krampus? There's a couple of things that need to be addressed here, because even though Krampus is famous for being a mainly German creature, it's also quite a thing in the previous mentioned countries and states. Probably the most surprising fact about Krampus though for all of you guys out there is, it really isn't a big thing in about like 15 out of 16 German states, if a thing at all. I mean, honestly, if you were to ask a random person on the street, old or young, from northern, western and eastern Germany, there's quite a high chance that they either have not even heard of Krampus or they know very, very little about this fella. The reason is, the whole legend really is centered and based and rooted pretty much in Germany around Bayern, Bavaria, which is located in South Germany. You usually won't find public or private celebrations and parties including Krampus in most German states. Does it make Krampus less cool though? Definitely not. You know, for instance, I'm from West Germany, from the Sauerland region, and gotta be honest, not kidding you, I've heard about Krampus like 2-ish years ago, like for the first time ever, and I'm like a German native speaker, I'm from Germany. That basically might tell you everything. I don't want to call myself being representative of what it's like regarding Krampus in all of Germany, but then again, I think I sort of am. It is weird, I know, but when I think about it as a German, it really lines up with what or how many other German traditions and customs are perceived like
for instance, in America. To my knowledge, many traditions that are more, well, region-based and really popular there as opposed to all of Germany, they usually get associated with Germany as a whole. Also, I think what's important to say is that even though it doesn't represent, well, all of Germany tradition-wise, it really isn't something bad because of that, because, well, that actually rhymed. Because it really goes to show that there is a huge variety of many different traditions and customs in all of Germany, in several different German states, which is cool. Because in the end, well, at the end of the day, that means we've got a rich culture in Germany, which certainly is the case. Of course, there are cultural aspects that are popular in all of Germany as well. For instance, the beer culture is very present and strong in all of Germany, but the annual original Oktoberfest only takes place in Munich, Bavaria, as I've said before. Germans might very well celebrate their own little Oktoberfest parties in other parts of Germany, but that's about it. Generally speaking, it seems to me that a whole lot of foreigners actually don't know about these relations, like how big a tradition really is in Germany, for instance, and how important, how well known, in fact. So yeah, here you go, the more you know. However, don't worry, all of this doesn't mean other German states don't have anything interesting to offer, any interesting figures. For instance, in my region, the Sauerland, which is located in Western Germany, I've also vlogged about that before, and in many other German states, there's another creature that has a slightly similar, well-known role or vibe to it compared to Krampus. I'm talking about the famous, or rather infamous, Knecht Ruprecht, for der Knecht singular, die Knechte plural, the servant or hauler. He also serves as a close companion of Saint Nicholas's, also as a workmate if you will, and he also punishes badly behaving children. He rather appears to be human instead of a demon though. Some parents and grandparents tell their little children or grandchildren about Knecht Ruprecht and what he's there for, what his occupation is like, so to speak, which usually leads to the children behaving well and peacefully. Knecht Ruprecht, Krampus and Saint Nick should just go on vacation together and figure out a way to spread work, so that each of them can relax at some point and be friends all along. Yeah, well, because why not?
I visited my grandparents together with the whole family, basically. We met because of Easter, and it's like a long family tradition, has always been. And not only that, but we celebrate Easter with a special food, you could say. In Germany, we call it Soleier. And actually, I have to look up the English word for that because I don't know it. And I don't even know if there exists one. I don't know, it's a special German thing or where that comes from, that certain tradition, but it's certainly interesting. So I want to show you what Soleier are and how you eat them. So these are the ingredients for real good Soleier. Pickled eggs as they are called in English. First of all, you need pickled eggs. Not seen in this picture. But in this picture you see salt, Salz, pepper, Pfeffer, vinegar, Essig, salad oil, Salatöl, Olivenöl, Sonnenblumenöl. You could use any kind of oil as long as it's not something like engine oil or something similar. So let's go on with the ingredients. Mustard, Senf, and Maggi, which is a pretty common sauce in Germany and I believe in other countries as well. You can use for soups and salads and whatnot. So this is how it works. You have several eggs and you put them into salty water and you let them stay in there for, I believe, a couple of days. And once it's Easter time, you take them out and cut them in half. Once you did that, you erase the yellow of the egg, so that you have a little hole you can put something into. So you've already seen most of the ingredients, well, basically was all of them. So you begin with the vinegar and you let it drop like slowly into the hole, and once you did that, you come up with the salad oil and you let that drop in there as well, just a tad, so that the main liquid remains the vinegar and not the oil. And then you can decide on which ingredient you want to put there next. I personally go for the salt and then the Maggi. In Germany we call it Maggi-Würze. It's a very delicious salad sauce and you can use that even for soups and stuff like that. And I really like it. And then you could add salt and pepper the way you like it. And at the end of that all, you have the mustard. But be careful here, don't use too much of it, because otherwise the egg would fall over, and that is not what we are looking for, as you can imagine. There's actually one good advice that I could give you if you want to repeat that sometime. Try to cut off just a little bit from the egg's bottom and you have a securely standing egg. I don't know if you know what I mean, but yeah, it will help you to keep the egg in its place. And last but not least, I had to use that phrase, you can eat the egg like that. It tastes very sour, but of course that apparently depends on how much vinegar you put in there. It's salty, but it's delicious somehow, and I don't know why that is an Easter tradition or where that comes from, but I find it quite interesting. And one other reason I like pickled eggs, Soleier, is that it reminds me of my childhood and the many visits I had at my grandparents' house on Easter when the whole family met and almost all of my family members ate Soleier. And today I want to talk about the two different time periods we have in Europe. In the German language, this phenomenon is called die Zeitumstellung. But again, you can't adjust time itself, so the term die Zeitumstellung, taken literally as the time adjusting, is complete nonsense, just for the record. It's the common term though. Die Zeitumstellung basically means that twice a year Europeans either erase or add an hour, just like it happened in the early hours of October 25th, 2015. Because during this certain night at 3 AM, the clock ticked backwards, meaning back to 2 AM. Wow! Magic? Witchery? No. This is happening on purpose in Germany since 1980. Long time ago, I can still remember. No, I wasn't even born back then. By adjusting the counting of time from 3 AM back to 2 AM, which means you basically add an hour, although it appears to be weird physically, you get back to the standard counting of time. Although it became common practice to adjust the counting of time back in 1980, people discussed this idea to add an additional time period, referring to the so-called Central European Summertime, even during the First World War. However, way back in the 19th century, many towns even had their very own way to count time. This still is kinda preserved in the term die Ortszeit, the local time. Ever thought about that term? But although this idea has seemed to be a rather good and progressive one, the majority of German citizens doubts that this effect is as useful as it seemed to be in theory back then. In a 2015 survey, 69 Germans prompted to leave this whole adjusting time idea behind and to erase the so-called Sommerzeit, the summertime, while only 28 people stating they want to keep it that way. The so-called Winterzeit,
The winter time.
is the standard way to count time. It's also known as die Normalzeit, therefore. In Germany, the summertime became practice in 1980. In 1996, however, whole Europe agreed to use only one summertime for all countries. There are strict rules for this adjustment in the German world of laws. On every last Sunday in March, clocks change from 2 AM straight to 3 AM, so you basically erase an hour. The technical term for this time period is die Mitteleuropäische Sommerzeit, the Central European Summertime, CEST. The German abbreviation is MESZ, MESZ, or MESZ. You might have come across those letters. And now you know what this is all about, hopefully. To complete this, on every last Sunday in October, clocks change from 3 AM straight back to 2 AM, so you basically add an additional hour. This means it gets darker earlier in the evening. But honestly, the most important thing for me was I could sleep longer that night. One of the most frequently asked questions on my channel is, can I study this and that in Germany? Where, how, when, whatever. And since this is a recurring subject, I thought, well, let's give a short overview on basic requirements and information regarding studying in Germany. Before I'm going to tell you some requirements and what you need to know about studying in Germany, please be aware that I will not cover every single aspect of this pretty complex and diverse topic in this single video. No, I won't, because that's simply too much information all at once. But don't worry, because I will provide you with additional links to many more websites with more information on the different topics. Yay! In other words, consider this video a short overview on different single aspects of studying in Germany. Alright, let's begin with something really basic. Which documents are needed to study at a university in Germany? Next to basic documents you need to provide, you will need a visa to enter Germany, depending on where you are coming from. This is true for almost all countries outside the EU. There are also different kinds of visa you can or need to apply for, which also depend on the application to the respective German university. Unlike other countries, you need to have a health insurance in Germany. It's also a requirement for the whole uni application process, therefore. Find links with more information on those topics in the video description. Apart from filling out the university's respective application form, you also need an accredited copy of the final certificate you have, for instance your A-levels or a similar degree. As an international student, you also need a language proof of ability for many different study programs. In case you only want to study in Germany for 1 or 2 semesters, you may not need to provide official evidence of being able to speak German like that, but I guess that depends on different aspects. Make sure to check out the respective university's website for more information. This isn't everything, but the most important documents that are required for international students. I will tell you a bit more about the university's application form very soon. Very soon. Do I need to have certain grades to be allowed to study in Germany? Well, in order to be allowed to study at a German university, you need a higher education entrance qualification. Some of those qualifications allow you to apply for pretty much all study subjects, whereas others are limited to specific fields of study. So please check if your diplomas are recognized and accepted as such in Germany. But don't be sad in case you don't have a higher education entrance qualification that's required, because you can also take part in respective preparatory courses at different German universities, depending on which subject you want to study. Many of them will end with a test after 1 year. only talking about grades, there are pretty much two basic forms of study programs in Germany. Some study programs don't require specific average grades, while others do have strict limitations and require specific average grades indeed. Also, the required average grades, or the numerous clauses V, NC, NC, you might need for being allowed to study a specific subject, keeps changing pretty much every semester, so it's not something that's carved in stone forever. It's defined by the average A-level grades in the year before next to other parameters. Be aware of the fact that each and every single university in Germany can decide whether to use A and C for a specific field of study or how high or low it's gonna be at that time. However, you might be able to tweak your chances of getting accepted to a limited study program if you already got another degree, other forms of finished education, or in case you went to the military before. Don't hesitate to talk to a university's employee, because that person might be able to tell you even more about that complex stuff. You can find some links with more information on this topic in the video description. And just on a side note, but a quite important one, depending on the city, it can be more or less expensive to live there, obviously. So it might be a good idea to not only look for a good university, but to also check how the living costs are in that respective city. Just saying. And talking about money, do I have to pay a uni fee or something alike to be able to study in Germany? Yes sir, you have to pay a semester fee, die Semestergebühr, and sometimes, in addition to that, a study fee, die Studiengebühr, depending on the German state you're in. Apparently every single of the 16 German states can deal with things differently here, because why not? In North Rhine-Westphalia, Nordrhein-Westfalen, it's an average semester fee of 270 euros, with no additional study fee on top at the moment. Where can I apply for a study program? In Germany, you have to apply for a study program at the respective university. Yes, it's true. Although we are pretty much crazy about having different public departments and offices, we don't really have a centralized national office for studying applications. No. So if you want to study in Germany, you have to check out possible universities with different subjects first. I'm in a lucky yet rather unlucky position in a way, because I've already made quite a few Christmas related videos in the 2 previous years. However, I haven't really talked about the way many Germans like to decorate their homes for Christmas. Of course, the amount of decoration varies heavily, so I've decided to film my family's Christmas decoration to teach you some German words along the way and, well, I don't know, maybe I can even inspire some of you regarding some little decoration ideas, I don't know. Before I'm gonna show you our Christmas decoration, let me start this video by saying that usually, and that's coming from my own experience, Germans don't really decorate their homes excessively. Especially not outside or around their house. Especially not compared to what it seems to be like for many US American families. Some of us Germans rather like to have a little bit of decoration inside, if anything. This is our Flur, and right when you come inside, things look quite weihnachtlich. In the left bottom corner you can see a wooden Stern. My uncle made this one for us, by the way. You can see another wooden figurine on the right side of the Flur. This one shows a Herz, which of course also represents Liebe, and if you will, it also relates to the idea of Nächstenliebe. You might not recognize it at first, but this is my Adventskalender. It's basically a Weihnachtsmann who's carrying some Lose, or more precisely, some Rubbellose. This is a kind of Dekoration that I also really like quite a lot, because it's both rather unscheinbar and minimalistisch. Something I still find extremely schön and besonders is this, a Schneeflocke. When you think about the idea that each Schneeflocke that has fallen down since the inception of Earth pretty much has been einzigartig, it really shows what die Natur is capable of. As a side note, if you're interested in a more scientific view on this snowflake phenomenon, I highly suggest this video from one of my favorite German scientific YouTube channels. Just click the thumbnail at the end of this video to watch that video. You're welcome. Apart from different Schneeflocken, we can also see a so-called Rentier here. Whenever they aren't busy with other things, they carry Santa's Schlitten. This little decorative Tuch combines two colors I strongly associate with Christmas, Gold and Rot. You might have seen it in a previous picture, but there's another Rentier hiding in the back of the Flur. And even though it's quite warm in here, it wears a Schal and also a Mütze. In case you haven't noticed by now, I already took these pictures several days ago, and that's why not all Kerzen on this rather alternative type of Adventskranz have been lit yet. And, well, even though it's not typically rund, there's still some Tannengrün around it. This obviously leads to something I couldn't take a picture of yet because it's not there yet. I'm talking about der Weihnachtsbaum, and the general common term for this tree is die Tanne or der Tannenbaum. Last but not least, I'd like to tell you about my Christmas playlist with all previous and new videos I've made about the celebration of Christmas in Germany. This includes typical German Christmas songs I've sung with Get Germanized, oh yeah, that was fun, more German Christmas vocabulary and phrases, a vlog I filmed at a German Christmas market, and a very ambitious project, because I've retold the Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens in German. So thanks to everyone for checking out those other videos too. And of course, I don't want to end this video without wishing all of you a Merry Christmas!
Ho ho ho! And Germans usually do it like this. They say
Frohe Weihnachten!
oh yeah, ho ho ho!
Hallo zusammen! Today I'd like to take you with me, or us, through a nice little part of the beautiful Sauerland region, my home base, so to speak. Along with some pictures and videos I've taken during our latest hiking trip, I'd also like to teach you some typical words, vocabulary and phrases related to hiking. How about that?
Sounds like a plan? I think it does.
I'm from the Sauerland area, a region in the German state North Rhine-Westphalia, which is one of the 16 federal German states in total. This region is well known for its beautiful and broad landscapes, and I'm really happy to live where other people might go on der Urlaub, the vacation. In Germany, we're really lucky regarding this year's October, because it's still very warm and sonnig, sunny. Arguably, the most basic term in this video would be wandern, to hike or go hiking. The related noun is die Wanderung, the hike. But you might also hear Germans use a nominalized form of the verb wandern, which would be das Wandern. Of course, you can also go on a hiking trip alleine, alone or on your own, but it's a whole different Erfahrung, experience doing that with Freunde, friends. I was joined by my good friends Ines, who also lives here in the Sauerland, Vuko aka Get Germanized, Nurgle, Sergio, Anne, Lena, Nina 1 and Nina 2 and her boyfriend Alex. Prior to the actual hike, we prepared some things. For instance, it's smart to take certain Gegenstände, objects or items with you when you're going to be unterwegs, out and about. Being fans of convenience, we all brought Rucksäcke, backpacks with us. And yes, the English rucksack is a loan word from German. In German, it's der Rucksack, singular, die Rucksäcke, plural. Here are some of the things we took with us. Das Wasser, the water, or respectively Wasserflaschen, water bottles. Äpfel, apples, for der Apfel, singular, die Äpfel, plural. At first I also thought about bringing some bananas, but die Banane would have been, or turned, very matschig, squishy in a Rucksack. And Hey, what a smart transition. Some Wanderwege, hiking trails, might also be quite matschig. In that case, you'd rather translate this one to muddy though. And because this might be the case, and simply out of die Vorsicht, the precaution, it's quite a good idea to wear what we call festes Schuhwerk, sturdy shoes or firm footwear. These kinds of shoes might also be called Wanderschuhe, hiking shoes. Anyway, as long as you're not an extreme hiker or der Wanderer, again, wanderer in English is a loan word, it's good to wear some kind of die Schuhe. It's der Schuh, singular, die Schuhe, plural, the shoe. And as a side note, the English term wanderlust, which I've actually learned about by listening to Nightwish's eponymous song on their 2000 album Wishmaster, doesn't really exist in German, at least not as a common German term nowadays. So when we want to express the desire to go hiking, we'd rather phrase it by saying something like Wir mögen es zu wandern, we like to hike. Or Wir haben Lust wandern zu gehen, we are in the mood for or have the desire to go on a hike. We Germans could also phrase this in combination with the frequently used verb machen, to make or to do. Wir machen eine Wanderung. We make or have a hike, translated rather literally. Around 45 minutes to half an hour before starting the actual hike, I also like to take some magnesium, which is important for your muscles. When you go wandern, you could simply walk through der Wald, the forest or the woods, even multiple Wälder, or you could follow certain Wanderwege, as we did. The general term would be der Weg, singular, die Wege, plural, the way or path. You can find all necessary information about a particular hiking trail online, in books or even on the trail itself, because there are specific maps and symbols on trees and posts here and there. Depending on the area, for instance a forest, die Temperatur, the temperature, and die Jahreszeit, the season, you might want to wear a long Hose. Die Hose, singular, die Hosen, plural, the pants, or trousers. Not only because of Brennnesseln, nettles, and yep, that's 3 N's in a row, at the Wegesrand, or Wegrand, the wayside, or die Dornen, almost exclusively used in plural, the thorns, but also because of potential attacks by die Zecke, the tick. All those nasty beasts. When you intend to go hiking in the sun for multiple hours, it's also a good idea to wear die Kappe, the cap or base cap, or some kind of der Hut, the hat, as der Sonnenschutz, the sun protection. When you're hiking into the late afternoon or early evening hours, make sure to take a form of die Jacke, the jacket, or sweatshirt, or sweater with you. And yep, we also use those terms in Germany. Let's also talk a bit about where we went hiking. This place is called Wilde Wiese, which, if it wasn't for this being a town's name in this case, would be 2 separate German words. Wilde is an inflected form of the adjective wild, wild, and die Wiese means meadow, so this place is actually called Wild Meadow. A pretty cool name, I think. It belongs to the town Sundern, which is also quite close to the Möhnesee and the Möhnetalsperre, which you might have heard of before. The dam was heavily bombed during World War II and flooded many villages and towns nearby. And as far as I know, even Peter Jackson planned or still plans to make a movie about that incident, which is pretty cool. Hope that's gonna see the light of day. All in all, we went hiking for about 4 to 5 hours with only 1 or 2 quite short breaks in between. The distance we crossed was about 14 kilometers, which equals 8.69 miles. As some of you might have read or heard on the news, Germany actually underwent, so to speak, a federal election back in September, on September 26, 2021. That's this year. That election was won by the Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschlands, the SPD, the Social Democratic Party, and the previously strongest union of parties, the CDU, die Christlich-Demokratische Union, and their sister party, CSU, the Christlich-Soziale Union, they got second with heavy losses. Over the course of a few weeks of discussing potential ideas and plans for a potential coalition, the SPD, the Green Party, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, and the Liberal Party, die Liberalen, the FDP, eventually decided to work together in a future coalition colloquially referred to as Die Ampel.
the traffic light, because of the parties' respective colors. This specific combination of parties has happened on a state level in Germany, but not on a federal level yet, so that alone is a totally new thing. Even though the SPD was already part of the previous Große Koalition, the Grand Coalition, together with the Union, they now opted for establishing a coalition fueled by Der Fortschritt, progress, by closely working together with the Liberals and the Green Party. They also underlined their comparatively progressive approach by using the slogan Mehr Fortschritt wagen, risk more progress, which can also be understood as a nod to former German SPD Chancellor Willy Brandt and his slogan Mehr Demokratie wagen, to risk more democracy, from 1969 during the Cold War, and also during a time when there were two separated Germanys. After weeks of discussions in private, all three parties presented their 177-page strong coalition contract or coalition agreement, der Koalitionsvertrag, the foundation of the upcoming government's principles and goals, on November 24, 2021. Pretty much no German and neither journalists that are usually really well informed knew for sure what would be written in that coalition agreement, what would be written into it, what would be the content. But now we know, which is why I want to talk about 5 upcoming planned changes, major changes for the most part, that will happen in Germany under the new government, which is called Die Ampel, usually, commonly, colloquially, in German, among Germans. And I want to talk about those quite neutrally and objectively, so this video is not about my personal opinion on those things. That's simply not the point of this video. I just want to be informative, especially for those of you who are really interested in Germany, German politics, the German culture, Germans, anything #German, basically. Okay, let's begin. The first big planned change I'm gonna talk is one of the biggest differences compared to the previous situation and what that was like, which would be the controlled legalization of cannabis for adults. From 2017 onwards, doctors were already allowed to prescribe cannabis strictly for medical reasons, but that was about it. Smoking weed has never been legal in Germany yet, so this is definitely quite a fundamental change in approaching that topic, you could say. Under the reign of at the time of this recording, most probable new Chancellor Olaf Scholz from the SPD, it's likely that he is going to be re-elected Chancellor by the Parliament during the week around St. Nicholas. Anyway, this Ampel-Koalition plans to have a, quote, kontrollierte Abgabe von Cannabis an Erwachsene zu Genusszwecken in lizenzierten Geschäften. The three parties argue that by legalizing it under controlled circumstances, the quality as well as youth protection could be ensured and a potential mixture with other contaminated substances could be prevented. The second planned change I'm going to talk about concerns the lowest age necessary and required for taking part in German elections, which is federal elections in this case. Until now, only German adults, meaning Germans of at least 18 years of age, can take part in federal elections. The Ampel wants to lower that age by 2 years down to 16, which would then level and equal the same required minimum age for German state elections. Because, as some of you might know, Germany is a federal country consisting of 16 states, each one with its own parliament and government. Lowering that age limit by 2 years from 18 down to 16 on a federal German level would result in roughly 1.5 to 2 million estimated additional potential Germans being eligible for taking part in federal elections. The third plan change I'm going to tackle in this video has to do with buildings, the erection of buildings, new apartments, and affordable ones, for that matter. Each year, the new government intends to erect and build 400,000 new apartments, of which 100,000 are supposed to be publicly subsidized. Especially in bigger cities like Berlin, free and affordable apartments have become rarer in recent months and years. This also correlates with a recent referendum in Berlin in which a majority of people voted in favor of a plan to turn large housing groups in the city with a total of 240,000 apartments into common property. A newly founded Department for Building Affairs is supposed to take care of all building-related duties. The fourth planned change revolves around a certain number that has been subject to discussions, conversations for months and months and months now, which is 2030, the year 2030. By that year, the mining of coal in Germany is supposed to stop completely, to end. Since quite a few regions in Germany have had a long history in coal mining, especially the Ruhrgebiet in my state, North Rhine-Westphalia, is well known for it, this has been quite a heated debate subject. Also, up until 2030, the goal is to have at least 15 million electric cars on German streets, including other planned things to tackle climate change actively and strengthen renewable energies in Germany. The fifth and final announced change I'm gonna talk about in this video is der Mindestlohn, the minimum wage in Germany, which is supposed to be raised up to 12 euros per hour. The current minimum wage in Germany is 9,60 euros. What's also new about this procedure is that, unlike previously, this raise directly to 12 euros is not related to the Mindestlohnkommission, the minimum wage commission that before suggested a certain new amount. According to the calculations of the Ampel coalition, roughly 10 million German citizens could benefit from this.
Today I want to talk about 5 historic German sentences. They can either have been spoken or written, as long as they had a certain impact and kinda remained in many German minds. A little preventive disclaimer before I'm going to start. I want to make clear that I'm not going to evaluate either of these sentences, statements or their origins in any way, shape or form. Why? Because this simply isn't the intention behind this video. And yes, I'm aware of the fact that there are many more historic German sentences. This is just a small selection. And maybe there will be a second episode of this in the future, who knows? Also, all of these 5 examples are not my own words, but quotations, and they do not represent my own opinion. Please be aware of that. Okay? Okay, then let's begin chronologically. Number 1. Arbeit macht frei. Work brings freedom. This sentence became famous in written context more than it was actually spoken. It's not absolutely clear under which circumstances and when exactly this began to appeal to influensive Nazi circles. However, it existed way before the reign of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich. There's a story written by Lorenz Diefenbach titled Arbeit macht frei, released in 1873, and even before this text, this phrase was used in other writings. During the Nazi government, however, it was used as a symbolic entrance slogan for many concentration camps, suggesting an educational approach to the inmates and deported people inside the camps. Number 2. Wollt ihr den totalen Krieg? Do you want total war? This phrase was raised as a direct question during Goebbels' speech in the Berlin Sportpalast, a former sports stadium in Berlin that was demolished in 1973. Back in 1943, however, Joseph Goebbels was Hitler's propaganda minister and he was responsible for encouraging the population to believe in waging this Second World War. Although the speech as a whole is pretty famous and a recurring subject of history classes, the phrase "Wollt ihr den totalen Krieg" became a synonym for Goebbels' intentions. One of these intentions was to convince people to think of the Second World War in a positive way and therefore to support this effort. The words totaler Krieg, which means all out or total war in English, refer to using all possible resources inside a country, weapon industries, all men able to fight as soldiers, etc. On a side note, the whole speech was planned explicitly. For example, the attending audience was a selected group of supporters of the Nazi ideology, and certain parts of the applause were pre-recorded and played through speakers inside the stadium. Number 3. Niemand hat die Absicht, eine Mauer zu errichten. Nobody has the intention to build a wall. From 1960 to 1973, Walter Ulbricht was the leader of the German Democratic Republic, the GDR. And by the way, the German abbreviation for the former country of East Germany is DDR, Deutsche Demokratische Republik. While talking about the GDR's territorial plans for the future at an international press conference, Anna-Marie Doer, a journalist from West Germany, asked Walter Ulbricht if the idea of having a free city, she is referring to Berlin, would also lead to draw GDR's line at the Brandenburg Gate. Ulbricht replied that the workers in the city of Berlin were just focused on building houses and apartments. He made clear that nobody had the intention to build a wall, 2 months before the GDR government began building the wall. Number 4. Ich bin ein Berliner. Being the first American president to visit West Germany after building the wall, John F. Kennedy held a speech in front of the Schöneberg Town Hall, for Schöneberg-Tempelhof being a district of West Berlin. Although the speech was held in English, Kennedy wanted to address people in the western part of the separated city and hence express his solidarity with them and the western countries and communities in contrast to East Germany and the Soviet government. The actual phrase "Ich bin ein Berliner" was mentioned twice, but the use of it at the end of Kennedy's speech was the one that got famous. The context of this political revelation was the following statement. All free men, wherever they may live, are citizens of Berlin, and therefore, as a free man, I take pride in the words Ich bin ein Berliner. An interesting side information. According to my research, some Americans have been making fun of Kennedy because of this statement. These people have been believing the grammatical structure of the statement might have been wrong, and hence it would sound like Kennedy was happy to be a jelly donut, a Berliner. However, the sentence Ich bin ein Berliner is correct grammatically. You could also say Ich bin Berliner, which isn't a wrong structure either. Both sentences are correct German sentences. Number 5. Wir sind das Volk. In 1989, many thousand GDR citizens began to demonstrate against their own government, because they felt increasingly oppressed and unfree. E.g. because of the growing instability of the GDR's economy, or because of actions taken by the state's police, the Stasi, die Staatssicherheit. On Mondays, citizens met and demonstrated peacefully for a democratic paradigm shift. The proclaim Wir sind das Volk, we are the people, originates from a novel by Georg Büchner called Danton's Tod, Danton's Death, published in 1835. However, it's not clear when the statement was used for the first time during the demonstrations, though.
I don't really know, but I think I wouldn't have made this video probably on any other day of the year, and for a specific reason. I keep noticing a certain cultural difference between Germans and, well, pretty much Germany, how we approach certain things, and how other cultures and other countries do that, or rather, people living there. And today I would like to talk about one specific difference. Something you shouldn't say to a German or do in Germany. No. I'm talking about a common experience we all share every single year. Our birthdays. Yeah. It's der Geburtstag, singular, die Geburtstage, plural. Actually, the German term is a direct equivalent to the English one, a literal translation if you will. The birthday, der Geburtstag. Well, with an additional S in the middle, which is a Fugenelement, an interfix. Today is July 11th, which means my birthday is gonna be in 2 days from now. Oh yeah. I'm gonna turn 27 on July 13th this year, in 2018 that is. And, well, actually now that I think about it, there are actually two potential reasons I might experience some bad luck on my birthday. The first potential reason I might suffer some bad luck on July 13th, meaning on my birthday, is that it's gonna be a Friday. Friday the 13th. To be honest though, I'm not that superstitious, so I don't really believe in that. And, well, what can I say? I'm still here. Anyway, the second potential reason my birthday might mean some bad luck for me personally is that, well, there's an unwritten law in Germany, and I guess, and no one can blame those people, many foreigners don't know about that. It's pretty much a social norm and something like common sense in Germany, you could even say. Because even though it might be something quite normal and ordinary in other countries and cultures, you don't wish someone an early birthday in Germany. No. No way. Never ever. I actually came up with the idea of making this video and making a video about this specific topic the other day when I was a guest in my good friend Get Germanized's live stream, and at some point we came up with my upcoming birthday party and that my birthday is on July the 13th. People kept saying, "Happy birthday, Dave," and well, have a nice birthday, happy birthday to you. And yeah, although I highly appreciate that, and I want to thank everyone for saying those kind of things and words and whatever, I also said that, well, that's bad luck in Germany and among, well, Germans, for instance. So,
First of all, there are a few different ways to say happy birthday in German. A standard expression is Herzlichen Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag, which translates to heartfelt congratulations for your birthday, literally. This is a possible but rather long phrase though. The short and even more general version of this one is Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Heartfelt congratulations, so to speak. This short expression can also be used for many other contexts of congratulating someone. An also quite general way to congratulate someone is saying Alles Gute, all the good, translated literally. A slightly longer option of this one is Alles Gute zum Geburtstag, all the good for the birthday. It's normal to congratulate someone on their actual birthday, and it's also common to do that up until a few days afterwards. In that case, you'd add nachträglich, belated. Alles Gute nachträglich, all the good belated. By the way, if you're also interested in German birthday tunes, just click the thumbnail at the end of this video. And by the way, Germans that aren't as superstitious when it comes to those things like early birthday wishes and the like, they will probably still think that's impolite and, well, it simply isn't a common thing to do in Germany. But of course, as usual, it also depends on the respective person. As far as I know, it's pretty much the other way around in China. For instance, there it's totally ordinary to wish someone an early birthday, but not afterwards. Not a belated birthday. That is bad luck and that is quite impolite and, well, people in China shouldn't do that. Or don't do that, rather. In Germany, we can and do refer to major cultural events like Easter and Christmas a few days prior to the actual events, because, for instance, imagine a situation at the office and you know that you won't see your colleague up until Easter takes place. Then you could wish that person Frohe Ostern, Happy Easter, even if it's not Easter yet, you know? And the same applies to Christmas, for instance. But there is a slight distinction when it comes to New Year's Eve. We pretty much distinguish between two different phrases that each relate to different points in time. The expression Guten Rutsch is commonly used during the days between Christmas and up until 12 p.m. on December 21st, meaning prior to January the 1st. It means good slide into the new year, pretty much. Once the new year has begun, it's past 12 p.m. Germans wish each other a Frohes Neues, a Happy New, which is a short form of saying Frohes Neues Jahr, Happy New Year. Both get translated to Happy New Year in English though. Of course, not wishing someone an early birthday in Germany also means that we don't have early birthday parties prior to the actual birthdays. No. With one exception maybe, because you can actually, well, party into your birthday. That's totally possible. So, for instance, in my case, I could technically start my birthday party on July 12th, and then celebrate into my birthday on July 13th, meaning into the early morning hours of that day. That's totally possible and pretty common as well. We even have a German term, a German verb for that, which can't really be translated one-on-one. I don't think, at least I haven't found a fitting short translation. And that term is reinfeiern, to celebrate into one's birthday. I wonder how people in your country, in your culture, deal with birthday wishes. If you've been to Germany already, you might have noticed certain signs on buildings, on grounds, certain properties, whatnot. And there also seem to be quite a lot of them in Germany. What do they express? What do they show? And anyway, let's talk about 3 common signs you will find in Germany today. Privatgrundstück, betreten verboten. This sign can be found on many different buildings and also on fences or pillars on a Grundstück, a property. It's das Grundstück, Singular, die Grundstücke, Plural. We're talking about someone's property, someone's ground and building, and that person doesn't want you to cross or even enter their property at all. A sign like this is called a Hinweisschild, a hint or hinting sign, so to speak. As it's true for many signs in Germany, there are variations of this one as well. One of them, a very popular one, is Privatgrundstück. Unbefugten ist das Betreten und Befahren verboten. Private property entering and driving is strictly prohibited for trespassers or unauthorized people. The keywords in this one are der Unbefugte, Singular, die Unbefugten, Plural, the trespasser or unauthorized person, betreten, to enter, befahren, to drive on or across, and of course another keyword, verboten, prohibited. In any case, better stay away from these properties. Gelände wird videoüberwacht. As you can see, these signs don't necessarily have to be yellow. There are various forms of this one as well. They all basically tell us, caution! This property is monitored by CCTV or video surveillance. It's pretty easy to tell by the camera icon, but apart from that, this short message also contains recurring and important German words such as the expression Achtung, caution, or the most fundamental term here, videoüberwacht, monitored by video surveillance. Videoüberwacht is a German adjective which consists of das Video, the video, implying a camera or camera feed, and überwacht, observed. The infinite form is überwachen. In fact, the German adjective videoüberwacht is a very special one because it's one of the few German adjectives you can't compare. And even if you tried, it wouldn't make sense because, think about it, if something is under video surveillance already, it can't be even more under video surveillance. Another very common German term in a context like this is das Gelände, Singular, die Gelände, Plural, ground, area or compound. Don't confuse this one with das Geländer though, which means balustrade, handrail or guardrail. Einfahrt freihalten. This one is very common for private German properties and houses. In a, standard German town, if that even exists, you will definitely see this sign very often. In my experience, it's usually a yellow sign, although you might also see it with a white background, for instance. The two words translate to keep gateway or slip road free. It's die Einfahrt, Singular, die Einfahrten, Plural, the drive or slip road or gateway. Some of you, the smart ones, have remembered this term from my video Top 100 Most Common German Words for Driving Vehicles, Points of Interest and Traffic. If you didn't know about that video yet and it sounds quite appealing to you, just click the thumbnail at the end of this video and go watch it. Freihalten means to keep free. Here and there you might also spot this version of the sign. It also reads the lovely and typical German phrase Widerrechtlich abgestellte Fahrzeuge werden kostenpflichtig abgeschleppt. Yep, that's quite a statement, right? Widerrechtlich abgestellte Fahrzeuge werden kostenpflichtig abgeschleppt. Illegally parked vehicles will be towed away with or at costs. A quite judicial German term included in this sentence is widerrechtlich, iniquitous, illegally or unlawfully. It certainly isn't a word Germans would use in their everyday language, but every German knows what it means. Hallo zusammen! Heute möchte ich darüber sprechen, wie ich Weihnachten empfinde und wie ich Weihnachten feiere. Man kann zum Thema Weihnachten verschiedene Dinge sagen. Zum Beispiel kann man über Weihnachten als religiöses Fest sprechen. Dazu kann ich allerdings nicht allzu viel sagen, da ich selbst nicht religiös bin. Trotzdem mag ich es, Weihnachten zu feiern. Für mich bedeutet Weihnachten, Zeit mit meiner Familie zu verbringen. Es ist insgesamt eine sehr besinnliche und ruhige Zeit. Abends essen wir zusammen und dann gibt es die sogenannte Bescherung. Und für viele Leute beginnt da schon ein kleines Problem. Hat das noch viel mit dem religiösen Fest Weihnachten zu tun? Gute Frage. Weihnachten hauptsächlich als Konsumfest zu begreifen, entspricht nicht unbedingt der ursprünglichen Idee von Weihnachten. Manchmal kommt es mir fast so vor, als wenn es zwei verschiedene Weihnachten gäbe. Das eine Weihnachten wird von Gläubigen gefeiert und diese legen vielleicht auch einen anderen Wert darauf, wie Weihnachten gefeiert wird. Man geht in die Kirche, man betet zusammen und man gedenkt Jesu Christi Geburt. Das andere Weihnachten wird von anderen Leuten gefeiert, zum Beispiel von Leuten, die selbst keine Christen sind. Oder zum Beispiel von Christen, die nicht besonders gläubig sind. Die eine Art Weihnachten zu feiern, muss die andere aber nicht unbedingt ausschließen. Das Hauptaugenmerk sind oft die Geschenke. Und da gibt es bei manchen Leuten bestimmt eine Art Wettrüsten. Jedes Jahr müssen mehr Geschenke da sein oder bessere Geschenke oder ähnliches. Ich kann auch verstehen, dass viele Leute die Weihnachtszeit und auch die Vorweihnachtszeit als stressig empfinden. Andererseits denke ich mir aber, dass dieser Stress zu einem Großteil auch selbstgemacht ist und daher eigentlich unnötig. Einerseits ist es sicherlich sinnvoll, Geschenke möglichst früh zu kaufen, damit man nachher keinen Zeitdruck hat. Andererseits regen sich viele Leute in Deutschland darüber auf, dass Weihnachtsartikel bereits im August oder im September in den Läden zu finden sind. Auch das kann ich nachvollziehen. Generell ist es aber eine schöne Sache, Geschenke zu bekommen und eine noch schönere, Geschenke zu vergeben. Mir macht es eigentlich noch mehr Spaß, die Reaktionen zu sehen, wenn ich jemandem etwas schenke. Man kann sich natürlich über die Konsumgesellschaft aufregen, aber letztendlich sind auch materielle Geschenke Geschenke. Man möchte jemandem damit eine Freude bereiten. Manchmal ist es allerdings schwierig herauszufinden, was sich jemand wünscht. Das ist jedes Jahr ein kleines Problem für mich. Ich persönlich mag es zum Beispiel, Wunschzettel zu schreiben. Das kann da schon ziemlich helfen. Zu guter Letzt muss ich sagen, dass ich die Weihnachtszeit vor allem auch mit Dunkelheit in Verbindung bringe. Das klingt erstmal merkwürdig, ergibt aber Sinn. Ich mag es sehr, besonders abends spazieren zu gehen, denn dann sieht man viele Lichter und gerade in der Weihnachtszeit sieht das immer sehr, sehr schön aus. In Deutschland ist es eher selten der Fall, dass ein Haus von außen sehr stark geschmückt ist. You might have watched one of the latest videos that my pal Meisterlinzer aka Get Germanized aka Vuko has made, and it was about the recent flooding catastrophe, the recent flooding incidents in Germany, and well, he basically asked you and his viewers in general if we had like a similar story that we could tell, and well, I also went through a flooding incident back in 2002, long time ago, but I can still remember. So I thought, well, I could do a little video about that too. So here it is, my very own flooding incident story. Yeah, the flooding is das Hochwasser, the high water, so to speak. Makes sense. So like I said before, this stuff I'm going to talk about all happened in 2002, which is 14 years ago, long time obviously, and back then I was 11 years old. I was basically visiting a few acquaintances of mine, of our family, in Saxony, Sachsen, which is the most eastern state in Germany. Sachsen is one of 16 states, and it was a little village near Dresden, and it was the summer of 2002. Well, for the first few days everything was pretty much normal, like we had very good weather, really sunny days and all of that stuff. We really enjoyed ourselves, obviously, had much fun, but after a few days, like, the sun was really gone at all, like there wasn't any sun at all. Pretty much. It was a very kind of gloomy and moody and dark days with a lot of rain. Really heavy rain, basically. So, yeah, and we were pretty much surrounded by it. Like, there wasn't a single break,
as far as I can remember, there wasn't like a single hour without rain for a whole day. And that obviously already tells that it was a lot of rain coming down. We were pretty lucky though, because we lived on a little hill a bit outside of the village and not in the valley, so to speak. At first I think we thought like, oh well, it's rain. I mean, it's a lot of rain, but well, you know, it's just bad weather. Nothing too special about it. When we actually discovered that the rain continued to pour down from the sky for a few days straight without any pause or break, and it got more and more, because we were pretty much isolated up there. I mean, you have to buy food, like beverage stuff, stuff to drink, for instance, you know, all of that typical stuff. And we couldn't really do it because, like, I mean, it's obvious that when they basically constructed the sewers, they didn't really think of the possible incident of flooding, of really, really hefty and strong floodings in that region and overall. Because, like, we had quite some flooding incidents in Germany over the past few decades and years and whatnot, but it's still not like a very typical thing that will happen each and every year. That isn't really the case in Germany pretty much. I mean, luckily. So yeah, no one was really prepared for that, and we couldn't see it coming, so that made it a lot harder to actually prepare for it, obviously, with like little bags filled with sand to actually, yeah, build a barrier against the flooding, against the water. Yeah, and obviously you couldn't really like drive through the water with your car. It was a really like, yeah, fragile situation overall. Like, nobody really knew what to do. Well, it wasn't only our town, it was many towns in Saxony that got affected by that. I think even in Austria as well, and in the Czech Republic. I guess you can't really imagine what it's like to be like getting hit by that much water, that amount of water, the flooding. And it's also muddy water, which is another really, really bad thing. In addition to the fact that it's much water killing your furniture, like demolishing everything in your flat or in your house or wherever. In your basement, many basements were completely flooded. I guess like some families with especially little houses even had to go to the top of the roof to be rescued from there with helicopters, because they couldn't do anything anymore. Like, the whole furniture was demolished, like there wasn't anything left to do in that house to protect it with anything, barriers and stuff. You couldn't do anything about it really. Like, after it cooled down a bit and most of the water was gone away, we actually had the chance to see what actually happened down in the village. And actually the pictures you are seeing here, the photos I took back then, the water you're seeing there wasn't the highest level of water, the highest level of flooding that went through a town, obviously. So it was less than that, but still, you can see it's really, really something that you wouldn't want to wish anyone, like you wouldn't want to wish this to your enemies, I guess. However, I couldn't go back and travel back to my family the way I wanted it to be, the way it was intended to be, because I think the plan was that I was about to stay there for 2 weeks in total, and after the 2 weeks ended, there was the flooding. Like, I couldn't go anywhere because the train station was blocked. You couldn't really drive with your car. I had to stay there for another like 1.5 weeks, I think it was, which wasn't a bad thing or like a problem at all, because it was summer holidays in school. So yeah, but still, I mean, it's a really, really strange and insecure feeling. I don't know if you can describe it like that, because it's really hard to actually explain what I mean and what that feeling was like back then. Like a feeling of isolation and a feeling of helplessness. It's really hard to actually explain that properly. However, that was pretty much my story. Hope you enjoyed it, and let me know by hitting the like button, leaving a like, sharing this video with other people. Thanks for watching. You can check out many other interesting websites and social media stuff in the video description down below. You will find many different links there. And ja, thanks for your attention. Tschüss und bis zum nächsten Mal.